Chapter 151, A Small-Scale Beast Attack. Chapter 151, A Small-Scale Beast Attack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There were some wild beasts spotted around the Green Valley Ville, and they had been causing problems for the town. Before Han Xiao came, Balsas had used some small sums as a bounty to incentivize the refugees to hunt down the beasts. Slowly, he had noticed something strange. The refugees would be able to hunt down the wild beasts without any casualties. After some observation, he found out to his surprise that these refugees seemed to have revival espers and would never really die. Balsas was shocked. It might have been normal for one person to have the revival esper ability, but it would be a different story for an entire group. Could it be that this ability could be spread, just like the werewolf tribe in myths, where one saliva carried the mutated genes and could turn a normal person into another of their kind in one bite? After some observation, Balsas was excited to find out that the refugees were easily satisfied by small incentives. If I can get these strange refugees to work for me, their revival trait will make for a formidable army. I won't have to fear anyone from Black Pine anymore. Even though these refugees have revival abilities, they had limited combat strength. Balsas had asked them about their origins, but their answers were mostly gibberish. Despite some unresolved doubts about the refugees' background, Balsas decided it was all right to go ahead and trade with them for their services. He was about to take action when Black Phantom arrived and was warmly welcomed by the refugees. Balsas was alarmed. Is Black Phantom here for these refugees too? Does he know about their ability as well? Black Phantom was not someone to mess with, so Balsas decided to stay put and observe for the moment. However, an accident broke out. The beasts residing near the town attacked. Countless wild beasts came from the jungle and caused the ground to rumble. Gray devil wolves made up the majority. Their fur was charcoal gray, and they were as big as wild buffaloes. There were also giant purple-scaled pythons that were 10 to 20 meters long, slithering among the wolves. Beasts in the wild were common, and they were a threat faced by every town. Balsas commanded for the town to be locked up without hesitation and asked his soldiers to ready the machine guns on the watchtowers to fight the beasts. Players that were left outside the town became the buffer zone for them to hold off the beasts. Balsas was glad that he had refugees that could be sacrificed at no cost. Mature gray devil wolves were about LV-20. They pounced into the crowd and ripped apart a player in 2 to 3 bites. You have started emergency quest. Protect Green Valley Ville. Besides the normal players, Han Xiao received the emergency quest too. However, to his dismay, the reward was at a newbie standard at only a few thousand EXP. Han Xiao watched with great interest at one side as the players fought against the beasts. Balsas realized that Han Xiao had crawled to the top of the town wall while he was not looking and was watching the battle intensely. Balsas was alarmed. Black Phantom was able to silently crawl up the wall when so many people were staring down at the town wall. This meant that he could silently creep up on anyone he wanted to as well. Indeed, he was living up to his reputation as a skilled and accomplished assassin. The players gave it their all to protect the town. The situation was bloody and violent. The players were not in complete defeat only because of the aid from the town's machine guns. Han Xiao closely watched the players' performances. Green Valley Ville consisted mainly of players from 2 classes, Esper and Mechanic. He saw many different Espers: attribute boosting, superhuman strength, stamina, speed, instant healing, and elemental controls, which included skills such as gathering rocks or fortifying armor using rocks. There was a plethora of Espers, but most were low-level and short-lasting. They were dealing some damage to the wolves, but only a few Esper players were more notable. The fight between the players and the beasts was a rough one, so some players were live-streaming the battle on the forum. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He decided to join and end this battle quickly. With that, he jumped off the wall. Activating his electromagnetic hover boots, he moved as if there was ice under his feet. He dived into the battle like a bolt of black lightning, zooming through the battlefield, straight to a relatively smaller gray devil wolf, which was old and had little fur left. It was the leader of the pack, and Han Xiao noticed it when he was observing just now. Han Xiao decided not to snipe these beasts. Sniping would limit the area damage, and he had limited ammo with him. It was the perfect chance for him to see what he could do with his LV-50 attributes against these LV-20 beasts. Beasts were common on planet Aquamarine. When fighting against beasts in large scales, he would not dive in alone. It would be extremely dangerous because it would be exposing him to high-frequency attacks from all sides. The herd of beasts in Green Valley Ville was very small in numbers. With only thousands of wolves and snakes, Han Xiao could afford to show off his attributes. A few strong-built gray devil wolves immediately surrounded the Wolf King. With the howl from the old Wolf King, its guards pounced toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao was clad full body in his magnetically controlled retractable armor. He raised his arm to block off the sharp claws of the wolves, and the clashing sound was resounding. He was fighting off wolves, which were 4 to 5 times larger than him. He had 69 points in his strength attribute, way higher than the LV-20 Grey Devil wolves. His fingers dug into the flesh of a wolf's claws and threw the wolf over his head and onto the floor like a ragdoll. But unlike a ragdoll, the wolf landed and created a dent in the ground, whimpering. Players who saw this scene were shocked. The scene was very impactful. It was as if a dwarf was throwing a normal person over their shoulders. Han Xiao was elated to find out how strong his body was. His fists landed on a wolf like a pile driver with solid thuds. Every punch was filled with power that dealt damage right into the wolf's lungs. A wolf was flung away, but it would get up and lunge again, only to be flung away once more. The place that was hit would be marked with a deep purple bruises. The wolves began to crowd in to protect the Wolf King. Han Xiao's view was filled with wolves that were attacking him with claws and fangs from all angles. The retractable armor clashed with the sharp claws, and sparks were flying. Han Xiao could barely hold the weight of the wolves off from all sides, let alone move. It's indeed very difficult to kill and get through the beast crowd. Han Xiao changed his plan and activated the repulsive force generator, which sent a pushing force out and flung all the surrounding wolves into the wolves at the back. With his path cleared, Han Xiao pushed with his foot and turned up the speed of his hoverboots. Wind was howling as he approached in the Wolf King at high speed. He blocked off the ferocious attacks from the Wolf King, grabbed the wolf's head, and twisted it, throwing it to the ground. He pressed his knee tightly against the wolf's stomach and pressed on its head with his left hand. Clenching his right fist, it landed right on the wolf's head. The Wolf King's head was crushed after a few punches. Blood spilled everywhere. Every time he punched, the power surging through his muscles, tendons, and bones was like a tight bow that stored great strength. It was greatly satisfying to feel at ease and in control of such great strength. A wolf's critical region was their stomach, but Han Xiao preferred attacking the head more. After a few punches, the Wolf King was only a few breaths away from death. The wolf pack was howling and had all abandoned the enemies to attack Han Xiao. A huge pack of wolves piled on top of him like a small hill. Han Xiao was pressed against the floor. The pungent wolf smell filled Han Xiao's nostrils, and his face became scrunched up. He was almost choking. His sharp sense allowed him to identify the components of the smell. Wolves' urine, soil, sweat, dried excrement, and... Chapter 152. A melee mechanic is the best. Chapter 152. A melee mechanic is the best. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Pushing on the ground with both hands, he managed to support the weight of the huge pack of wolves on his back. Each wolf weighed at least 80 kilograms. While it was very taxing, Han Xiao finally spotted an opening and quickly tumbled out, simultaneously pulling out a hand grenade from his clothes and tossing it underneath the pack of wolves. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and fragments of the grenade shot out with the flames caused by the explosion. The pack of wolves howled mournfully as fresh blood gushed out from their bodies. Han Xiao's armor was also splattered red. Staggering as he stood up, his hand brushed past his side as he brandished a foldable machete that had undergone many modifications. It was newly improved and could be said to be a royal edition. Han Xiao nimbly sprinted through the pack of wolves, his blades slashing through his enemies, bringing waves of fresh blood along his path. The venomous poison spat out by the purple-scaled python could not catch up to his footwork. With a flash of his blade, he sliced off the snake's head. The blade wound where the snake was decapitated was as smooth as a mirror, with fresh blood spurting continuously as the headless snake convulsed uncontrollably on the floor. All the wild beasts rushed toward him. Purely by borrowing the speed from the skating shoes and the defense from the magnetically controlled retractable armor, he could single-handedly massacre the flock of beasts. The players were left to the sidelines as they could only stare in shock and bewilderment as Han Xiao killed every beast that came his way. He was a mechanic, so how did he end up in a melee close-range fight? The players' eyes were all drawn to Han Xiao's elegant fighting style. It was undeniable that he was really suave. He was redefining the way most of them viewed mechanics. It turned out that it was not true that mechanics could only fight long distance. Their close-quarter combat skill was also of note and could be very aggressive. Also, they had a clear style of close-quarter combat that was distinctly different from pugilists. Frenzied Sword finally came online as he arrived at the outskirts of the town, out of breath. Seeing the situation with the wild beasts, it was also his first time watching Han Xiao display his skills. In that moment, he felt that he had found his guiding light. This was exactly the fighting style that he loved. One can tell just by looking at his ID. Choosing to follow Han Xiao was definitely the best decision. Frenzied Sword could barely suppress his excitement. He really did make the right choice back then. Not only Frenzied Sword, but a lot of other players were influenced by what has been going on in the forums. Players who were contemplating on whether to change classes began to take interest in mechanics again. After killing, however, many wolves and snakes, Han Xiao's field of vision suddenly cleared. He realized that the wolf pack was gradually withdrawing amid whimpers, and the group of purple-scaled pythons fled as well. Soon, the wild pack of beasts had all retreated, leaving corpses strewn across the floors, soaking the ground in bright red blood. He exhaled a breath and wiped off the traces of blood left on his armor. With his stats, dealing with such low-level beasts would leave them completely crushed. He still had 40% of his stamina left. Mechanics rarely fought their enemies by close combat. However, doing this occasionally did make him feel refreshed. Rather than using a fighting style that relied on sniping, which would lead to an instant death with each shot, this kind of real fist-fighting feeling was much more suitable for de-stressing. Green Valley Ville's guards came out to clean up the battlefield, carrying the dead corpses of the wild beasts back to the town as food supplies. Han Xiao rejected Bosch's repeated invitation. Under the eyes of the excited players, he returned to his original position indifferently, pretending to rest as he closed his eyes. The interface indicated that the mission was complete. Also, he killed over 100 beasts, obtaining more than 20,000 EXP points in total. As his own level was much higher than his massacred targets, the EXP points he gained would be cut down by a lot, but no matter how small it was EXP nonetheless. The almighty mechanic Han would not mind it at all. The main purpose behind this fight was to test his current reflexes and to have a clearer understanding on his physical caliber. Only by doing that could he take care of smaller details in future battles and perform at his best. Another reason was that he wanted to continue to show off a mechanic's abilities. He realized that Esper players often showed off their coolest abilities, but new mechanic players were still a minority. He guessed that mechanics would become a class that would be questioned, so he wanted to shift the players' focus from Espers by showing them how mechanics could be great players too. Opening the forum, Han Xiao realized that there were players who had uploaded a video footage of the fight just now. The title was shocking. Overpowered. Mechanics can actually fight like this. The recording showed Han Xiao almost single-handedly conquering a wild beast fight. The visuals were very impactful. In the past, he had mainly used sniping, killing his enemies in one shot, or used his turrets and rovers' high firepower, but he had never showed off his individual fighting ability. This time, he highlighted this, and the real-time comments and replies mostly conveyed shock and amazement. But he realized that below the post, there was a reply that was manually pushed up. Looking at the ID, it was Loseman. His tone was as harsh as before. Black Phantom is indeed very strong, I won't deny that, but mechanics are really trash. Look carefully at the start of the video. Espers are the central force when fighting with wild beasts, and those players who advance to become mechanics can only sit at the side and fire aimlessly without a single use for them. I presume this clip was probably recorded by a mechanic. Other than the mechanics who can be idling at one side, I guess no other players would have this kind of time in an actual fight. Also, stop sharing Black Phantom's videos. This asshole wants to trick me into becoming a mechanic again. As he continued down the post, the replies split into those who supported Luzman and those who disagreed with him. Han Xiao smacked his lips. He was a little annoyed. Luzman held onto that point and had been smearing his reputation. This would be a hindrance to his business. The player's attention was drawn toward this discussion. His display of abilities seemed to be less impactful now. With Han Xiao's rich experience in discussion, with one look, he could tell that Luzman was a keyboard warrior who posted derogatory comments everywhere to trigger fights online. Scratching his head, Han Xiao did not really have a good solution to this. This was a discussion that would obviously come up, just like picking between sweet tofu or salty tofu. As long as nobody restricted it, there was no way to stop others from commenting online. But I'm only an NPC now. Even if I showed off my abilities, it isn't enough to get more people to believe in mechanics. There isn't anything else that I can do either. It's not like I can go in front of the players and shout, "I'm actually a player." Han Xiao felt helpless. The NPC template was his secret that he did not want to disclose. From the perspective of a player though, seeing an NPC shout, "I'm a player," would only cause them to feel curious and amused. Not many would believe it to be true, and most would think that it was an Easter egg or a character design just like Deadpool. There were some simulation games in the past where fictional characters inside would say that they knew of the player's existence, but who would believe it to be true? Those who really did believe it had already been corrected by Yang technologies. The smell of blood had yet to fade away. Frenzied Sword, who had run over from a distance away, attracted the attention of the players. Galaxy Times had announced his movements, and Frenzied Sword had gained some short-lived fame. He was recognized in a moment. The players around them began whispering to one another, looking in envy. "Isn't that the professional gamer mentioned by the program? He has a picture on the promotional ad. He really does have a special relationship with Black Phantom. I want to unlock a hidden quest with the Black Phantom, too." Frenzied Sword waddled over to Han Xiao's side. Han Xiao regarded this player who had some potential. Well, it was all right to embarrass Frenzied Sword in front of NPCs, but he did not have the heart to do so in front of the crowd of players. No matter what, Frenzied Sword was also a professional gamer, and his image was very important. Han Xiao randomly assigned some regular mission. When Frenzied Sword received the mission, his face was overcome with disappointment. "Collect materials? That's so boring. You might as well tell me to dance." Han Xiao's lips curved up. Habits were indeed scary. Just then, a player walked over. The ID above his head read, "Laughing Blade." He asked, "Frenzied Sword?" Once Frenzied Sword saw this person, his face fell as he dryly replied, "It's you. So you're here to play Galaxy as well. Why aren't you playing Night anymore?" "Haha. It's not challenging enough," Laughing Blade said half-mockingly. Some players recognized Laughing Blade. "Isn't that the professional gamer, Laughing Blade? I heard he was one of the top 3 players in Night. He even won 2 championships before." Laughing Blade enjoyed the player's surprise thoroughly. His eyes hid feelings of condescension as he looked at Frenzied Sword. In the past, Frenzied Sword had also been a professional gamer in Night. In official competitions, he had suffered countless defeats to Laughing Blade, and his fame was far from that of Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade saw the rewards assigned to Frenzied Sword on Galaxy Times and realized that his old opponent was better off than him. Feeling green from jealousy, he intentionally came to stir up trouble. After a few words, he pretended to ask casually, "Since we've met, let's have a PvP duel. I'm an Esper, what about you?" "Mechanic." Frenzied Sword was slightly hesitant. Even though he was under Han Xiao's mentorship, his current mechanic abilities were very unsuited for battle. Subconsciously, he wanted to reject the duel. Unexpectedly, Laughing Blade suddenly said, "Since we've known each other for so many years, let's have a friendly duel." You can't possibly reject a small request like this? Or do you look down on me? Frenzied Sword was speechless. Those words made it hard for him to reject. There was no need to have a falling out with someone in the same industry over something small like this. Laughing Blade laughed coldly in his mind. He had said that because he was afraid that Frenzied Sword would reject the deal. He wanted to have a duel with Frenzied Sword only because he had gained some popularity on Galaxy. Once he obtained some fame, it made him easy to become someone else's prey. If he were to defeat Frenzied Sword, he could probably tone down the latter's popularity. For a professional gamer who had attended a program to be defeated by him, he could become a little more famous as well. Laughing Blade was very confident. He felt that an awakened Esper was quite strong. His elementary application was a rock-earth fusion armor that was suitable for defense. It was strong against pistols, so he felt that his chances of winning were quite high. Even if he were to lose, he could test the gap between them. Anyway, at this point, they would not die. Laughing Blade felt that this deal only had benefits to him, and he would not have any losses. Also, he looked toward Black Phantom, who was standing at one side, his gaze lighting up. If Frenzied Sword can unlock a hidden quest, I'll give it a try too. Chapter 153, Controlling Behind the Scenes. Chapter 153, Controlling Behind the Scenes. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Xiao watched with interest from the side. Laughing Blade? No impression of him. Probably not important enough in Galaxy. Frenzied Sword would eventually become a legendary player in the future, but right now he was bowing his head to Laughing Blade. This scene left him feeling nostalgic. For some reason, it brought him back to those days in the past when he first started. Back then, there was a point in time when his power-leveling business was dwindling. To find other ways to get income, he had entered a small office to help them mine gold to earn some rewards. That office often forced him to work overtime and cut his pay. Asking them about pay would only elicit answers that were nothing short of excuses. The office's boss took advantage of being a business owner. When Han Xiao asked about his pay for the 9th time and started arguing with him, the boss told him that if he wanted to continue, he could. If he was not going to continue, he could just scram. If he continued to complain, then he would PK him until his level reached 0. What else could Han Xiao do? He was also very exasperated. All he could do was to use his main account to show the boss why the business was doing so well. For a few weeks, he massacred all the players in the office till it suffered heavy losses and was on the verge of closing down. Then, he earned a reasonably large amount of reimbursement in exchange for his emotional losses. In-game blackmailing was not illegal. The happy times are gone. There's no turning back. Han Xiao puffed as he smoked. As he overcame his obstacles, he could only appreciate it now because of his past experiences. Frenzied Sword could only accept Laughing Blade's request. Currently, he was LV11, way ahead of average players' levels. Other than a mechanic's repairing and reinforcement skills, he could only use basic shooting and fighting skills. Han Xiao had complete understanding of Frenzied Sword's fighting abilities. With a flash in his eyes, he called out to Frenzied Sword. "Come here." Frenzied Sword was a little confused as he followed orders accordingly. Han Xiao took off his thermoelectrical incisor gloves, secretly giving them to him. With a look at the gloves' stats, Frenzied Sword's breathing stopped for a moment, his face overcome with shock and surprise. "I'm only lending them to you. You have to return them." Han Xiao erased Frenzied Sword's unrealistic hopes. Frenzied Sword was still very touched. It was the right decision to suck up to Han Xiao. He could even receive such a benefit. Is it because he's afraid that I'll lose, making him lose face? Putting on the gloves, Frenzied Sword had a greater sense of confidence. Standing 15 meters apart from Laughing Blade, both of them braced themselves, getting ready to attack. Nearby, players began crowding around to watch the show. They were mainly curious about Frenzied Sword and wanted to see the difference between a professional gamer who had his name reported on the system and a regular player. Even if he is a professional player, he should be about the same level in these early stages. With only a few basic abilities, he probably can't show off his mechanic abilities as well. I think there's an advantage in these early stages. Maybe he's practiced fighting before in real life, or he's someone who was in the military. After all, the controls here are so realistic. The players murmured to one another. With a low cry, Laughing Blade made the first move, launching himself forward. With every step, the sand on the ground wrapped itself around his calves and snaked up to his body, forming a sandstone armor covering his body. His pistol can only fire at most 5 shots, and my abilities can definitely hold him off. As long as I close the distance between us, he's definitely finished. Laughing Blade thought. The players were all new. The level of their control was only at a level where they understood how to use the skills and what they did. Laughing Blade's decision was correct, but Frenzied Sword's reaction gave Laughing Blade a shock. Instead of moving back and using the pistol to kite him, he rushed forward instead. Both people quickly collided into one another. Without thinking twice, Laughing Blade sent his fist, which was wrapped in sandstone armor, flying toward Frenzied Sword, and Frenzied Sword met his fist with his black-gloved palm. Could this glove be special equipment? Just as Laughing Blade had this thought, he suddenly experienced a series of burning pains. Stunned, he realized that his health points were reduced to 0 in that moment. His vision turned black as he immediately died. From the start to end, this duel only lasted 3 seconds. On the battlefield, only Frenzied Sword remained. The wind blew up the edges of his clothes. Expressionless, he truly resembled a solitary professional at the top of his game. The surrounding players watched, dazed, unable to react. Was that an instant KO? That's way too fast. Too overpowered. No wonder he could get on Galaxy Times. Could the secret quest really have given him such a huge lead over the rest of us? Everyone was a new player. Technically, their battle power should have been about the same. Using a pistol, it would take at least 4 or 5 shots before one would die, and Laughing Blade's Esper ability obviously strengthened his defense. Some players remembered Laughing Blade's performance during the Wild Beast attack. When he was surrounded by 2 gray wolves, he was still able to hold them off. But when he fought with Frenzied Sword, he died instantly just by meeting fists with him. What kind of godly attack power was this? Everyone stared at Frenzied Sword's glove, envy showing on their faces. That is high-level equipment. Mechanics can make something like that? I thought they could only make guns. I really want one too. Not long after, the revived Laughing Blade ran over, his face looking dark as he said unhappily, "Didn't we agree that it would be a friendly battle? How could you?" "You." He originally wanted to say how could he have killed him, but he felt that saying it would be too shameful. Having defeated an old opponent, Frenzied Sword only felt refreshed from being able to settle all the discontent from the past as he chuckled. "Sorry. I didn't know you were so vulnerable." This sentence made Laughing Blade so angry that he could felt the heat rising up from his chest. Calling me vulnerable for dying. It was a complete loss for him. Dying once cost him a lot of EXP. Laughing Blade was very upset. He initially thought that once the duel reached a certain point, they would end it, but he did not expect to be an instant killed, not to mention he could not even blame Frenzied Sword. He was so distressed that he could feel his heart tightening up over this horrible situation. After the crowd around them had left, Frenzied Sword obediently returned the gloves to Han Xiao, hesitating as he asked, "Han, Black Phantom, are you selling these gloves?" Han Xiao looked at him from the side of his eye, opening up the shop listing as he added, "Thermoelectrical incisor gloves, at a fixed price of 80,000, with a reputation of 15 points. This set of gloves was a prize that he had seized from Rose Militant. After learning the basic knowledge up front, he had instead experimented to create the blueprints to create the thermoelectrical incisor gloves. By spending some EXP, he could make one on his own now. Frenzied Sword was instantly motivated. Excitedly, he clenched his fists. This close combat equipment designed for mechanics was his favorite. "I can't afford it now, but I will be able to sooner or later." Then, Laughing Blade suddenly inched closer. His gaze lit, he stared at Han Xiao and asked, "Black Phantom, I heard you're enemies with Germinal. I want to join you." In this time frame, the discussion board had all sorts of different guesses as to how one could trigger the Black Phantom's secret quest. They thought that as long as one showed their intention to become Germinal's enemies, there was a chance that they could trigger Black Phantom's secret quest. Many players were guessing the phrase to trigger that. In his short time in Green Valley Ville, Han Xiao had heard several of such guesses and had rejected them all. This led the players to a final conclusion. It was all about possibility when one was trying to trigger Black Phantom's secret quest. Laughing Blade was also trying his luck. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, you seem to be not bad. There's a lead." Laughing Blade grinned in surprise. Frenzied Sword's heart fell. Getting nervous, he could feel a strong sense of discomfort welling within him for some reason. "But you don't seem to be up to par yet." Han Xiao suddenly changed his words as he waved, rejecting Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade had not even finished his breath and was left speechless for a while. His expression was annoyed. With his heart full of jealousy toward Frenzied Sword, he muttered to himself in anger, "This guy is really some lucky dog." Frenzied Sword heaved a sigh of relief, regaining his composure. Han Xiao almost laughed aloud upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction, as if he were a guy who had almost been cheated on. What kind of description was that? What would that make me? Han Xiao tossed aside this crazy idea. On the interface, quite an amount of EXP had accumulated. For players in Green Valley Ville who intended to change their class, they all would have completed that by the next day. Han Xiao would prepare to leave after that. While he was collecting EXP, someone recorded Frenzied Sword and Laughing Blade's battle and uploaded it onto the forum. Luzman was a player who came from Bighorn Village. By luck, he had managed to get into the phases of beta testing and had been saving his money before he switched his class. He wanted to join the strongest class. When it was time for public testing, he saw Black Phantom's battle and was captivated. Hurriedly, he wanted to switch to become a mechanic. Other players tried to complete tasks to improve their relationship with Black Phantom, but Luzman could not wait. He used his money to gain 5 reputation points with Black Phantom. From the 5 basic knowledges that Black Phantom taught, he learned basic weaponry knowledge, as he liked this name the most. But Luzman quickly realized that mechanics were not as strong as Black Phantom made them out to be. After losing continuously in the duel, he felt that he had been cheated. This class was way too weak. But he could not bear to abandon his beta testing account and had asked the customer service if he could change his class. But that was of course not possible, leaving him infuriated. What a waste of having this opportunity to enter the beta test. This account is useless now. Luzman had been extremely frustrated. Going onto the forums, he had put up posts everywhere, regardless of topic. He had planned to thoroughly bash the mechanic class by repeating how trashy it was and let all of the players know that mechanic was a trashy class. Players had debated after his comments. Initially, Luzman had been satisfied with what he saw. That was his original intention. He had also enjoyed the feeling of his words being taken seriously by others. Chapter 154, Alumira's Searcher. Chapter 154, Alumira's Searcher. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Scrolling through the forum, Luzman realized that he had been tagged. He clicked into the post, and there was a video of Frenzied Sword and Laughing Blade dueling, and people were gloatingly asking him to explain himself. Luzman had recently gone crazy hard on mechanics on the various forums. His stance was not the most annoying thing. Him posting everywhere was what annoyed people the most. He constantly forced people to read his post as if they were not already aware of his comments. This behavior made him loathed by everyone. At Luzman, a mechanic has killed an Esper. Why don't you come out and explain? After watching the video, Luzman immediately retorted, "This is just a rare instance. That Laughing Blade did not know how to play at all. Ha, you've suffered consecutive duel losses. But how did someone else win? Just admit you're a rookie, Luzman." Luzman stifled his anger and replied, "Frenzied Sword has triggered a secret quest. He was more advanced in rank and equipment. There is no point in battling. Do you mean the equipment given by NPCs isn't enough? Then what for are you doing missions for? Taking rewards for what? Collecting money for what? Just admit you're a rookie and stand still when being scolded. Damn it." Luzman was fuming. He straight away came back. What I said about mechanics being weak was none of your business. Then why are you posting that everywhere? Think before you speak. Won't you? Luzman was exasperated. Damn you! Can you stop barking? Are you that low for you to come and be scolded by me? Finally, your true colors have shown. You're a troll, stop acting. You chose this profession on your own. How can you say you were cheated? This is hilarious. Who do you think you are? Why would the gaming company cheat you? Were you looking for your sense of existence everywhere? I would not have chosen Esper if the Black Phantom did not lie to me. Oh, it wasn't my fault. It's the world's fault. Nobody pointed a gun at you, forcing you to choose your class. Did they? Are you that dumb to push the blame to an NPC? If you regret it, open a new account and stop posting everywhere. You brat. Son of AB***TCH. Luzman was seething. At this moment, an official message appeared on Luzman's screen. It was detected that you frequently used insulting terms. Hence your forum account will be banned for 3 days. Luzman was stunned. What the hell? He was unable to reply. Naturally, the players on the forum soon discovered this and gloated at him. Haha. Banned for cursing, aren't you? This is great. Let's go, he is clearly a troll. Luzman could only read and not reply. He was indignant and sullen, itching to smash something. That's interesting. freewebnovel.com. Han Xiao finished reading the forum's comments, and his fingers were itching to reply, but sadly, he could not. Thinking back when he was on the forum, he loved to watch people getting into a catfight. That was a great pastime. However, there were some people who got really angry because of the catfight. These were the people who were too innocent. If you are unable to win an argument, just treat it as something to do for fun. Everything on the internet is pointless. It is all virtual and will not affect you in real life. Han Xiao had also once been a despised power leveler. He had been bashed by other players. When there was nothing to do, he could get into a catfight and treat it as something to lighten up his day. Looking at the lively players on the forum while he himself could only be a spectator, Han Xiao felt very lonely. He missed the days when he was involved in a fiery verbal sparring. Even though he had always felt that the term verbal sparring was filthy. Looking at the time, it was nearing dusk, and the battlefield had been cleaned up. Han Xiao heard an engine from afar. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. There were a few off-road vehicles speeding across the muddy road. Green Valley Ville opened its gates, and Balsas was standing beside the gate to welcome these few vehicles with respect. A thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind. The vehicle has an Alamara crest. When the off-road vehicle drove into the town, armed guards got off the bus and guarded a man who was dressed exquisitely. Xiao Jin, the second leader of Alamara, had sent the emissary Xiao Rui to South Continent to find the germinal bounty Zero. More than half a year ago, the Alamara family had realized that the appearance of this Zero was exactly the same as the missing Han Xiao, so Xiao Jin sent people to look for him. However, they had ended up empty-handed for a long time. Xiao Rui was the leader of the search team. Balsas was extremely deferential toward Xiao Rui. He led everyone into the main house. The table was set with drinks and piping hot, fragrant barbecued meat. There was a cross-sectional cut on it, and the texture of the skin looked like a wave of an ocean. There was a hint of pink in the middle of the reddish-brown flesh. It was clear that the meat was tender even without biting into it. It was gray devil wolf's meat that had been collected 2 hours ago, and it was extremely fresh. Other dishes included some vegetables and mashed potato-like crop. In this rogue town, the expenses of the dishes were considerable, and Xiao Rui was very satisfied with Balsa's hospitality. The group sat down around the food, and Xiao Rui, who was covered in dust, scoffed down the food. He ate 3 pieces of barbecue meat in one go and only slowed down after he swallowed them. He wiped his mouth and said calmly to Balsas, who waiting at one side, "I will rest for a few days in your territory and continue to find that damn bastard. I'll get someone to prepare the rooms," Balsas replied. "Let me know again of any requests." Xiao Rui's status in the family was higher than his, hence Balsas' posture was awfully low. Okay. Xiao Rui was pleased with Balsa's attitude. He decided to stay for a few days more in Green Valley Ville. He had spent this last half a year searching for news of Zero in the South Continent, and he had enough of this aimless searching. It was a form of torture. Ever since Han Xiao's disappearance, the family thought that he was dead and did not take it to heart. However, after finding out that he had become Zero, everyone was shocked. Alamera did not wish to provoke Germinal. Thus, to find out what exactly happened, Xiao Jin assigned him to bring Han Xiao back to the family for questioning. Yet the target had not been found after 6 months. Xiao Rui was filled with resentment toward Han Xiao. It was all because of this regenerated guy that he could not enjoy his life in comfort at his family's headquarters. He had met Han Xiao a few times before. He was weak and hopeless. If not for him being Xiao Jin's biological son, he would have been sent to clean the toilets. Xiao Rui was an orphan adopted from a war, and there were many orphans like him under Xiao Jin. All of them grew up competing with one another, and each racked their brains scheming to improve their status. Hence, he was extremely envious of Han Xiao as he did not have to struggle as much. Initially, when he heard that Han Xiao had died, he was secretly very happy during his funeral. He knew that his adopted brothers felt the same way even though they were grieving on the outside. The first impression Xiao Rui had of Han Xiao made it difficult for him to link Han Xiao and the Zero that was talked about on the dark net. Why didn't you just die and leave me alone? Why must you give me so much trouble? Xiao Rui had grumbled on more than one occasion. He looked at Balsas and chatted for a while before asking casually, "Is there anything going on recently in this town?" "Yes, those refugees outside." Balsas told him about his findings. Xiao Rui was surprised. "There's actually such a weird crowd? You have to report your findings to the family." "I know. There's something else. Black Phantom is also resting in this town. His reason is unknown. He claims that it was on the way." Xiao Rui's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom is here, too? Recently, the Darknet's killer list had been updated. Black Phantom's rank had risen to 7th, and he was very active. To know that this legendary killer was nearby, Xiao Rui was somewhat uneasy. "We'd better not provoke him," Balsas replied. Xiao Rui was undecided as he knitted his brows together in a deep frown. He turned and saw Lu Cheng, his expressionless personal bodyguard who was right behind him. This eased his nervous mood. Lu Cheng sensed Xiao Rui's gaze and reassured him indifferently. "Don't worry. Even if we face Black Phantom, I can still protect your life. He can't do anything to me." The sun was setting. Ever since the off-road vehicles entered the town, Han Xiao had felt a change in Green Valley Ville. The town's lookout had kept a close watch on him, as if they were worried about his activities. From this small detail, Han Xiao was fairly confident that the person on the vehicle that had entered the town was an important character. "I don't have a deep impression of Illumira's family. It seems like they were not a special group in the original quest." "Oh, I've recalled. I think in the secondary quest of the power struggle of vagrant warlords, this family was the one of the strongest powers." Yes, this secondary quest and Bennett's refugee quest had a partial conflict. "The vagrants and I did not have a lot of interactions. Don't think it will affect this quest." Han Xiao had been eyeing Bennett's quest for a long time. He did not know when it started, but with his good relationship with Bennett, coupled with the positive notes from the Darknet organization, as well as his universal reputation, there was a high chance that he would be invited by Bennett to participate in the refugee plan, and that would be Aquamarine's second main quest. Chapter 155, Fruit of Face. Chapter 155, Fruit of Face. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. As a participant in the main quest mission, the mission Han Xiao would receive should be quite different from the other players, and he was very excited. Alamera seemed like an indirect enemy. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "We'll see when the time comes. There isn't any cause for concern now. This is just a small territory." The interface showed that he had accumulated more than 1 million EXP. Aquamarine had 19 novice villages. Excluding the 6 on Andrea mainland and not counting Bighorn Village and Green Valley Ville, this meant that Han Xiao still had 11 chances of earning from teaching mechanic skills to those who switched to the mechanics class. This was more than enough for him to rise till LV60, after which he could then go to some dangerous places, collecting rare abilities, skills, and machinery. Hence, it was rumored that max level is the beginning. Although he did not have a rank limit imposed by the version, the quality-price ratio to continuously increase his rank was not the highest. Since Han Xiao possessed a huge channel of EXP, he used it extravagantly to improve his skills. Talent points could not be used carelessly, but EXP did not really matter. He straightaway upgraded 3 skills to the highest level: Flaming Will, Overload, and Moving Snipe. These 3 combat skills were all important, and the explosive power was upgraded once again. If Flaming Will and Overload were to start at the same time, it was even possible for the Ghost Sniper Rifle to take over 2000 HP. The 3 skills were fully upgraded, and they brought along 3 talent points. His accumulated talent points were 24 now, and he saved them so as to not use them unnecessarily. With the remaining EXP, Han Xiao fused his knowledge together and randomly obtained new blueprints. Fortunately, the fusion this time around was quite good. Sunworm Portable Flamethrower. The flame had continuous damage. The important point was that it had a small volume but a large range of impact. It could be carried with you or loaded as a small component on a vehicle or robot. A player who took the role of patrolling in the town suddenly dashed over and shouted in fear, "I found an army. They are approaching, and they have triggered a mission." The players of Green Ville became restless and all went to check out their interface. Han Xiao's brow jumped momentarily. He actually received a mission too. You have triggered a random mission, Invasion of Green Valley Ville. Mission summary: Green Valley Ville, which is controlled by the Alamera family, is very close to the inhabited land, Black Pine, Lu Cheng's territory. There has been continuous friction between them. Now, Lu Cheng's troops are once again invading Green Valley Ville. You can choose to help the Alamera family protect Green Valley Ville or help Lu Cheng attack. Please choose your position. Mission requirements: tip off balsas and protect Green Valley Ville. Otherwise, you can choose to join Lu Cheng's troops and attack Green Valley Ville. Note: once you have picked a side, you are not allowed to switch. Mission rewards: 1. By protecting Green Valley Ville, you will receive 12,000 EXP and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. 2. By helping Lu Cheng complete the attack, you will receive 10,000 EXP. I actually received the novice mission as well? Han Xiao broke into laughter. He did not care about this small reward, but Lu Cheng, who was mentioned in the mission, caught his attention. If he remembered correctly, Lu Cheng was Old Man Lu's son, a South Continent vagrant who was a big warlord. Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints could only be obtained from Lu Cheng. An idea came to Han Xiao's head, and he immediately made a decision. As long as he got to interact with Lu Cheng, he would then be able to know when the secret quest would begin. As for those 4 uncommon blueprints, he had been eyeing them for a long time. I will observe for a while, see if the leader is Lu Cheng himself or his subordinate. Han Xiao took out his sniper rifle and oiled it. He idled around and appeared as a sharp contrast to the busy players around him. This urgent mission resulted in the players taking action. Some of them immediately chose to protect Green Valley Ville, which offered a higher reward, and went to tip off the guard. There were still some players surveying the situation first. Balsas received the information and jumped out of his lover's bed in shock. He hurriedly threw on his clothes and arrived at the town's lookout tower with quick steps. The observatory was built with stones and bricks, and the top was spread with weeds as a ceiling. Damn it! The bastard of Black Pine came again. Balsas cursed with a pair of gloomy triangular eyes. Green Valley Ville was just one part of Alamera, and Lu Cheng was actually a local vagrant warlord from the South Continent. His power was even more tremendous. Lu Cheng's headquarters were in Black Pine, and Green Valley Ville was located just dozens of miles away. Lu Cheng had eyed this strategic location for a long time and tried to invade several times. No one had expected him to launch an attack today. Xiao Rui arrived beside Balsas and pointed at the dense mess of surrounding players and assured him, "Don't worry, don't we have cannon fodder?" Balsas' eyes lit up. With this bunch of unbeatable eccentric refugees, they were able to counteract Lu Cheng's military advantage. Balsas called the assistant and ordered, "Go tell that bunch of refugees outside that I need them to ward off Lu Cheng's army. As long as they completed my mission, everyone will receive money. Don't give too much, Xiao Rui added on. Their lives are worthless. I understand. This bunch of refugees were the best cannon fodder. They were the trump card to defeating Lu Cheng. Balsas let out a sinister smile. Luck is on our side. Agayuyobinovel.com. Lu Cheng sat in the middle of a war chariot and looked serious. This unit had more than 60 off-road armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and rockets, followed by hundreds of fully equipped elite soldiers. They were all trained and qualified soldiers. One soldier could fight at least 3 enemies, and the soldiers knew how to work together in different formations. They were not a common vagrant of the mob. Lu Cheng had been coveting Green Valley Ville for a long time. There was a strategic mountain pass between this town and his land, Black Pine. Once he seized the town, there would be no worries in the future. We must capture Green Valley Ville this time round. The troops were getting closer to Green Valley Ville. Lu Cheng soon noticed the crowd surrounding the town. They wore ragged garments, like a group of refugees, guarding the town. Lu Cheng's face immediately darkened, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. What a despicable bastard to use refugees as cannon fodder. He ordered the military fleet to park a distance away from the town, just outside of the firing range of the machine guns. The smoke and dust quickly dissipated. The ruts left on the muddy road exuded a burning smell, and the heat from the friction somewhat contorted the air. The players who chose to protect the town all held onto their weapons tightly and waited on high alert. The cold, armored vehicles and the compressed gun barrels made many people nervous. They swallowed their saliva with unease. Beads of sweat on their foreheads were reflecting light under the sun. Many observing players had some doubts. Were they not allowed to choose their camp? It seemed like that they would begin fighting any minute now, and they might have no time to choose a side. Balsas, are you thinking of blocking my gunfire with these pathetic fellows? Lu Cheng took out a megaphone, and his voice traveled out. Everyone in the town could hear his voice clearly. My men are able to tear them to shreds easily. Do you want me to paint your territory with fresh blood? Balsas emerged above the wall and smiled coldly. Lu Cheng frowned and looked at the group of shabbily dressed refugees. He calmly offered, I'll give you the opportunity to leave now. There is no need to die here. The refugees were restless for a while, but he realized that they did not waver despite that. Are these people unafraid of death? Lu Cheng was astonished. He realized that there was not the slightest bit of fear on this bunch of refugees' faces. He hesitated to give the command of attack. Balsas faintly guessed the values of this group of refugees. What they cared about the most was profit instead of their lives. Seeing Lu Cheng's hesitation, Balsas was very proud of himself and was rather scornful of Lu Cheng's indecisiveness. He ridiculed lowly, what an excessive tendency to clemency. To be apprehensive toward endangering the refugees' lives would only hinder his battle. Lu Cheng's choice appeared awfully stupid in Balsas' eyes. Balsas grinned evilly and was about to order the refugees to counterattack when he suddenly realized that there was movement from the sidelines. Black Phantom. Han Xiao stretched his back and strode unhurriedly to the center of the confrontation. He instantly caught the attention of both sides and the players. He crossed his arms and called loudly, Give me some face. If you all want to go to war, do it tomorrow. His voice was as good as a loudspeaker. Everyone was taken aback. Why is he intervening? Balsas immediately swallowed back his almost released order. Lu Cheng froze, sizing Han Xiao up, before exclaiming hoarsely, Black Phantom, why is this fellow here? The commanders of both sides were afraid of the consequences, so they ordered the troops to lay down their weapons. The tense atmosphere of confrontation dissipated immediately. The players were bewildered. They were not very familiar with Aquamarine's background. From the mission brief, it was known that Balsas and Lu Cheng were warlords of influence. Black Phantom gave out an order on his own, and the two warlords with armed forces immediately feared the consequences. This roused the players' curiosity. With one sentence from Black Phantom, he was able to halt the war. He was able to make the two warlords overlook their feud. Who exactly was he? Just how high was his status to dare say the phrase, "Give me some face"? The most terrifying thing was that the two warlords halted immediately. How much weight does he carry? Then the players noticed something else. These NPCs all recognized Black Phantom. Exactly how big was his reputation on the planet? Could it already be to the point where he was able to cut in anywhere he went? Is this Red Hair Shank's legendary ability, Fruit of Phase 1? Bun Hit Dog, who was secretly videoing the scene, was thrilled. This kind of news material was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 156, One More in the Support Team. Chapter 156, One More in the Support Team. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Retreat. Set up the camp. Lu Cheng took a deep look at Han Xiao and swept his eyes across the refugees. He let his troops pitch a camp in the distance and eyed covetously. The players became restless. Some players who had yet to choose their side were surveying the situation. It seemed like the Green Valley Ville side had a higher possibility of winning. The sky became dark. Han Xiao walked over to Lu Cheng's camp, and the guards hastily raised their guns when they saw him approaching. Relax, I just want to have a short discussion with your leader, Han Xiao assured them. The guards continued to hold on to their guns and did not allow Han Xiao to enter the camp. At this moment, Lu Cheng heard the commotion and walked over. Let him in. If Black Phantom wanted to kill him, there was no need to inform him. It seemed like he had other intentions. He permitted the guards to make way and lead Han Xiao into the newly built tent. Frenzied Sword followed after Han Xiao. Lu Cheng sat down casually, not worried that Han Xiao might threaten his life. With his hands clasped under his chin, he remarked, "The famous Black Phantom actually appeared in this small place. I don't know the reason of your intervention. I don't think Balsas is qualified to hire a killer of your status. So what is your purpose of visiting me?" Han Xiao got straight to the point. "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Lu Cheng became suspicious. "We have not met before." Han Xiao casually made up a reason. "You are more likable than Balsas." Lu Cheng felt strange and paused before commenting. "Balsas, he's a despicable fellow. He actually let the refugees act as cannon fodder. I really don't understand, why did this bunch of refugees disregard their lives? What benefits did Balsas give them exactly? Could it be that he detained their family to threaten them? I gave them an opportunity to live, yet they don't want to leave. They don't have much combat strength, why don't you just crush them? With your armed forces strength, it would be a completely one-sided massacre." Han Xiao half smiled. Lu Cheng's face was blank. He declined to comment and changed the topic. "Black Phantom, I don't know you, and I don't know why you want to help me. What do you plan to do, kill Balsas? I believe this is an easy task for you." "No, I don't want to kill people," Han Xiao said perfunctory. Lu Cheng's lips twisted. A killer said he did not wish to kill people? This is more ridiculous than saying a navy can't swim. Then how do you plan to help me? "You are concerned about the refugees. I can help you resolve that." Lu Cheng raised his eyebrows. "You can convince them? Perhaps. Then what do you want from me?" Lu Cheng did not believe that a legendary killer, who was a stranger, would help for free. He was certain that the Black Phantom had a motive, but he did not understand what the Black Phantom fancied from him. "I don't need a reward." Lu Cheng's eyes darkened, and he stared at Han Xiao's eyes. What he saw was a dense fog, and he was unable to penetrate Han Xiao's thoughts. Generally speaking, if one did not want a reward, it meant that the person harbored other intentions and bigger ambitions. Silence. Frenzied Sword felt lost as he was listening to their conversation. But that did not hinder him from sensing that the atmosphere had become rigid, and his nape somewhat tightened. After 2 minutes of deadlock, Lu Cheng did not say anything at the end. He nodded and said slowly, "Then I'll count on you." Han Xiao petted Frenzied Sword's shoulder while walking out of Lu Cheng's camp, saying, "I've things for you to do." You triggered the mission, disseminating of information. The mission was to disseminate the information of Black Phantom joining Lu Cheng's camp, using reputation as a form of reward. The greater the number of people who came to know this information, the higher the reward would be, and players were surprisingly counted in as the head count. Frenzied Sword did not doubt him and diligently went to disseminate this piece of information in Green Valley Ville. Perhaps the ordinary players would be amazed to encounter this type of real-life interaction mission, but Frenzied Sword had gone through Han Xiao's baptism of love, and hence was not shocked at any kind of mission anymore. Next up will be to see how much influence I have, Han Xiao said. Frenzied Sword was really efficient, and perhaps because he had a bit of a fame now, the news spread through words of mouth quickly. Very soon, it had spread throughout Green Valley Ville. Then there was a huge commotion among the community of players. If we choose Green Valley Ville, does it mean we'll become enemies with Black Phantom? How is it possible to beat him? Is this a mission guide? The players were panicking. The image of Han Xiao ferociously killing the beasts was still deeply etched in their minds. Becoming enemies with Black Phantom would be equivalent to courting death. The situation of the mission was immediately turned upside down. The chances of Green Valley Ville winning had become an all-time low. Also, choosing to protect Green Valley Ville meant that the players had to attack Black Phantom. That would result in a decline in their likability with Black Phantom. That was too big a sacrifice for such a small mission. If they were to fight for real, should they attack him or not? If they did not attack him, how could they protect Greentown Ville? This was a thorny problem. The players who had chosen Green Valley Ville were gloomy. They felt they had no chance of winning. If they want to complete the mission, they could only join Liu Cheng's camp, but they were unable to re-elect their camp. Bun Hit Dog was very decisive. He was the first to advance to Liu Cheng's camp. The mission was second. His main objective was to capture more of Han Xiao's axe. The guards had received Liu Cheng's orders and allowed the refugees to pass. Bun Hit Dog successfully joined Liu Cheng's camp, and Han Xiao, who was observing at one side, narrowed his eyes as he noticed Bun Hit Dog. This ID seems familiar. Isn't he a video master? Han Xiao remembered Bun Hit Dog's ID. He was a rather famous video master uploader. He had done many seasons of the Galaxy series and was very well received. At this moment, Han Xiao had another idea. Han Xiao strode out and stopped in front of Bun Hit Dog. You made a wise choice. I feel that you have potential. Do you want to become my temporary assistant? Han Xiao asked. Bun Hit Dog's eyes became as big as saucers. He was stupefied. Did he just trigger the secret quest? He never had any extravagant expectations, but he did not expect himself to come upon it. This is life. You might not get what you want, yet what you don't want could be gifted to you. This is too unexpected. Bun Hit Dog was suddenly frozen on the spot. There was an uproar among the observing players. He had triggered Black Phantom's secret quest. How did he do it? Was joining Black Phantom all it takes? This mission was actually a chance to trigger a secret quest? Realizing this, the players who were still observing wasted no time in joining Liu Cheng's camp. They were enthusiastic, joining the camp like a refugee tide. The camp was filled with players in an instant. It was overcrowded and jam-packed. The guards were stunned. They were unsure whether to chase people away or not. The players who were done choosing their camps impatiently went to find Han Xiao, wanting to trigger the quest. However, they were faced with rejection. Why can't we? Is it only restricted to the first person who joined the camp? That was the most possible guess. The players who were a step slower wanted to bang their heads on the ground. The pain they felt was as if they were notified of striking a lottery to only be told it was an error. They had the chance of being the first, but this chance was snatched by Bun Hit Dog just like that. A step slower. A golden opportunity missed. The players were full of regret. Han Xiao brought the overly excited Bun Hit Dog to one side and casually issued 5 reputation points. He secretly planned on how to make full use of Bun Hit Dog. Bringing along a player who was a game video maker also meant that he was bringing a reporter along. He could then have a channel to disseminate news to players freely. He could choose to give players some news selectively based on what information he wanted the players to know. Fruobnov.com. After experiencing the baptism of information explosion, controlling the public's opinion was equivalent to holding a weapon. He was able to defame the opponent, guide the public's opinion, and shape his image to his benefit. Looks like my manipulation is getting more and more high-end. Han Xiao was elated. He compiled an accompanying mission that was generous in rewards and gave it to Bun Hit Dog. Next, he took out a mobile that could be used to contact him and handed it to Bun Hit Dog as well. He urged Bun Hit Dog a million times not to lose it, so Bun Hit Dog nodded repeatedly and gripped the mobile seriously. He had 2 accompanying players, Bun Hit Dog and Frenzied Sword. The limit of Han Xiao's mission was adequate. After advancing the second time, the limit to what he could reward players increased from 300 to 500 per level. This also meant that at LV40, the increment was at around 12,000, but after the advancement it had doubled to 25,000. Now, the total value had reached up to 50,000. Han Xiao did not think of any news to disseminate, so he first gave Bun Hit Dog his contact as it would inevitably be of use in the future. Now I have 3 players that I fancy: Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon and Bun Hit Dog. The strength is slightly low. I'd need to expand my support team. Han Xiao was thinking ahead. He would rather focus on quality than quantity. He was destined to walk the elite route. If he was able to take in China's past experts, then he would have profited. However, he felt that this possibility was rather uncertain as those ultra-good players all had some strange personalities. Having only gone to 2 novice villages so far, he still had 10 more waiting for him. Thus, Han Xiao had tons of opportunities left to choose his men. Chapter 157, Nemesis. Chapter 157, Nemesis. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Balsas arrived hastily at the lookout tower and saw a large number of refugees flooding into Lu Cheng's camp. He was flustered. This bunch of refugees are abandoning my town? How did Lu Cheng subdue them? It was at this moment Balsas realized that this special bunch of refugees valued profit over anything. The only reason they were easily manipulated by those small profits was because they had not yet been offered bigger benefits. Balsas thought that he was in control of the refugees, but that was just wishful thinking. I'm doomed. Balsas was frantically running around in circles. These refugees were his trump card against Lu Cheng, and now that Lu Cheng had them, his advantage no longer existed. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Lu Cheng should not have known any special aspects of the refugees. At this moment, his assistant ran over panicky and reported the news of Black Phantom helping Lu Cheng. This news was like a thunderbolt hitting him. Balsas was stood motionless in shock. He could not imagine being enemies with Black Phantom as he knew he would die miserably. Every superhuman that died under Black Phantom's gun was a reflection of his own end. Black Phantom was of a legendary rank. Why would he help Lu Cheng suddenly? It must be because of Black Phantom that Lu Cheng was able to subdue the refugees. Why does he have so much influence on the refugees? Balsas then recalled that Black Phantom had mentioned he was only passing by. Liar. Balsas had the idea of retreating. If Balsas retreated along with the armed forces, there was a high possibility that Lu Cheng would not pursue an attack. The battle hasn't begun, and you're already thinking of running away. Have you forgotten the Alamera family's rules? Xiao Rui arrived at the lookout tower, stood beside Balsas and frowned. But that's the Black Phantom. Also, half of the refugees have betrayed us. Alamera would never withdraw from a war. Get your men ready for battle. Xiao Rui's voice was firm and full of righteousness. There's the Black Phantom though. My bodyguard, Lu Cheng, will prevent him from participating in the battle. Lu Cheng, who was standing behind Xiao Rui, stepped out blankly. His calm, confident manner soothed Balsas' nerves. Balsas clenched his teeth and hesitated for a while before making a firm decision and calling his assistant. Mobilize everyone and kick that Black Pine bastard all the way back to his home. We have some of the refugees with us at least. We still have a chance at this battle. Yes, sir. The assistant went to convey the order. There were only 3 people left on the lookout tower. Xiao Rui turned his head and said lowly, "Prepare the vehicle in case the guards fail. We must ensure that we are able to retreat. Don't worry, we are on the same side, the family's side. I'll vouch for you that we had went all out for this arduous battle." Balsas heaved a sigh of relief. Having some support steadied his heart. He was afraid Xiao Rui would let this news get to him, but it seemed like he was still rational. leaving the soldiers of Green Valley Ville behind to resist. This would delay Lu Cheng's troops and aid them in escaping, and it would also be easier to account to the Alamera family. In the early hours, the sky was dark, and a thick fog had seeped in. Green Valley Ville's guards were waiting atop the wall behind their machine guns in their bunkers. Through the wall fencing, they saw piles of sandbags in position and supporting machine guns. If they broke through the city gates, the battle would begin. They have decided to defend till their death, so a fierce battle is unavoidable. Fortunately, the number of stubborn refugees has decreased greatly. Lu Cheng put his binoculars down and let out a sigh. He did not want to massacre the refugees, and Han Xiao had done him a huge favor. Lu Cheng was flabbergasted at the fact that Han Xiao seemed to have such influence on the refugees. It only took him half a night to solve this difficult problem. As for the refugees who remained in Green Valley Ville, Lu Cheng had given them a chance, and there was also a limit to being benevolent. Attack in 20 minutes. Lu Cheng gave out a command and took advantage of the time that the troops needed to prepare to find Han Xiao to express his gratitude. It was all thanks to you that we managed to solve the issue of the refugees. Han Xiao smiled in response. There was no free lunch in the world, and the more Han Xiao did not mention a reward, the more Lu Cheng felt uneasy. He paused before saying in exasperation, "I really feel that there's nothing on me that such a character like you would be interested in." This sentence was caught by Bun Hit Dog, who was standing at the side. He sensed the hidden meaning. This kind of character? Another clue relating to Black Phantom's identity. Bun Hit Dog thought of a vague outline for the first episode. "We'll discuss again after the war ended. These refugees will fight for you," Han Xiao replied. "The refugees are not soldiers, and I'm not bosses. I'll not let them throw their lives away." Lu Cheng shook his head. "Even without your command, they'll still participate in this battle." Han Xiao lowered his voice. "Are these people lunatics? Do they not fear death?" Lu Cheng expressed his suspicions. However, the time for battle was approaching. He had no time to inquire more. He hurriedly went to command his troop. Following the fleet of vehicles, a fierce battle began. Gunfire tore the darkness apart. Lu Cheng's troops launched an intense attack on Green Valley Ville. The soldiers based on the wall and the vehicle carrying machine guns and howitzers were shooting across each other, and the battlefield was flooded with the sound of engines, machine guns, and screams of agony. The night sky was illuminated with the blaze of every exploded grenade and pervaded with the smoke from the guns. The players also began their fighting at close quarters. Green Valley Ville's players had clear commands from several small guilds leaders. While the players on Lu Cheng's side lacked cohesion, they had a large number of players. Han Xiao observed at one side as the situation did not require him to intervene yet. Lu Cheng had a high chance of winning. Suddenly, a shadow traversed across the battlefield and made a beeline toward Han Xiao along the battlefield's edge. An artillery shell's flame and bullets landed on Han Xiao's body, yet he was not at all injured. "Black Phantom, I'll be your opponent." Lu Cheng rushed over with giant strides. "I can't even mind my own business now?" Han Xiao grudgingly took out and fired a machine gun. 3 bullets hit the space between Lu Cheng's eyebrows, heart, and lower region of his body, but there was no expected blood splattered. The moment when the 3 steel bullets hit Lu Cheng, it seemed that the kinetic energy suddenly disappeared. The bullets bounced off Lu Cheng's skin, and the might was not even as good as a slingshot. Light blue smoke showing the damage dealt could be seen floating above his head. -0. -0. Han Xiao clearly saw the moment when the warhead hit, and the target's skin rippled with fine corrugation, after which the bullet lost its kinetic energy. His eyes darkened. Kinetic energy absorption? The interface showed Lu Cheng had reached LV-44. The level was not as high as Han Xiao's, but Lu Cheng's ability was very tricky. It was the natural defense against a kinetic energy weapon, and this happened to restrain his machinery. Han Xiao was unlucky. He just had to meet an enemy who was able to restrain him. With kinetic energy absorption, one could dissolve the various power exerted on the body. If the power could not break through the ability support limit, the power would then be absorbed and transformed into the opponent's power. Using physical property to attack was ineffective toward this kind of ability. To deal with kinetic energy absorption, using either quantity or mental form to attack was the best choice. The support limit of this type of ability naturally depended on the level and strength. Unfortunately, in general, the support limit would always exceed the combat capability of the same level. Lu Cheng stopped a few meters away from Han Xiao and said coldly, "Black Phantom, this battle is unrelated to you. Mind your own business." A legendary killer was eyeing covetously at edge of the battlefield. So Lu Cheng took the lead to prevent the Black Phantom from participating in the battle. Han Xiao's response was simply 2 bullets going for Lu Cheng's eyes, and they had resulted in 0 damage still. The warhead fell to the ground disappointedly. Lu Cheng's eyes did not even blink. He was not harmed at all and said indifferently, "You're Darknet's top killer and the Blood-Pact Society's trump card. Others may fear you, but not me. I'll give you a word of advice. Stay away from this battlefield." The Darknet? Blood-Pact Society? What power is that? The observing Bunhit dog had an idea and hastily stored these 2 important keywords in his heart. He was finally seeing the tip of the iceberg of Black Phantom's mysterious origin. Han Xiao's mind quickly filtered through his equipment at hand, coming up with a preliminary plan. His feet slammed onto the ground and the electromagnetic hoverboots lit up. The exerted power made him recoil rapidly. He touched his waist swiftly and pulled out 2 berserk eagles. In a quick move, he changed to a Haim bullet and opened fire. The bullets hit the side of Lu Cheng's feet, and poisonous gas began to rise and pervaded the air. Lu Cheng detected the poisonous gas and frowned. He held his breath and charged in large strides. While he was traversing through the battlefield earlier on, he had absorbed a large amount of kinetic energy from the crossfire. The kinetic energy shot out from the bottom of his feet as he dashed toward Han Xiao. With every step he took, his footprints formed big pits. He was like an unstoppable tank as he caught up with Han Xiao. He gathered an enormous amount of kinetic energy and directed it at Han Xiao's chest. Bang! As if having a head-on collision with a mad rhinoceros, his body flew out uncontrollably. The remaining power was unstoppable, and he even knocked down and killed several players who were so unfortunate to be in his way. Chapter 158 Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Chapter 158 Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. This blow made Han Xiao seem pathetic. However, his magnetically controlled retractable armor managed to reduce the impact. Hence, it only took 50 HP. He had close to 3000 HP, which was quite good among the other mechanics of the same rank. The power of Lu Cheng's released kinetic energy was not very strong, but it could easily cause repelling and flying effects, and that was the annoying part. The interface displayed the insidious effect of the poisonous gas. The Haim bullets were effective, but Lu Cheng's HP and resistance were not low too. He could still explode kinetic energy and rapidly get out of the poisonous gas cloud. It was unrealistic to use poisonous gas to deal with Lu Cheng. The effect of using high-explosive bullets was slightly better, but they were the same as the Haim bullets, unable to win by just using them. Han Xiao did not give chase as the ammunition he had was limited, and there were only 3 magazines with high-explosive bullets left. He took a deep breath to increase his blood oxygen content. He stomped his feet and stopped recoiling from the impact. A deep trail could be seen on the ground. He put both his guns away and put his hands in a stance to ward off the charging Lu Cheng with his iron fists. The kinetic energy of Lu Cheng's iron fists almost smashed open Han Xiao's stance. Lu Cheng's kinetic energy was able to amplify power, and Han Xiao was vulnerable in terms of power. An artillery shell exploded nearby. There was a glare, and both men were intertwined in a fight, one attacking and one guarding. This posture resembled a paper-cut silhouette drawing, disappearing in a flash. Lu Cheng roared and slammed his fists onto Han Xiao's head. The kinetic energy of that action caused a tremor in the air. Han Xiao was beaten to the extent that his head became crooked and his cervical vertebrae cracked bone by bone. He grabbed Lu Cheng's shoulder and refused to let himself fly out because of the impact of that hit. His other hand started the thermoelectrical incisor gloves and aimed it toward Lu Cheng's eyes. High temperature. Lu Qing quickly raised his head in alert. The glove glided across his cheek and left a burn, exposing his flesh. The burn stung his nerves, and in that moment, Lu Qing exploded the kinetic energy within his body, causing a tremendous force to push Han Xiao out. Han Xiao panted and removed the mud that was sputtered all over his face. Firearms were useless, and this cost him a chance of surprise kill. In addition, it would only enable the opponent to absorb more kinetic energy. However, he still had other types of weapons such as flames and poisonous gas that both could kill and injure. Fortunately, he is unable to absorb such energy. Otherwise, I really would not know how to subdue him. Lu Qing covered the burn on his face, glanced fearfully at Han Xiao's gloves, and immediately turned around to run off in another direction. Han Xiao froze, and his expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly gave chase. On a war vehicle, a soldier who was controlling machine guns saw a figure rapidly approaching. He instinctively turned the muzzle around to aim at the figure, and the compressed bullets were hitting the target. However, he was stupefied at the discovery that the target, who should have been shot into a sieve, was unscathed. The warheads dropped onto the ground one by one. "Don't hit him!" Han Xiao yelled. It was a pity that the reminder came too late. The surrounding war vehicles fired at Lu Qing, who absorbed all the kinetic energy. Both of Lu Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and the amount of kinetic energy was almost overflowing. Lu Qing's muscles were twitching like those of an agitated mouse. He turned around, and the ground that he had stepped on exploded into a big hole. His whole body flew as if it was an exploded artillery shell. This was the combined kinetic energy of 1,000 bullets. This speed is too fast for me. Han Xiao's eyes blurred, and he could not avoid it in time. The impact was like hitting a moving train. The scenery in his line of sight fell back quickly, and he resembled a baseball that had been hit for a home run, flying tens of meters. He landed and bounced countless times before falling into a ditch along the sides of the road. His body was covered with mud, and finally he crashed into a war vehicle, overturning it before stopping. He felt really dizzy, and his whole body ached. Magnetically controlled retractable armor's durability dropped by 132 points. You received 241 points of damage. The enemy knew how to bring out the advantage of his ability, which in turn made Han Xiao suffer a small loss. Lu Qing. I did not hear of his name in my previous life. To think he would be so troublesome to deal with. Ah, he is a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon. I mustn't underestimate him. Han Xiao's eyes turned cold as he entered into combat concentration mode, spat out a mouthful of blood, and leaped up once again to fight Lu Qing. Enveloped in the flames of war, the two fought fiercely on the battlefield. Bullets whistled past the ears, and flames illuminated the horizon again and again. The area around the two became free of bullets. Soldiers dare not attack Lu Qing again, but Lu Qing could always knock himself against the gun muzzle. This battle is greatly disadvantageous for me. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He abandoned Lu Qing and rushed toward Green Valley Ville. Just like a shadow, he disappeared in a flash. Avoiding the firing by Green Valley Ville's guards, Han Xiao glided up the wall with a few steps, opened fire with both of his guns, and killed the guards wantonly. Bullets penetrated each and every person, and blood was splattered everywhere. Lu Qing was alarmed and hastily pursued him. Green Valley Ville was the fundamental point of conflict. Han Xiao had understood this point and immediately adopted the tactic of avoiding the enemy's strength and attacking his weakness. Hence, he did not continue to fight Lu Qing painstakingly. Unless Lu Qing did not want this town, Han Xiao would only be led by his nose. In the moments between his fight with Lu Qing, Han Xiao thought of a strategy. After changing the magazine, he shot down a few more guards. There was suddenly a huge gust of wind behind him, and Han Xiao twisted his body to avoid it. Lu Qing swept past a few inches away. Having missed the opportunity, he punched the wall and smashed a huge piece off it. Broken bricks and stones spilled over the ground. Lu Qing's body became sluggish, as if he had fully exhausted his kinetic energy. Here's my chance. Both of Han Xiao's hands aimed at Lu Qing's head, the high heat from the thermoelectrical incisor gloves warping the air. Lu Chang did not show any signs of being flustered. Instead, there was a glimpse of accomplishment. You got tricked. The strong kinetic energy was surging again, and there were no signs of exhaustion. That was just a feint. This was a long-awaited killing strike that contained 80% of his kinetic energy. He soared, and with amazing swiftness, he lifted his knee to knock onto Han Xiao's chin. Once hit, the impact would smash half of Han Xiao's face and fracture it. Han Xiao flew off the wall with his head tilted up. That didn't feel right. Lu Chang was shocked. His knees did not have the feeling of striking a concrete object. Han Xiao had been vigilant. Just now, in the flash of light, he had used the electromagnetic hover boots to retreat. He was only gently scratched by Lu Cheng's knee, and he was hardly injured. While he was in midair, he withdrew his berserk eagles, aimed at Lu Cheng's eyes and opened fire. This attack was fruitless. Lu Chang went stiff for a moment. He could not escape, yet his face did not change. He knew this bullet was ineffective against his ability. Bang! When the bullet was about to hit his eyes, the bullet lost its kinetic energy as usual. However, the warhead suddenly burst out a dazzling glare. Lu Chang covered his eyes and let out a blood-curdling scream. His vision was a vast expanse of whiteness. The stinging pain in his two eyes affected his brain's sense of equilibrium. Flash bullet. Oh! The thought of it taking effect right on his eyes. What a sweet feeling. Han Xiao had been mulling over this attack for a long time. Han Xiao's hand reached out, and with the help of the wall's chink, he climbed up the wall once again. Taking advantage of Lu Chang losing his vision, this was the best timing to launch, overload, and flaming will. Han Xiao's hands suddenly pressed on Lu Cheng's face. This time around, the attack was definitely the best. Even if Flaming Will's face was as black as before, the damage later on would still be off the charts. -423. -423. The damage might have seemed worse than the sniper rifle, but the thermoelectrical incisor gloves relied mainly on continuous damages. It was already considered formidable for a sudden explosive force that was able to reach this level. Lu Chang was not like Han Xiao. His HP was only around 2,000. It easily reduced to 80% in just a short while, and the damage was still flooding the interface. The burning smell was pervasive. Lu Chang yelled bitterly and got up. He hurriedly exploded his kinetic energy and pushed Han Xiao away. Lu Cheng's face was severely burned and beyond recognition. His face was a mix of burnt flesh and red blood. Lu Cheng's eyesight was damaged, and the light and shadow in his vision was distorted. He could barely identify a direction as he fled, staggering, with his teeth tightly clenched. Han Xiao promptly gave chase, and Lu Cheng's heart sank. He was hoping that Black Phantom would attend to the battle and not chase after him. Fleeing was hopeless. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. He fulfilled his last duty as a bodyguard by holding up Han Xiao. If Lu Chang died, the Alamera family would surely take good care of his family. The two of them were soon a distance away from the battlefield, and they pursued each other into the woods. Chapter 159, Family. Chapter 159, Family. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chang slowed down and fell to the ground. He had depleted his accumulated kinetic energy. He turned and realized that Han Xiao was following behind like a demon. Kill me. The burn on Lu Cheng's face was a tragic sight as he gave a pained smile. I don't need you to tell me that. Han Xiao's face was apathetic. He opened wide his palms and grabbed Lu Cheng's head, his fingers penetrating his skull. He only let out a turbid breath when Lu Chang finally stopped breathing. He was a formidable opponent, almost causing me to suffer a defeat. He took one last look at Lu Cheng's corpse and activated a high-explosive bullet to protect his body from scavengers. After which, he followed the sound of gunfire and returned to Green Valley Ville's battlefield. The battle was even more intense. Green Valley Ville's gates had been blown up, the armed tanks were hurtling past the streets, and machine guns were exchanging fire. Green Valley Ville's residents had secured their doors and windows, covered their ears, and were trembling in their houses. Lu Cheng's troops were conscious of the ordinary residents and had avoided them. Since Lu Cheng had dragged him into the battle, Han Xiao decided to get the battle over quickly. Han Xiao set off to find Green Valley Ville's commander. He searched for the person giving commands, but he soon realized that no one was giving any commands. There were vehicle trails on the ground on the far end of Green Valley Ville that hinted to the whereabouts of Balsas and Xiao Rui. They've escaped? The off-road vehicle traveled along in the gloomy forest, and the sound of gunfire in Green Valley Ville gradually became dimmer. Xiao Rui, who was in the back seat, could see the flames behind them peeking through the trees. Lu Cheng has died. Xiao Rui clenched his fists and pressed them on his knees. He could barely restrain his trembling. Lu Cheng had served the family for 10 over years. He was loyal and devoted. Furthermore, he was the best fighter among the family's ranks. He had many stunning military accomplishments. Xiao Rui had always considered him a strong supporter. To think that he would die at the hands of Black Phantom. Xiao Rui originally thought that even if Lu Cheng were unable to stall Black Phantom, he would still be able to retreat. However, even though he did not manage to catch Lu Cheng's last words in the earphones when Lu Cheng was escaping, he knew his supporter was dying. Balsas and 4 other armed bodyguards were in the vehicle. Balsas was looking rather nervous. Black Phantom is a monster. I told you earlier not to provoke him. You just refused to listen. Balsas was sweating profusely. Xiao Rui's complexion was ashen. Don't talk rubbish. At least we've escaped. He won't catch up with us, right? Balsas repeatedly looked at the rearview mirror, his heart pounding. Xiao Rui gulped. Lu Cheng is currently attacking Green Valley Ville, and the guards in the towns will help us stall the enemy. He won't have time to chase and kill us. He had just finished speaking when a ghost-like figure appeared in the rearview mirror, tailing the vehicle like a shadow. Everyone in the vehicle was so shocked that they screamed. He's here. Go faster. Accelerate all the way, and don't let up. Everyone in the vehicle was panicking. The off-road vehicle resembled a runaway stray dog, frantically speeding up. They managed to shake off Han Xiao for a moment, but this was not the time to feel relieved. The vehicle somewhat slowed down, and the black-colored ghost, which resembled a hostile force that was difficult to get rid of, appeared in the rear-view mirror once again, just like a pressing king of hell. Everyone's adrenaline soared, their hearts practically jumping out of their throats. They were so nervous to the point where their bodies went stiff all over. The horror movie-like atmosphere finally triggered the driver to make a mistake. In the state of panic, the vehicle rolled down the slope and fell to the bottom. Xiao Rui's head was spinning as he struggled to climb out of the window. Suddenly, a pair of boots that flickered with blue lights appeared in his vision. He looked up and saw Black Phantom towering over him, looking at him indifferently. Don't kill me. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots sounded repeatedly. Xiao Rui was so frightened that he shut his eyes and discovered that there was no pain. He opened his eyes and realized that the 4 bodyguards had all been shot and killed. Only Balsas and himself were left. Xiao Rui shivered. He knew that he had to remain calm in this situation. However, his fear of death made it impossible for him to calm down. His frightened emotions were like tides, flooding his heart again and again, so much so that he did not dare look directly into Han Xiao's eyes. Black Phantom, spare my life. I can give you tremendous returns. Han Xiao's eyebrow jumped. The reason he had kept Xiao Rui was because Xiao Rui was sandwiched between the bodyguards. Hence, he reckoned that he was an important character. Balsas regretted having a conflict with Black Phantom but regretted listening to Xiao Rui's opinion more so. He raised his head and looked straight in Han Xiao's eyes. You're a liar. You had already united with Lu Cheng. You absolutely were not just passing by. Whatever Black Phantom had said, that he was not interested in looking for trouble, was all a lie. Han Xiao stroked his gun and chuckled. If I said this was a coincidence, would you believe it? Landing in your hands, I already know I won't be able to live. Kill me. Balsas suddenly grew a backbone and shook off Xiao Rui's hand, which was pulling at his shirt's hem anxiously. I don't know if you're really asking for death or deliberately displaying your strong will, but as you wish. Bang! The bullet penetrated Balsa's temple. He fell, and the pool of blood gradually expanded. Han Xiao's eyebrow shot up. It looked like Balsa's was not pretending. He really had given up all hope and wished for a quick death. For this type of warlord who operated outside the city, even if he was usually afraid of death, when he was truly confronted with it, he would accept it calmly. There was someone, on the other hand, who was way weaker. Han Xiao looked over, and Xiao Rui was so terrified that he did not dare breathe. His face was pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Han Xiao squatted and used the gun barrel to tap on Xiao Rui's face. "You don't wish to die?" Xiao Rui frantically shook his head. "Give me a reason. I can give you a lot of money. I can refer you to the Alamera family. Do I look like someone who needs that?" Han Xiao pointed the muzzle at himself. Xiao Rui swallowed his saliva in alarm as he racked his brains and pondered if there was anything that could move Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xiao Rui's full and bulging pocket. He reached out and fished out a stack of bounty slip. It turned out to be a wanted poster for Zero, him. "Why is this Alamera man carrying with him my bounty slip?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, played with the paper in his hands, and stared at Xiao Rui silently. Xiao Rui finally saw something that aroused his interest. Xiao Rui immediately felt refreshed and hurriedly spilled everything he knew frankly. Han Xiao, Zero, Alamera family. After hearing the information, Han Xiao stiffened. He did not know that his original self came from the Alamera family. "You didn't lie to me, right?" Xiao Rui shook his head repeatedly. Black Phantom appeared to be interested in Zero. He did not care about the reason. All he knew was he now had a chance of survival. Hence, he did not dare conceal anything and struggled to take out a computer in the vehicle to pull up several photos. The photo showed Han Xiao's younger self before he was taken away by the Germinal organization. There was concrete proof in all kinds of photos from the Alamera family. Han Xiao did not doubt his identity. "So, this means I have a stepfather and a bunch of brothers and sisters?" Han Xiao's feelings were complicated. He had always thought that he had not a worry or a concern in this world. He did not expect to have these connections. Alamera was his family. Han Xiao took one look at Xiao Rui. "This person is my family, too. Alamera family, the North Continent's biggest warlord. The second leader in command, Xiao Jin, was my original body's biological father. Their family was considered powerful." Han Xiao pondered in silence. Xiao Rui's heart was nearly at his throat. He felt like he was a convict waiting for his sentence. This was the longest 1 minute of his life. "You can leave," Han Xiao faintly said. Xiao Rui did not dare to believe it. He stood up, trembling, and ran 2 steps away in the opposite direction. He turned his head and saw an aloof Han Xiao. Only then was he ecstatic. His life was saved. He did not carry any thoughts of revenge. He did not want to have any further interactions with Black Phantom at all. He stretched his legs and ran for his life. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain at the back of his head. Xiao Rui lost his control of his body. He fell with his face down, resembling a dog eating its poop. His pupils dilated, and his face looked bewildered. "What happened to me? So cold." This was Xiao Rui's last thought in this world. There was a deep bullet hole in the back of Xiao Rui's head, and blood was spilling out. Han Xiao put the berserk eagle back in his holster, his face emotionless. After thinking for a bit, he had still decided to kill Xiao Rui. Alamera was the connections that Han Xiao's original self had, but that unfortunate man had already died. Han Xiao was Han Xiao, not another person. Even if the old Han Xiao had remaining blood relations, Han Xiao would not treat the Alamera family as his family. Anyway, the old Han Xiao had been killed by his big brother. He would not inherit the relationships that the old Han Xiao had. To him, the Alamera family was a bunch of strangers, and it was none of his concern. "I'll kill when there's a need to." Perhaps Han Xiao could get some support from the Alamera family by using his original identity. But with his current position, he did not need to yield and rely on this kind of power. The most important point was that he did not wish to do it this way. "My family is not in this world." He lit the corpse on fire, turned around, and left. The blazing flame pulled his silent shadow longer and longer. Chapter 160 Xiao Jin. Chapter 160 Xiao Jin. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the headquarters of the Alamera family. Green Valley Ville on the South Continent was ambushed. We have lost that territory. The last message from them was an hour ago. Lu Cheng died in the battle. Balsas and Xiao Rui have retreated as well. No news has been heard from them yet. I think they may be in trouble. The exquisite crystal wine glass was smashed to the ground, and red wine splattered onto the expensive handmade Ordina carpet, leaving trails of red roses. Daryl, the leader of the family, was breathing noisily as though he was a bear. His body was bulky like a bear, too, hence his nickname, the Alamera White Bear. This was Daryl's study. He was rather violent by nature. His bookshelf was not for books but for displaying all kinds of guns. Firearms, ammunition, daggers, swords, his miniature arsenal collection. Who attacked our people? Daryl snarled. In front of the desk was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. He was wearing something similar to a suit, but with minor differences in some places. It was way more refined and exquisite. He was wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, and the gold-plated chains of the glasses hanged on his ear. If one overlooked the muscle under his clothes, this person was an archetypal scholar. He was Alumera's second in command, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin held the tablet with one hand and said, "There are two of them. One is the big warlord of South Continent, Lu Cheng. I have heard of his name. Gather the armed men in South Continent. An eye for an eye. Alamera will seek this revenge." Daryl patted the table and asked, "Who might the other person be?" "He's the assassin from the dark net, Black Phantom. Bring him to." As he said these three words, Daryl's tone changed and came to his senses. How did we end up provoking him? Daryl was very wary about Black Phantom, a legendary killer. He knew it was best not to provoke lone rangers like him. While the Alamera family was big, they were most fearful of legendary killers like him. If he wanted to start a mad killing spree to assassinate the middle class of the Alamera family, it would be impossible to stop him. Although Daryl was impulsive by nature, he knew who not to provoke. Dealing with Lu Cheng was an effortless decision. Lu Cheng's forces were entangled in South Continent, and he was not going to affect the Alumera's influence in the north. Black Phantom, on the other hand, was different. He was a lone ranger who could travel up to the north. He had even slain Lu Cheng. Whether the Alamera family's top forces could even hurt the Black Phantom was still a question in doubt. Furthermore, Black Phantom's movements were erratic. There were not many reports on him through the intelligence network, and without an expansive intelligence network, they could not track him down. In addition, the organization he belonged to was in fact the world's largest intelligence network. If they wanted to target someone from the Darknet organization and requested help from the Darknet itself, it would be ridiculous. Daryl was 80% sure he would be called a fool. Therefore, becoming enemies with the Black Phantom was certainly an unwise decision. Daryl could only suppress his anger and find other excuses. Investigate the reason the Black Phantom is intervening. Don't provoke him just yet. Xiao Jin agreed with an expressionless face. It was hard to know what he was thinking about. Daryl had always been an impatient man, and now that he was frustrated. He pointed to Xiao Jin's face and ordered, "Go deal with your son's business. The war is coming. I don't wish to deal with any sort of germinal's business at this time." Xiao Jin adjusted his glasses and said, "He's my son. Once I find him, he will come back obediently." Day was about to break, and the gunfire in Green Valley Ville was finally coming to an end. The remaining enemies had all been killed. When Lu Cheng had conquered Green Valley Ville, he ordered his troops to clear the battlefield and restrain them from harming any residents. The worried residents who could not sleep for the entire night rushed to the streets and listened to the new master of the town, Lu Cheng, in the square. He promised to safeguard the residents' lives and property. For the Green Valley Ville invasion task, players who had chosen to protect the camp had all failed and were feeling dejected. The battle last night had been very intense, and many players wished it had been longer. Han Xiao also gained some experience from the task. He held his arm and leaned against a house to wait for Lu Chang to complete his speech. He had Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog by his side. Frenzied Sword was in bad mood as he was not able to keep Han Xiao to himself now. He was upset. Bun Hit Dog went over to Frenzied Sword and said, "I know you. You were featured on Galaxy Times. You are a professional gamer." "Oh." Frenzied Sword reacted coldly. "Have you always been following Black Phantom?" Bun Hit Dog was curious. Frenzied Sword did not want to bother with Bun Hit Dog, but as a professional player, he had to take note of his image, and he should not be too cold. He nodded. "Do you know his origins?" "His real name is Han Xiao," Frenzied Sword replied. He came to realization immediately and turned around to see if Han Xiao had heard him. He relaxed. "He used to serve Star Dragon. I'm not very sure about the exact details, but I do know that he is acquainted with someone in the camp called Star Dragon Strategic Defense Department." Bun Hit Dog's eyes lit up. The video he wanted to make would be an investigation about Black Phantom's origin. Frenzied Sword had been his longest follower. He was likely to know things that others did not. He was impressed. He said in a light-hearted manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am a game video producer." Frenzied Sword stared blankly. He only recalled now that Bun Hit Dog's ID was rather familiar. He was the producer of the series XX Adventure Diaries. When he was playing Night in the past, he had come across Bun Hit Dog's Night Adventure Diaries as well. He was a small yet famous video maker. "It's you." Frenzied Sword collected himself up. When he received Bun Hit Dog's friend request, he immediately accepted it. Only status and fame would bring one recognition. If he was a plain and dull player, Frenzied Sword would not even have bothered. Things were different when one was famous. "I'm preparing to focus on Galaxy and start a series. I'm intending to place Black Phantom as my focus in my first episode. I would like to know more about this person's origins. I hope you can provide me with some material. You could appear on screen together with me to do a series as well." Han Xiao never talked about his origins, so Bun Hit Dog decided to change his focus onto Frenzied Sword. "All right, sure," Frenzied Sword replied. This was a win-win situation. A professional gamer appearing on the program was bound to rise in reputation. This would be good exposure for him. Listening to the two discussing behind him, Han Xiao did not stop them. Frenzied Sword had limited knowledge about him. Such information could be disclosed and made known, and this would only make more players curious. He wanted to reveal the information bit by bit. This was precisely his intention in bringing Bun Hit Dog along. After assuring the residents of Green Valley Ville, Lu Chang handed over the affairs to the deputy and went to Han Xiao's side. "Black Phantom, thank you for your aid. If not for you, I would not have conquered Green Valley Ville. If only Balsas didn't escape. Oh, I killed him." Lu Cheng's face went blank, and he felt a tight squeeze on his heart. "I am very grateful, but do you really not want anything?" Han Xiao chuckled a little and changed the topic. "Have you discovered the unique aspects of the refugees?" Upon mentioning this, Lu Cheng was delighted. "This group of refugees can all die and then resurrect. It's simply amazing. I thought they were simple, ordinary people. This world is so big, and it seems like nothing is impossible." Lu Cheng originally did not plan for the refugees to join the battle. But as the players took action, he soon realized that they had the special ability to resurrect. He was shocked, and he figured out what Han Xiao had originally meant. These helpers were just too special. He had looked down on them. Now he knew why they were not afraid to die. That was because they simply just do not die. Bun Hit Dog, who was by the side, felt that something was strange. Refugees? Are they actual players? Why would the NPC think that the players resurrecting is strange? Won't an NPC not be bothered with that? Han Xiao pulled Lu Cheng to the side. He did not want other players to hear what he was going to tell Lu Cheng. "Black Phantom, do you know the origin of these refugees?" Lu Cheng curiously asked. "I'm not too sure," Han Xiao replied. "But I do know that they are very diligent. They are extremely profit-driven. Didn't you destroy Green Valley Ville? You need these people to rebuild the place. These refugees are the best laborers you can find. You can use them to your liking. But some refugees were against me before. They are my enemies. Their assistance to Balsas was not a loyal and faithful one. You can treat them as mercenaries. When he said this, Lu Chang understood it. I can try. You really don't know what happened to them? They can all resurrect. Is it just their special ability? We don't know where Balsas found this group of people. Chapter 161, Order Born of Violence. Chapter 161, Order Born of Violence. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao smiled and said, Time will tell you the answer. Lu Chang nodded, and he decided to suppress his questions regarding the refugees for now. He would get his subordinates to find some information regarding it. He invited Han Xiao to his territory, the Black Pine Base, for a tour. Han Xiao said that there was no need to pay him back, but Lu Chang did not dare take his word for it and insisted on offering his services. Han Xiao did not resist further. His intention was to get to know Lu Chang better anyway. Before this, Han Xiao checked on the dark net. Lu Chang was the one of the strongest vagrant warlords in the southern continent. Black Pine territory was so huge that small towns like Green Valley Ville would be insignificant placed next to it. Black Pine sat amid the ruins of a small city left from the old ages. It had been transformed into a settlement that tens of thousands of civilians resided in. There was a plethora of facilities, including even biological and weaponry research laboratories. Everything was really high-end. Territory owned by vagrant warlord and territory owned by vagrants were completely different concepts. The latter was formed with vagrants who band together against threats from the wild, with a responsible leader chosen democratically. There would rarely be hierarchies. With vagrant warlords, they would be the leader who would use their resources to build a residential area. The area would be built such that it could take in some vagrants from the outside world, and the leaders could collect protection fees from them. The fees could be paid in the form of tax or labor. There would be purposeful usage of military power, for example to attack other warlords. Most of the soldiers were employed, but there were some who signed on voluntarily. There were many warlords, and their territories, coming in all sizes, were distributed across every continent. Bennett's shelter plan was aimed at unifying all the warlords and creating a new megacity that stood apart from the 6 nations and provided shelter for all refugees. Naturally, this would clash with the goals of the warlords. Moreover, it would be a very large and tedious project. Bennett's plan would provide help and shelter for all vagrants out there, not just from war but from other natural and wild dangers. It was nothing but ambitious. Lu Chang invited Han Xiao into his car and drove toward the Black Pine. Green Valley Ville's players could still get quests from the town, and those who chose to defend the base were surprised and relieved to find out that their access to the town did not get revoked. They watched Black Phantom as he left. There was one more person with them now that Bun Hit Dog had joined the team. The scenery outside the window flew past. Han Xiao made a call and instructed the Darknet helicopter pilot to wait for him at Black Pine. He told Lu Chang about this, who acknowledged and ordered for a landing site to be prepared. They were chatting casually while Han Xiao suddenly asked, With your military strength, you could have attacked immediately when you came to the town, and the refugees could not have stopped you. Why did you give Balsas time to prepare? Lu Chang shook his head. He had not known that players could revive at that time. He said, Only people without faith would think that violence is the solution to every problem. Your soldiers' lives are lives too, though. Han Xiao smiled. The strong ought to protect the weak. Lu Chang paused and said, I won't kill unarmed refugees. No warlord want to see the tragedy of La Potter repeat itself. Tragedy of La Potter? What happened? Bun Hit Dog questioned. Still recording. Lu Chang thought Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog were Han Xiao's followers. So, out of respect, he explained, La Potter was once a huge vagrant settlement in the West Continent. It was invaded by a vagrant warlord and his troops. Even though the military troops were supported by the locals, the enemies were too strong, and they were defeated. The warlord was upset that the vagrants dared fight against him, so he initiated a massacre of the helpless and unarmed civilians, raiding all their supplies and burning everything, killing countless innocent souls. Bun Hit Dog was unimpressed. Massacres like this had occurred numerous times in history. He probed. So what happened then? Then, the warlord and all of the few hundreds of his professional soldiers died in one night 20 days after that, killed single-handedly by one superhuman. After that, no warlord had the guts to kill any innocent civilians. Unhit Dog was puzzled. Why though? Han Xiao answered, unfazed. Because some people see themselves as heroes. If it was the normal world, no one could fight against the cruel authorities. Nothing could be done. However, with superhuman powers, even in lawless lands, those with powers could technically become those in charge of upholding laws. Superhumans could easily kill those that they did not see fit, so what they chose to uphold became the standard law for everyone else on the planet. So what would they choose to uphold? It would be the issues that most people would agree on based on their moral compass. Unless one could carry out genocide or murder on a massive scale without letting any news out, there was bound to be a superhuman to punish the instigator for his evil deeds. This could be seen as moral coercion. The weak had to follow the moral standards of the strong. Even though this in itself was questionable, it gave rise to a rough form of rules for the wild and indirectly protected the lives of vagrants. Unhit Dog recorded all this. He loved this type of stuff that could spice up his content. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The tragedy of La Potter reminded him of another wild boss. La Potter was a mess. The burned corpses were left unattended and attracted beasts. A new virus sprouted from the corpses and spread into the soil and water sources. All the beasts in the region mutated, and every once in a while, there would be a Beast King level wild boss found there, which could trigger a quest to kill the boss and harvest its mutated heart for a research group. This would lead to potions that could add on attributes and might even awaken potential talents. The players could repeatedly fight the wild boss, but the usual process of grinding through quests would be inevitable. In Galaxy, there were a few types of instance dungeons, the first being the special scene where monsters spawned endlessly, such as some magical realms or mock combat rooms in labs. Other than these special realms, in Galaxy's world, there were also important realms that were protected by military troops. Large-scale battlefields could also be made into an instance dungeon. This type of instance dungeon was extremely random and could close anytime. The second type would be Instance Dungeon Crystal, which was a special item dropped from special quests. Only players could use it, and it would bring the player back in time to a parallel world to experience events that had happened in the past. The crystal would allow a player to enter different scenes based on the quest that the player came from. The quests that awarded the Instance Dungeon Crystal would refresh once in a while, making this type of dungeon a readily accessible one. The players could also steadily grind to break the record of the shortest dungeon clearance time and other records. Upon using the Instance Dungeon Crystal, others would see that the player had suddenly vanished. The player would enter a parallel universe and could not affect the original world. However, they could still obtain rewards from the Instance Dungeon. This type of dungeon was similar to magic teleportation and scientific time traveling. Han Xiao was not sure if he could use the crystal as well, but he felt that it would be risky because he did not know the principles behind the crystal. If it were to atomize the body structure, a normal player would be able to revive, but he did not have the luxury. Some special items could be used by players only, such as the Gene Awakening Elixir that could be purchased from the vendor. A potion would appear out of thin air after purchasing it. There was also the Gene Blending Elixir that Han Xiao received as reward from the Rose Militant quest earlier on. The Instance Dungeon Crystal fell under a similar category. Let's not risk it in trying to get the Instance Dungeon Crystal. Indeed, it would be a waste of time. He would rather complete main quests and hidden quests. The car fleet drove on for a few hours, and the silhouette of the Black Pine settlement appeared on the horizon. It was huge, almost like a small city. The scenery was very exotic. There were bricks, leather, and scrap metal lying around, and there were electric wires crawling along the walls. The path with barbed wire fences on its sides was the only path that led up to the main entrance, and there were many scars of war on the metallic door, left behind by bullets and explosions. Lu Cheng smiled and proudly said, "Welcome to Black Pine." Chapter 162 Grouper Plague and the Grinding. Chapter 162 Grouper Plague and the Grinding. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. It's enormous. Bunhit Dog gasped. This can't be the place where newbies first enter? The main gate slowly opened as the car entered the gates. The first thing that came into sight was the magnificent lookout tower, sandbag barricades, and the barracks. Fully armed soldiers were standing guard and patrolling the area. Further into the encampment, they arrived at the residential district. The layout of buildings in the residential district was much sparser and more casual than the structured planning of cities. There were no tall buildings as well. Families were strolling through the streets, and there were even hawkers calling out and making sales. With the lively chatter in the streets, it was like a mini-market. The car rolled to a stop as several people alighted. Lu Chang ordered several of his men to prepare a feast. Since he had invited Han Xiao to be his guest, he brought Han Xiao and the other two around for a tour as the host. Occasionally, some residents would greet Lu Chang. It seemed Lu Chang was well respected by his people. That's my weapon factory over there. I have a specialized assembly line to make guns and ammunition. Lu Chang pointed to a restricted region that was barricaded with a barbed wire fence. Behind it were his warehouse, workshop, and weaponry experimental laboratory, and smoke could be seen escaping from the chimneys. On the other side, there was a second quarantined area. Inside, there were many tents and about a few hundred vagrants living inside them. Their exposed skin was covered in gray ash, cracked like rocks. What is that place? Bunhit Dog asked curiously. freewebnovel.com. Sighing, Lu Chang answered. The terminal quarantine area. Any resident with grouper plague has to stay there to prevent infections. Grouper plague? Han Xiao almost cried out in surprise. This type of illness was very infectious. In the version 2.0, it had spread and had caused some genetic mutations as well. He did not expect to find it here. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden commotion could be heard from the terminal quarantine area. Sprinting in a frenzied manner, an infected resident rushed toward the barbed wire fence. With all of his limbs, he tried to climb the fence to escape. However, the next second, a gunshot was heard. The security officer at the side reacted at lightning speed, firing at the man with his machine gun, turning this escaped resident into mesh as he fell to the ground. As he lay in his pool of blood, a viscous, yellow liquid could be seen pooling out from the corpse as well. Several doctors in their white protective suits walked out and packed the corpse into a body bag. On the ground where the corpse was, they sprayed large jets of disinfectant. The soldier who killed the escaping resident withdrew his gun, expressionless, as if he had just killed a worthless chicken. The infected within the quarantine area watched this scene in silence, expressionless and numb. A thick atmosphere of despair hung in the air like a dark, heavy cloud. It is very hard to cure those who have been infected with this plague. To prevent them from spreading the plague to more people, we can only control it like this, Lu Chang explained. Han Xiao turned to look. Nearby, the residents looked as though everything was as usual, without a single trace of empathy on their faces. That's cold-blooded, Bunhit Dog quietly said. At first, there were only tens of people who were infected. One infected knew that he couldn't be treated and escaped from the quarantine region, so the number of people infected increased to more than 300, Lu Chang said dryly. Bunhit Dog was speechless. You have triggered the quest, Origins of the Grouper Plague. Quest description. Black Pine Settlement is troubled by the spread of the Grouper Plague. To control this plague, what do you think you can do? Quest requirements. 1. Find the source of the Grouper Plague. 2. Control the plague from spreading. 3. Treat all of the infected. Rewards. Completed requirement 1 to 20,000 EXP. Completed requirement 2 to 40,000 EXP. Completed requirement 3 to 60,000 EXP. All requirements completed minus 800 Black Pine reputation points. Vagrant Warrior Battle Suit. Frenzied Sword and Bunhit Dog both received the quest as well. However, Han Xiao did not intend to complete this quest. He was still in a rush to find more fools. No, to bring even more new players into the mechanic class. He needed to go to about 10 or so novice villages, and a large wave of experience was waiting for him. Time was tight and he had many things to do. How could he afford to slow down his footsteps? Alright, if the players complete their quests, Can I claim the rewards, too? Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Looking at Frenzied Sword, who was completely unaware, he suddenly had a new idea. My men have prepared a feast. Lu Chang sent out the invitation, and the few of them arrived at Black Pine's central building. It was like a mini castle, and the western point was called the Lord's Hall. The dishes served in the feast were generous in quantity, meant to fill one's stomach. Black Pine Settlement had a harvest field where they grew their own crops, and they also had their own butchery, where they raised animals, such as Highland cattle, chicken, and the black-haired short-snout hog. The vagrants' encampment consumed large amounts of resources every day. If they relied only on the dark net to obtain their resources, they would not be able to bear the costs, especially because it was extremely expensive. So, the residents learned to be self-sufficient, building their own tiny territory. At the feast, Han Xiao and Lu Chang were chatting casually when Lu Chang eventually diverted the topic to the issue of repaying the favor to the Black Phantom. Dragging it on for so long, he felt very uneasy. Just take it as we've become friends. In the future, if anything crops up, feel free to look for me, and I'll help you out. Han Xiao left his phone number behind. He wanted to maintain his friendship with Lu Chang so that he could find out when the 4 blueprint quest began. Thinking for a while, he said, "Come to think of it, I need some help from you. I want to borrow your workshop and some materials to make something." "No problem. I'll make arrangements right away." Lu Chang felt more at ease. He felt reassured after Han Xiao finally brought up a request for him. "Your territory has to deal with the issue of the grouper plague quickly, otherwise it might become a disaster. My friends will stay behind to help you out." Han Xiao suddenly slapped Frenzied Sword's back, who spat out all of the food in his mouth, coughing non-stop. "Are you abandoning me?" Frenzied Sword asked disbelievingly. "I'm not interested in being your mom." Han Xiao held back his biting comments as he wrote up a few quests and tossed them out for Frenzied Sword and Bunhit Dog to complete. The gist of the quests was to have the 2 of them remain at Black Pine, resolve the issue of the plague, and improve their reputation in Black Pine. Han Xiao spent 200,000 EXP, splitting it between the both of them. The quests were all long-term ones, and he intended for both of them to stay at Black Pine. With the remaining journey and tasks at the novice villages, there was no need to bring these 2 players with him. It made going online and offline inconvenient and slowed him down as well. He might as well just leave them to complete their quests in Black Pine. For the gifted players he had selected, he was not only going to train them himself, but there was another benefit. That was, they could follow him and gain exposure to high-level fights. Compared to other players, they could expand their maps earlier, which was the main attraction in allowing players to follow him. For now, allowing the gifted players to complete other tasks and train by grinding was useful in developing their individual unique skills. It could allow them to explore and tap into their potential. It also gave him more time to himself to do other tasks. As for the rewards that these gifted players received sooner or later, a part of it would come back to him. If Frenzied Sword completed the plague quest, Han Xiao could get some experience as well, and Frenzied Sword would use a portion of the money he earned to buy equipment from Han Xiao. Not only did he want to earn players' gold, but through players he could earn NPC's second-hand gold as well. If Han Xiao was a mothership, the players that he took under his wing would be akin to a fleet of fighters. No matter how many achievements they obtained, they would still have to return to their home base and repay him. Of course, that was only under the condition of him being able to achieve and attain even greater benefits. On this note, he was still very confident. Other than the players themselves, there was no other person who understood players better than him. "I'm such a genius." Frenzied Sword could only agree to Han Xiao's arrangements, and he was actually quite satisfied. Black Pine was a high-level map, and the rewards for each quest were quite generous too. Bunhit Dog had even less objections. The materials he had looted were already enough. Staying in Black Pine meant that he did not have to worry about losing track of Han Xiao. He could focus on making the first episode of his video. Lu Chang felt that Frenzied Sword and Bunhit Dog's abilities were very mediocre and could not help much. But on Han Xiao's account, he expressed his thanks to them anyway. At the dining table, they settled their plans. After eating, it was already past noon, and Lu Chang went back to take a rest. The previous night, He had been battling and had not slept. In the morning, they were on the roads, rushing to get back, and he was thoroughly exhausted. On the other hand, Han Xiao had slept on the car for a while and was in high spirits. He could move about Black Pine freely, so he gave some orders to the pilot of the Darknet helicopter. Then, after bargaining with Antonio for 10 over minutes, he arranged to lease the transport plane from the Fabian company. After that, under the Black Pine soldier's lead, he headed toward the weapon factory area. The guards there received Lu Cheng's orders. Accordingly, they opened up the workshop for Han Xiao to use. Lu Cheng had already arranged for his men to prepare the materials. Han Xiao began his work on the lathe. He needed to make some repairs to the magnetically controlled retractable armor, and add on a load of ammunition and some basic storage cubes, then create some small parts to be built onto the Sunworm flamethrower he had developed recently. With its intelligence stat at 200, the machine's production speed was very fast, and there were other enhancing skills such as machinery affinity and energy stats strengthened, which would create even better stats on the device to be created. Sunworm Portable Flamethrower, Mini Flamethrower. Grade: Blue, good quality. Damage: 2734/S. Fire: Overload: 60s. Cooldown: 20s. Range: 7 m. Power output: 92. Fuel type: HF liquid fuel. Energy: 210/210. Uses 1 energy point/S. Weight: 9.4 kilograms. Side effect: integration. Through additions to the energy box, it is assimilated with one's body, convenient to carry. Side effect: concentrated jet, raise efficiency of fuel, plus 33% DMG, plus 25% range, 1 tick of burn damage per 0.6s and lasting 12s, uses 8 energy points/S. After 12 seconds, immediately enters overload. Side effect: adhesive burning, extends target's burn state and increases effectiveness of burns. Remarks: dancing flames, that is a warmth that is akin to romance. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What kind of messed up remark is that? Chapter 163, Exchange. Chapter 163, Exchange. Translator: Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Sunworm's nozzle, duct, and fuel tank were integrated as one. It looked like a heat-insulating metal tube about an arm's width. Could be tied to the arm or calf. It looked a little like a beetle, and its pincers were used to stabilize the leather metal pins. He tied the sunworm onto the inner side of his left arm, and it seemed bloated. However, such a load could be ignored for a person with 69 strength. Sunworm is most suited to be used as mecha module, and it can be integrated into my self-created lightweight mecha. Han Xiao could not stop thinking of new ideas for his lightweight mecha. Since he already had ideas, as well as Fabian's transport aircraft on lease, he started fixing his mecha before traveling to the novice village. At that time, an Asian man whose head was full of white hair walked toward him. He stared at Han Xiao's high ghost sniper rifle and curiously muttered, "That's right. It is an electromagnetic weapon." He then turned and asked Han Xiao, "Can you sell this to me? I'm willing to pay 500. No, 1 million. Han Xiao observed him for a second and already had some gut feels. Yet, he pretended to be confused and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lei Yu. Lu Cheng invited me over as his machinery engineering consultant. You look like a mechanic too. You should have heard of my name." Han Xiao remained silent. "Don't tell me you have not heard of my name. Or are you a self-taught mechanic? So unusual." Lei Jin was surprised. He shook his head and said, "I want this electromagnetic sniper. How about you quote a price? Do I look like I'm in need of cash?" Han Xiao pointed at that priceless components that were lying on the truck seat. Lei Yu then understood. "You are a self-taught mechanic. I can teach you some skills in exchange for this sniper of yours. You definitely need a master like me to guide you. Only through listening to the wise words of your seniors can you succeed. I can tell that deep down inside, you have always wanted to have a master to learn from. Here, the doors are opened for you. This is your chance. If you miss it, you will regret for life." He did not know that this electromagnetic sniper rifle was made by Han Xiao. From what he knew, self-taught mechanics were often weak. Hence, he wanted to nab that sniper by teaching Han Xiao some new skills. As a mechanic master, he did not usually go around teaching other people. By giving Han Xiao the chance, he thought that it was worth it to exchange it for the electromagnetic sniper rifle, as long as the other party was humble enough. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. It was the first time he had ever met someone who was so shameless and full of himself. With just a bit more, both of their skills would have been on par. Actually, Han Xiao knew of Lei Yu's background. He was a well-known and skillful master mechanic in aquamarine. So, he was not wrong about saying that he was a master. He belonged to the same era as Old Man Lu and had already retired decades ago. Both he and Old Man Lu did not have the master demeanor and looked disappointing to most. Han Xiao knew why Lei Yu appeared at Black Pine. It was related to Old Man Lu's 4 Blueprints mission, and coincidentally, Lei Yu happened to be part of this secret mission. In the past, Lu Cheng abandoned his daughter, who was only a few years old, and left her in the care of Old Man Lu. He ventured into the wild and became a warlord. Because of this incident, he had a fight with Old Man Lu, who was unable to understand his choices at that time. The relationship between the father and son was so tensed that it was as though they were strangers. Lu Cheng slowly climbed up and became the strongest warlord on the southern continent. He was always facing various dangers. On the surface, Old Man Lu seemed as though he did not want any affiliation with his son. However, he was secretly following Lu Cheng closely and even requested that his old friend, Lei Yu, move to Black Pine to help and protect Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng knew nothing about the pact. He was shocked as he thought that he had managed to invite a great master all by himself. This might be the moment for the 4 blueprints. Lei Yu had to leave Black Pine due to some other matters. Old Man Lu used another method to help Lu Cheng as he did not wish to meet his son in an awkward situation. He left the blueprints behind and left for the western capital, and his current whereabouts were still not known. Maybe that's what they call a father. Han Xiao sighed. Why was Zhu Ziqing's "The View of My Father's Back" such a classic? Maybe because people with more experiences would be able to resonate with that story. Even Old Man Lu, a foul old stick, had his own worries. Han Xiao calmed himself and said, "I can exchange with you. I want advanced knowledge." Based on past memories, Lei Yu knew some advanced knowledge. Yet, players were unable to acquire the knowledge from him. Even so, Han Xiao decided he wanted to give it a try. Lei Yu earnestly said, "Kid, don't be too ambitious. You are a self-taught mechanic. Your standard is not enough for you to be able to understand advanced knowledge. How about I teach you something else instead?" "No, I only want advanced knowledges." "But you won't understand." "That's even better. You don't have to worry that I will learn it. I'll just look at it for an hour. Take it as I am just being curious. Okay?" Lei Yu was speechless. Advanced knowledge was very precious, and it could be considered a secret wild card. It was crucial that the knowledge was highly conserved. Even though he was really curious about the structure of the electromagnetic sniper, it was definitely not worth exchanging it with the priceless knowledge. Even though Han Xiao said he might not understand, he did not want to take the risk at all. Lei Yu contemplated for a while and insisted, "I can't teach you the advanced knowledge, but I can use the knowledges to create a weapon in exchange for yours." Sure enough, it was not easy to get his hands on the advanced knowledge. Han Xiao was already prepared for this outcome and was not depressed about it. Instead, he considered Lei Yu's offer. If he could create an item to exchange for another item of the same level, there was nothing to lose. However, this ghost sniper had only reached this level through several upgrades. Han Xiao still wanted to use it, so he decided to create a new one to exchange with Lei Yu. Han Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "I'll create a new one for you." "You made this sniper?" Lei Yu shouted in disbelief. He thought Han Xiao looked like a newbie, and given that he was a self-taught mechanic, he expected the gun to be made by someone else. Unfortunately, it turned out to be the opposite. All the 6 nations were secretly trying to invent an electromagnetic weapon, and none had even reached the experimental stage. If it was just creating a stable electromagnetic weapon, Han Xiao and Lei Yu were of the same standard. Lei Yu then remembered that he had portrayed himself as a great master just now. Even with his old face, he felt ashamed and awkward. How shameful to flaunt his skills in front of another mechanic of the same level. Luckily, Lei Jun had thick skin. He corrected his attitude and treated Han Xiao as an equal. At that time, the guards rushed over and whispered to Lei Jun that Han Xiao was also a legendary assassin. Lei Jun was dumbfounded. He then observed Han Xiao for a while. Many mechanics were capable of experimenting. However, it was rare to find one who was also capable of fighting. His admiration for Han Xiao rose to an even higher level. With good skills, one would be valued everywhere one went. Please come with me. I will show you my storeroom. Lei Jun coughed as he tried to change the conversation topic to avoid awkwardness. The way he spoke to Han Xiao was suddenly more respectful. Both arrived at the restricted area inside of the arsenal area. This was where the high-ranking researchers lived. Lei Jun's home was a spacious suite with all sorts of daily necessities. There were even wine cabinets and bookshelves that were made of high-quality wood, all of which was not cheap. By the corner of the room there was a small, simple bed. He seemed to be leading a great life. Lei Jun drew the wine cabinet open and activated the secret door button. The wine cabinet slid to a side and revealed a secret storeroom. He then called Han Xiao over. Inside, there was a row of glass showcase shelves that stood by the wall and contained various weapons. Lei Jun headed straight for the innermost showcase shelf. I have 4 items that were created using the advanced knowledges. Let me introduce them to you. Lei Jun pointed to the glass showcase shelf and started blabbering. Lei Jun's advanced knowledges was geared toward miniature modifications. These 4 advanced weapons were all related to nanomechanisms. Type 1 Nurse Biogranule. It looked like a thick black substance, but in actual fact it was able to divide into special nanogranules. They could then be inserted into one's body. When injured, poisoned, or bleeding, they would help one recover from the situation either by clearing the poison or speeding up blood clotting. It was a type consumable medical treatment. U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. It looked just like ordinary glass on the surface. However, upon receiving any shock, it would briefly become non-solid to counteract kinetic energy and then solidify to trap any object. For instance, when a bullet is shot toward it, the bullet would be trapped, as though it was originally growing from within. Though it looked just like transparent glass, it was highly defensive and not easily damaged. It was most suitable for making bulletproof vests. Fermi condensate. It was a weapon that resembled the appearance of shaving foam and could be injected into a weapon to cool it down internally. It would reduce the cooldown time and then quickly degrade so as to prevent jamming up the weapon system. Sunworm's cooldown time, for example, was 20 seconds. With the use of Fermi condensate, the cooldown time could be reduced significantly to 3 to 5 seconds. The effect was remarkable. Could also be consumed. P0 nanosynthetic fiber. Similar to the biological tendons of a living organism, it was a black, shiny, tough nanomaterial. Twisting or stretching it would result in an unbelievable elasticity. Han Xiao could only exchange the sniper for one of those items. Chapter 164, Endoskeleton Materials. Chapter 164, Endoskeleton Materials. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao made his choice. I want the P0 nanosynthetic fiber. Wow, that's smart. I thought a warrior like you who likes to battle would go for the bulletproof membrane instead. To create something, I will need sufficient P0. All right. Lei Jun nodded. He felt that out of the 4 weapons, P0 nanosynthetic fiber was the most valuable one as this new material could be used for many more weapons. He realized that Han Xiao was indeed a skillful mechanic with keen eyes. As they confirmed the exchange, Han Xiao returned to his truck and began creating a new ghost sniper rifle. With the help of the blueprint, everything went well. I've earned so much from this exchange. The new nanosynthetic fiber would play an important part of his lightweight mecha concept. It could be used as the tendon skeletal system of the lightweight mecha. As compared to the previous K600 skeletal system, P0 had huge improvements in almost all aspects. For instance, it was small, lightweight, and stronger. It was a great core material to create an outstanding lightweight mecha. Python Lightweight Mecha. P0 should not be judged by its simple introduction. When it was used as the internal skeletal system, it would function just like muscle. Anyone who used it would understand. As for the other three equipment, two of them were consumable, hence they were instantly dismissed as options. The bulletproof membrane seemed reliable, but it contained platinum, so it barely qualified for the bulletproof function. To create a new ghost sniper rifle, Lei Jin had also brought sufficient amount of P0 nanosynthetic fiber and stored it in a golden metal box. After the two had exchanged the items, Lei Jin could not help but fall in love with the ghost sniper rifle straight away. Even though his experimental direction was toward lightweight mecha, seeing how electromagnetic weapons could become the conventional weapon for the next generation, he had decided to study them too. Back then, Old Man Lu had requested him to come over to Black Pine to help Lu Cheng. Since Lei Jin owed him a debt of gratitude, he had decided to help him then. Every day was boring to him, except for today, as he had encountered Han Xiao, a mechanic that was on par with him. This cheered him up to no end. I still need one thing, but there is no channel for me to buy it. I hope you can help me buy a bonfire mini reaction furnace. Han Xiao packed his box and spoke once more. This item that he needed was a module related to lightweight mecha. Lei Jin was a mechanic master. Hence, he knew many people from the same trade and had many connections. He wanted knowledge beyond advanced material study to build his gun, so he was using Lei Jin as a channel to help him find some things. That item is not easy to get. Besides, even if I ask my friend from Ordina to sell it to me at cost price, it would still cost 2 to 3 million. Not to mention, extra time will be needed to make that item. Money isn't the problem. Han Xiao smirked and was full of confidence. Lei Jin was a master in the mechanic world, so he knew many other mechanics of the same level. He was enthusiastic toward Han Xiao and agreed to help to contact the bonfire mini reaction furnace seller for him. To Lei Jin it was just a few phone calls. After exchanging their numbers, Lei Jin took his ghost sniper rifle and left, while Han Xiao continued with his work in the truck until midnight. After he was done with his work, he switched off the light and headed for his temporary residence with the guards. The night was quiet. There was no night life in Black Pine Settlement. When night fell, all residents would go back home to rest. In the dangerous wild, one would need to remain vigilant to know what to do in case of any possible danger. Also, entertainment was a luxury. In the wild, there were monsters, sickness, hunger, and various catastrophes. With that, warlords had already developed a vigilant attitude. Due to certain circumstances, some people were forced into joining the Six Nations after the war, while others remained living in the wild as they could not let go of the hatred and would not give in even though their lives were harder. Some thought that it was foolish of them, while others saw it as a belief or even faith. It did not matter which country these people belonged to. Patriotic people were always worthy of respect. What was more important was that many vagrants had already gotten used to living in the wild. Even though their daily meals were not stable, and they might not know when they would ever be full, they did not have to follow any restrictions or rules. Instead, they were living freely. Despite knowing that joining the Six Nations would mean full meals every day, they were not willing to give up on their freedom. In the age of peace, many people were numb toward life. In order to survive, they hunted like their ancestors and lived every day to its fullest. Even though most vagrants suffer from malnutrition, their physical fitness was better than that of the urban residents. They were strong and diligent. The wild was regarded as wasteland. Many abandoned cities, battlefields, habitats of plants and animals, and even radioactive areas caused by the pollution from the war had become restricted areas. The Six Nations did not have any intentions of expanding into the wild at the moment, as the cost was too high and its value was low. During the first few years after the war, the Six Nations decided to stabilize the situation inside their country first. As such, they did not have extra resources to expand their territory. Wild flora started growing on the abandoned land as a result, and it had become the territory of vagrants, warlords, and large groups of mercenaries. Just like the wind that blew by after destruction, the wasteland after the war was once again revived. After a night of rest in his room, Han Xiao called for Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog the next morning. "I will be away for some time. You guys can stay at Black Pine," and I will contact you later on. Bunhit Dog was reactionless while Frenzied Sword showed his unwillingness. He had only followed Han Xiao for a few days, and now he was being abandoned again. You guys can think of ways to help solve the plague in Black Pine. Han Xiao pointed at Frenzied Sword. I have confidence in you that you will show your true potential during this period of time. Maybe you have the ability to use better weapons. Han Xiao took out 2 newly built large-caliber pistols that were suitable for shooting within 80 meters. It was specially designed to strengthen the magazines and the attack damage. It was green quality and twice as powerful compared to the pistols that Han Xiao had sold to the other players. He then presented the pistols to Frenzied Sword, who was looking on with his jaw on the ground. Is this for me? Frenzied Sword asked in disbelief. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. Frenzied Sword was overjoyed and could not help but start playing with his 2 pistols. He did not expect to receive such welfare. Han Xiao actually gifted him some equipment. Bunhit Dog, who was standing by one side, was also shocked. Is this a benefit of the secret quest? As long as your performance is good, Black Phantom will reward you as and when he likes. Han Xiao intentionally built these 2 pistols to aid Frenzied Sword in completing more tasks. To ensure that his workers did their best, they first needed their weapons. When giving rewards, Bunhit Dog could also film it, and when it is aired, more players would witness the scene. Through that, many people would think that Han Xiao cared a lot about rewards and would be more eager to join his secret quest. All Han Xiao had to do was gift pistols that he could make easily, and with a little bit of generosity, he would be able to earn even more. I think you have great potential in wrestling. You should go learn some close combat skills, Han Xiao mentioned. Frenzied Sword was gifted in wrestling and should advance to become a mechanical pugilist. He naturally hoped that Frenzied Sword could be strong like his previous life, where as a mechanical pugilist, he displayed his martial artist talent. Hopefully, what Han Xiao said struck a chord with Frenzied Sword. That was something that he was thinking about too. After making his instructions clear, Han Xiao boarded the Darknet helicopter and left Black Pine. Black Phantom has left, the helper reported to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded as he had a great impression of Han Xiao. He then said, take care of his 2 friends, and take notice of any weird villagers from Green Valley Ville. Find out about their background too. When the helicopter arrived at the Fabian Company, Han Xiao boarded on the transport aircraft and headed for a new novice village in the southern continent. This time round, he would be occupying the aircraft for a long time, as he even wanted to fly across the ocean to the novice villages in the western continent and northern continent. The Fabian Company did not have much power in the other 2 continents. As such, it would be expensive to occupy the aircraft for such a long time. Even after a friendship discount from Antonio, the price could still be jaw-dropping plain extortion. His Darknet's account still had enough funds, and he had a lot of plans to accumulate more wealth. There was no need for him to worry about the funds. Once he boarded the aircraft, Han Xiao began building his mecha. The advantage of building his own mecha was that the different modules could be fixed separately and then combined together afterwards. This would reduce the risk, and the success rate for a self-created mecha would be higher. Even though he did not have the blueprints, he had his own ideas. The different functions of the self-created mecha could be achieved just by mimicking the other mechas from his memories. Python Lightweight Mecha was an advanced, more accurate, and rare piece of equipment. If anyone wished to obtain this blueprint in normal circumstances, one would need to combine 4 advanced knowledges of different groups. Moreover, the conditions were extremely demanding. The prerequisite was that one needed to understand the functions of the various components inside the blueprints. So all most players could do was try their luck. Some other blueprints required the players to be able to understand the modules within the blueprints. This was common for blueprints of various robots, mechas, armor, and transport vehicles. Chapter 165, As Unlucky as Usual. Chapter 165, As Unlucky as Usual. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hopefully what I replicated is 40% accurate. That will be enough. Han Xiao's advanced knowledge was insufficient. Hence, he could only create a prototype with less functionality, just like the Ghost Sniper rifle. However, there was an advantage for the mecha. Even if his version was a castrated version, it would not have various defects that the Ghost sniper rifle had. Self-creating a mecha was a huge project and could not be completed within a short time. Han Xiao planned to finish his work on the various modules as he moved from novice village to novice village. freewebnovel.cm. In addition, he would have to combine some new blueprints to improve the power of mecha. The core source of the power would come from the bonfire mini-reaction furnace, and Han Xiao needed to wait for Lei Zhenyu to place an order for him. This was also an advanced machine, so he was not able to build it on his own. Luckily, he had met another mechanic and could use some help from the other masters. Talking about it, Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints were also rare items. The opportunity for the mission would be when Lei Zhenyu left Black Pine. Hence, he had to wait a while longer. Those 4 blueprints could be combined to build an attack and defense system, which could be incorporated into the mecha. The mecha was Han Xiao's second important piece of tactical equipment, and with the 4 blueprints from Old Man Lu, he would be able to start on the third. Han Xiao was excited. With 3 pieces of tactical equipment that complemented one another, all of which would have very strong mechanical stats, there would be no need to worry in battle, even against Bennett. After finishing the visits to the novice villages and obtaining large amounts of experience, I can finally do some big things. Han Xiao calculated his time and suddenly frowned. If I'm not remembering incorrectly, the alien event should be starting soon. The southern continent had 5 novice villages. Besides Big Horn Village and Green Valley Ville, Han Xiao spent 11 days visiting the other 3. Most of his time was spent on traveling. When he arrived at each novice village, he need not do anything. Players would quickly crowd around him. Those who wanted to advance would advance, and those who had their own things to do would engage in their own things. It was super effective. His popularity was all thanks to Galaxy Times and the advertising through the forum. Han Xiao had left a deep impression on the players, and they knew what he was capable of. Han Xiao did some math, around 25% to 30% of players came to him to advance into mechanics. This ratio was way greater than that in his previous life. Even though there were only 3 main classes in Aquamarine, the ratio was not even. In his previous life, the ratio had been 30% Esper, 50% to 60% Pugilist, and only about 10% Mechanic. After Han Xiao's promotion, the ratio was 3 times greater. Apart from basic knowledges, he also shared basic shooting and basic combat. These basic skills had attracted many novice players, and most had approached him to acquire these 2 basic skills. That was the real money tree. Han Xiao was making a small profit from each novice player, and these small gains accumulated to a veritable fortune. 3 novice villages had earned him a total of 9.023 million EXP. The efficiency was shocking. With these 11 days of gaining experience at a rocket-like efficiency, he had earned an amount comparable to completing 10 or so high-difficulty missions. Players of the same level from his previous life would have needed to spend many months to acquire the same amount of experience. The cumulative effect from the interface and the NPC template helped him improve tremendously. Well, at least he had found himself a steady channel for experience. The player market had the most potential, and since he was able to monopolize it at the moment, the profit was simply amazing. With countless experiences on hand, Han Xiao went ahead to level up his class rank, Mechanic Trainee, to LV 15. When his level reached LV 55, he would need to advance in order to continue leveling up. In version 1, the level limit was LV 60, so he was 5 levels away. However, he was not restricted by the limit in this version. Han Xiao could in fact become the first character in Aquamarine to reach LV 60. Unfortunately, the advancement requirements were a real headache for him. Mechanic Trainee leveled up to LV 15 max, plus 120 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT. Acquired 3 unassigned stat points and 1 talent point. Advancement mission: create 5 admirable quality machinery with an energy rating no lower than 60. Damn, am I so unlucky? Out of so many advancing conditions, how unlucky am I to get the most troublesome one? Han Xiao was stunned. Admirable quality meant a grade higher than blue. Since he started building his machinery, His machinery was about 15% to 20% blue, and only 1% to 2% of his machinery might have reached purple. A machine could be compared with the same type of machinery by its quality. For instance, there would be a huge difference in the stats of a white-grade foldable machete compared to a blue-grade foldable machete. The blue-grade would have additional effects too. However, a blue-type machete could not be compared to a white-grade rover robot. For example, cold weapons, guns, grenades, robots. These weapons were based on templates of the same kind. For example, a good quality razor could be used to shave comfortably. However, it could not be used to stir-fry vegetables. Different kinds of equipment have their own uses and their own specialization. The more high-end a machine was, the harder it would be to improve its quality. The intelligence stat affected the quality, and this was also the core attribute of mechanics. High-level mechanics could easily create high-quality, simple machines. The requirement of energy rating no lower than 60 for advancement limited the possibility of him using low-level machinery as a shortcut. He had to create a purple machine that fulfilled the quality requirement. This type of advancement requirement was considered the most difficult requirement. Normally, when one reached the level limit of an attribute, it would not be easy to build a stable machine of sufficient quality. It was either by luck or by improving his skills and achieving new abilities. No matter which route he took, he would need a lot of time. The frown between Han Xiao's brows deepened like a great ravine. Advancement was difficult. Moreover, he would need to use his experience points to level up his skills and fuse blueprints together. This could be a bottomless pit, especially for fusing the blueprints. Leveling up by 5 levels had cost him almost 5 million EXP. As for the remaining EXP, Han Xiao kept 2 million for blueprints fusion and the rest on leveling up his skills. He leveled up mid-grade machinery affinity and molecular refining to the maximum. Among the skills, mid-grade machinery affinity was a core skill. Hence, the cost was higher. The effect was also naturally more remarkable. Since it affected a machine's grade, it was useful in completing the advancement task. Experience comes easily but goes quickly too. Han Xiao let out a deep sigh. As he had spent a huge amount of experiences all at once, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Han Xiao had completed his visits to all the novice villages in the southern continent. Next, Han Xiao decided to visit the western continent. The nations in the western continent were Maple and Ordina. He had stayed in the southern continent for too long, and he was finally visiting another continent. On the way, I can also start on the secret quest. The tragedy of La Potter is set in the western continent. Because there was a need to cross the sea, the transport aircraft stopped at one of Heslaport City's airports to prepare for the long-distance flight and top up the fuel. This was Antonio's territory. Han Xiao spent a huge sum of money, almost emptying Antonio's warehouse, and filled up his aircraft with a lot of materials. "You are going to the western continent?" Antonio held a thick black cigar in his mouth. With his bare paw-sized hand, he patted Han Xiao on his shoulder. "A person like you, an assassin, will definitely be blacklisted by many nations. The special agents of Maple and Ordina might find you for afternoon tea. You will have no say over there too. Our power in the western continent is limited as well. A piece of advice for you: try not to expose yourself. And so, be careful." Han Xiao laughed and exclaimed in feigned surprise, "Oh, you can actually finish that in one sentence." Han Xiao patted Antonio's strong arm and went up the aircraft. "Don't worry, I won't go crazy there." Filled with fuel, the aircraft took flight and disappeared into the air. As Han Xiao visited all the novice villages in the southern continent, it created a huge discussion on the forum. The novice players from the other 3 continents were all envious and jealous of the players from the southern continent. They wished to meet the Black Phantom, too. However, it was not possible for them to cross over to another continent. As such, they could only watch helplessly as players from the southern continents boasted about it on the forum. This made them feel terrible, just like seeing photos of fast food in the middle of the night. Even if you were hungry, you could not eat it. There was no point being envious, so all the helpless players could do was vent their emotions on the forum. "Ah, I want Black Phantom. I am suffering from a disease. I will die if I don't meet Black Phantom." Why are there no characters like Black Phantom in the continent that I got into? Players from the southern continent started giggling as they thought they were fortunate to have a great birthplace. Looking at players from the other continents grumbling about their lack of luck, the players in the southern continent felt a sense of superiority. Man, luck is also part of power. Not that I'm targeting anyone, but I mean everyone here is trash. By this point, the players from the southern continent all had inflated egos. Chapter 166, Alien 1. Chapter 166, Alien 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Black Phantom had gone to the Western continent? Why is he there? Bennett was shocked. I don't know. He didn't say. Wang Yuan shook his head. Bennett had no choice but to give Han Xiao a call. He did not answer. As Han Xiao was flying across the ocean, the reception on his phone was bad. Helpless, Bennett shook his head. Stardragon's material aid had arrived, and Hesla had loosened a little after some work. The shelter plan was about to be rolled out as a pilot project in the southern continent. He was planning to gather the strongest members of various organizations as the first layer of protection for the plan. Black Phantom was third on the list of people he was going to invite. However, before he could even invite him, Han Xiao had already left for the western continent. The location of the first shelter had already been decided. It would be located in a large ruined city in the wild. Bennett suddenly had an idea. Maple refused to provide material aid, and that group of bureaucrats are not easing up no matter what we do. Luckily, Black Phantom is going to the western continent, so he can talk for me. The enclosed room did not seem to have a single light source and was separated from the outside world by a thick metal door. Through the darkness, there was only a streak of light peeking through a small opening. Electrolux was sitting in a corner, reading his interface in exasperation. His Esper potential rating was grade A. However, after over 20 days of open beta, when most players had reached LV8, he was still at LV1. The Germinal organization said they would lock him up for a month, and they meant it. If it was not that Electrolux was reluctant to give up on his high-potential Esper ability, he would have changed to a new account. After the members of the club learned of the situation of his account, they had all been very concerned. They told Electrolux to hold on, and they would invest resources into him when the restriction period was over. With that, he was able to persevere and come online every day to wait, hoping for a miracle. At that moment, the golden metal door started opening slowly, and white light sprayed into the room. Electrolux looked up and saw a man in white standing by the door. The man stared at Electrolux as though he was looking at something precious. I want to perform a little test with you. A man in white smiled freakishly. Cyberlos was joyous. He was one of the top executives in the Germinal organization. As a biologist, he had worked on various experiments for Germinal for many years. Before joining them, Cyberlos was a high-level researcher who betrayed Raylan. He was insane, and his mind was always full of crazy ideas. Even as a fellow human, it was impossible to stop his strong urge to dissect other human bodies. He also did not care about principles and would join anyone who was willing to aid him with resources. In the end, he joined the Germinal organization. As such, Germinal supported Cyberlos to experiment on his crazy ideas by sponsoring him with materials. He was responsible for Valkyrie, Super Soldier, and genetic improvement, all those projects that were totally unethical. There were even other more sinister experiments, and just by mentioning the names, it would make a normal person disgusted and the insane excited. For instance, cross-species hybrid breeding, human-animal fusion. Through years of research, Cyberlos had conducted over 100 experiments and seen thousands of special and gifted human specimens. Among which, Cyberlos was excited about 2 of these specimens, and both were espers. One of them had bone marrow that had amazing healing functions. It could even revive thousands of dead bodies. However, since the souls were absent in these bodies, the bodies would not truly be revived. That was also the first time when Cyberlos discovered the notion of souls. He experimented more, but due to the lack of technology on Aquamarine, he was unable to gather any souls. The other person had some power that could interfere with destiny. It was also the most incredible thing that Cyberlos had ever witnessed. This person could interfere with the course of an event just by commenting. It was something even more difficult to explain as compared to souls. This special ability could only be used when a person was clear and awake. A test proved that it could not work with hypnotism. This person was locked up around the clock and was made to wear a muzzle, which prevented him from talking. Due to negligence in the past, many scary incidents had occurred, and the most recent incident happened a year ago, when this person commented that a disaster would happen to the Germinal. With that being said, the Germinal organization had indeed suffered a painful blow. As for Electrolux, he was the third specimen that Cyberlos was interested in. Cyberlos reread and scrutinized the diary. Day 1. The subject was sent into the restricted room, monitored around the clock, including using night vision camera monitoring. Fed 3 times a day at 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 7 p.m. with no relaxation time given. Subject seemed anxious but has yet to show any after effects from the brainwashing session. Initial observation shows that subject has immunity. Recommended to perform compliance test on the subject. freowebnovel.com. Day 2:08 a.m. Went through the compliance test. Results shown that subject is highly obedient. Passed all the test, and the polygraph does not exhibit any abnormalities. Subject has accepted the new identity from the brainwashing. 11 p.m. Abnormality started showing. Subject has vanished, and no signs of damage were observed in the restricted room. A search was conducted. Subject not found. Day 4. Subject reappeared in the restricted room, the same location where he disappeared, with no warning. Footage data. Appendix-001. We controlled the subject immediately and interrogated about the reason behind his disappearance and what he encountered after he disappeared. Subjected seemed confused, and the interrogation was recorded in Appendix-002. Increased the monitoring on the subject. Day 6. Used hypnotism to check if he was lying, and the subject spoke gibberish. Footage. Appendix-003. At night, subject vanished again. Day 8. Subject reappeared. Interrogated and hypnotized. Details. Appendix-004. At 8 p.m., surgery was performed to observe the biology, and his physiology seemed normal. Surgery conclusion. Appendix-005. The observation diary contained observations from 22 days. Some of the vagrants in the Andrea mainland also appeared to have similar symptoms as Electrolux. As such, this caught the attention of Germinal. They remained quiet and continued to observe secretly. Immortal, able to resurrect, appear out of nowhere, unknown origin. If it was just one person, there was no reason to worry. However, thousands of people had shown the same symptoms, and this number was still increasing, as though it was spreading like an infectious disease. The leader was concerned and made Cyberlos in charge of conducting various experiments on Electrolux. Electrolux was pinned down in the middle by the guards and was brought to the surgery theater. Lying down on the surgery table, he was given the surgery task. The Germinal organization had brainwashed him. As such, he thought all orders given were compulsory missions and violation would lead to heavy punishments. Electrolux could only adhere to the instructions, and he was feeling frustrated. Cyberlos suited up into his surgical gown and started dissecting Electrolux. Electrolux was given anesthesia and was unable to move. All he could do was watch the knife moving about on his body. As he realized he was being dissected, his body system started reacting when the operation started. "You died." Electrolux was struck dumb, and he was revived in the room after 10 seconds. "What in the world? Was I dissected and experimented on?" Electrolux froze. He had lost 1 revive for that week. However, his EXP did not decrease, and that might have been due to him dying under special circumstances. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, when he was playing other virtual online games, NPCs did not care about any special abilities that players possessed, which caused many people complained about it. Players who were more creative had even thought of dissecting these people to study them. He could not believe this was happening in Galaxy. Cyberlos witnessed the whole procedure where Electrolux vanished and then reappeared again. It happened in a split second, and the bloodstains could still be seen on the operation theater. You! No! What kind of creature are you? Cyberlos' eyes lit up. Electrolux suddenly felt like pulling a prank. What will happen if I tell the truth? Chapter 167, Alien 2. Chapter 167, Alien 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The world you live in is just a game. I am just a player. To his shock, Electrolux realized that anything he tried to say became gibberish. He was unwilling to give up trying, but he realized that if he wanted to reveal any information about the real world, the system would change his words. Cyberlos shook his head. It is the same as the hypnosis record, all nonsense. Electrolux was shocked to find out that NPC could tell the uniqueness of a player. This must have been coded by the developer in an attempt to simulate more realistic characters. So real. Electrolux was shocked. It made him felt as if the NPC was a real person. Galaxy is such a realistic game. He finally understood the name for Galaxy 1.0 edition. The developer wanted to allow the players to become adventures, to be the first people to experience another realistic world. Therefore, they did not allow the players to reveal truths of the reality in case they ruined the realistic feeling. He then remembered an old online game. There were also 2 camps of players, and the players from different camps were not allowed to communicate. It seemed to be called the World of the Beast. It must be like that, Electrolux exclaimed. Even if he knew that the reactions that NPCs gave to the players were simulated, he was very impressed. Aside from his responsibilities as a professional player, Electrolux had formed great interest in Galaxy. He was even anticipating what would happen next. There would be more and more players. How would these NPCs react? The guards brought Electrolux back, and Cyberlos stayed in the laboratory and collected blood traces on the operating table. The results of the test were so different from ordinary people, causing his eyes to flicker with curiosity. Let's say this occurrence is the appearance of an alien phenomenon. But why is this phenomenon occurring here, and why has it spread? Most of the aliens appear out of thin air, and there are no database records unless there is a birth of a new civilization. Could there be a projection from another intelligent species? Cyberlos turned on his computer and brought up a highly confidential file. He verified using his fingerprint, his iris, and a password, which was changed on a daily basis, before opening a document, the Universal Treaty 7th Revised Edition. Aquamarine came into contact with the Kidola civilization and had attained more knowledge. The Germinal organization had a copy of this treaty as well. It was stated on the treaty that a projection from a high-level civilization would occasionally interfere with a low-level civilization. The special characteristics of not dying was similar to the description of the projection technique on the treaty. If this was true, this would be the invasion of an advanced civilization. No, for the entity to invade, it would not be so troublesome. A logical explanation would be Aquamarine had become a testing ground for a certain civilization. Cyberlos was not angry at all. In fact, he was very excited by the unexpected phenomenon. If the number of aliens continued increasing, the pattern of Aquamarine would have a drastic change with this characteristic of not dying. The aliens can be brainwashed and are very subservient, but when asked about their place of origin, they talk nonsense, and this could be an instinctive reaction for them. This definitely requires more experimental evidence. The transmission of this alien phenomenon was unknown, and it was impossible to determine if it was contagious or not. The results of the test were normal, and the occurrence for this phenomenon could not be explained. It could be a unique ability, disease, or genetic mutation. The interesting thing was that no abnormal sleeping habits had been observed. From time to time, the disappearance could be the sleeping mode of the aliens. Some aliens had other abilities, their strength was weak, and they seemed to have potential for other unknown reasons. Is the appearance of aliens long-term or short-term? Will the numbers continuously increase? Is there a possibility of the beast infecting the aliens? In the long run, there seems to be some danger with this alien phenomenon, and it is necessary to implement some preventive measures as early as possible. Writing down his conclusion, Cyberlos handed the report over to his leader. His leader's worldview was also slightly affected, but fortunately he was determined. Due to a huge variety of espers around, even the average person was very resilient, so they were used to all kinds of strange phenomenon. freowebnovel.com. The Six Nations will notice the aliens sooner or later. With this phenomenon occurring, the fact that they are our enemy is not as important. They will definitely contact the interstellar civilization to ask for the reasons of this occurrence and will have no time to set off a war. Which means we'll have time to breathe. The leader was very curious about the appearance of aliens, but he was unable to contact the interstellar civilization. However, he noticed an important problem. The aliens could actually be brainwashed and they were very obedient. Thus, he reached the natural conclusion. They are natural cannon fodder. Andrea Mainland was the territory of the Germinal organization, and the leader ordered people to bring back research specimens to brainwash. There were also aliens appearing in the other 3 continents. It was a pity that the subbases had been uprooted, and no one was around to capture them. The leader only realized now that they had lost an opportunity all because of Zero. He was so angry that his teeth ached, and he even wanted to make use of the Son of Destiny to lock onto the position of Zero. But he had not yet made the decision to take the risk. I don't know how the interstellar civilization views this phenomenon. Is this rare or common? There were 4 new novice villages in the Western continent, and public beta had been open for more than 20 days. The average level of the players had also reached LV10, so Han Xiao was prepared to include the energy training technique into the list of skills. The asking price was 10,000 experience and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. Some players were able to afford it. The plane had landed in Fabian's main base on the Western continent, and as the climate of the Western continent was very cold, Han Xiao felt uncomfortable when he first breathed in the air. These few days, he created the parts of the Python armor using the skeleton formed by the P0 nanosynthetic fiber. It looked like thick black tights, and the outer layer was like muscles. Han Xiao tried it on once and it was light. He had found his physical attributes improved. For example, when throwing a punch, the fibers would stretch and twist in the direction of the punch, increasing the strength of the attack. It was similar to getting a new set of muscles and tendons, but this was more flexible, and the user could do whatever they wanted. In the debugging stage, it was necessary to prevent the loss of power with other materials. Han Xiao had spent quite a bit of experience using advanced materials science with other knowledge to attain certain materials. The power system was the most critical for the mecha frame. The bonfire mini reaction furnace was another equipment for advancement. The cellar seems to be in the Western continent, so Han Xiao had chosen to come here. A mecha was a quick way to improve combat power, and as long as he could create the Python lightweight mecha, his combat power could increase by a huge jump. I'll go to the novice village and collect some experience first. Han Xiao marked the location on the map and handed it to the driver. At that instant, his cell phone buzzed. He opened it and turned out to be a message from the Blood Pack Society. Black Phantom, this is a reward from the Dark Net. Your mission is to sneak into the residence of a few Maple officials and leave certain documents there. Someone will meet you at the Western continent and give you the documents you will need, including the specific information of the location and some Maple officials. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and called Bennett. Hey, what are you up to? It was beneficial to know someone on the top, as one phone call across could get him information. Maple does not want to provide assistance, and it is because these few officials are getting in the way. You know the situation over in Maple. We would be touching the treasury of these officials, so they are fiercely opposing us. What assistance? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow as he had an inclination. I have yet to mention to you, but the organization is planning a large-scale project, Shelter. There was originally a year to plan, but as the war is about to start, we can only push forward with the plan and request aid from all the countries. Only Maple has rejected. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The Shelter plan had started early. With his relationship to the Darknet, he was confident in the plan and asked an obvious question. What is the Shelter plan? Do you need my help? Chapter 168, Novice Guides. Chapter 168. Novice Guides? Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. I will tell you the details when you return to the southern continent. And yes, I need your help. Bennett paused. Stardragon first promised to render their help, and the reason was you taking part in the battle of the Tadrammer River. I owe you a favor. Just give me a few small benefits. Bennett laughed. This is exactly what I expected from you. Let's talk more when you return to Southern Continent. After ending the phone call, Han Xiao read the reward detail and triggered the mission. You triggered Level C mission, Deterrent Intimidation. Introduction. Some of Maple's officials are corrupt, and it is time to let them know that holding on to the money bags will only get them bullets. We are not robbers, but we do not mind occasional guest appearances. Mission requirements. Enter the residence of 5 targeted officials and the evidence of the dark net. Rewards: 120,000 experience, 500 dark net reputation. Without the special reward, it is just an ordinary task. I'll just get it done and over with. Han Xiao nodded. The transport plane took off with Han Xiao after a refueling. A few hours later, they arrived in a new novice village. It was not easy to find the airport in the wilderness. However, as the gyroscopic engines were equipped on the wings of the transport aircraft to provide vertical lifting power, it was safe for the plane to take off on the runway. The pilot was a veteran as well. If Han Xiao did not have the discounts as an old customer, the price of chartering flights would have been several times more expensive. This connection was very important as it saved him a lot of money. After using the electromagnetic hover boots for a while after he alighted from the plane, Han Xiao soon reached the novice village. The players there were doing their missions passionately, and upon seeing the Black Phantom, they were stunned and gushed toward him. Poseidon, a member of the Guild of Gods, hummed a song as he scanned through the forum posts. President Jupiter did not bother too much about the rank emission, and the development of the guild was on the right track. In the second issue of Galaxy Times, the group had invited a beautiful esports player, the head of the Rainstorm Club, Rainy Kim. She shared her experience on the show and introduced Stardragon. She had joined the Tadrammer River battle, so she revealed some information, including news of the Germinal organization. After Jupiter learned that the Germinal troops from the southern continent had disappeared, he lost hope for the A-rank mission. Dark Crow Valley base had also been removed. Thus, he concentrated on coordinating the guild and expanded towards southern continent's side. In the second episode of Galaxy Times, professional players from different planets were invited for an interview, and these players had joined different camps on the map, allowing the players to attain more knowledge of the different planets. The conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization revealed the main plot to the players of Aquamarine. Since the start, Poseidon had never approved of the Germinal A-rank mission. He felt that it would distract the group. Fortunately, Jupiter turned his back and gave up on the A-level mission. In turn, the professional guild saw this mission and allowed the players to challenge this difficult task, thus handing over the task to the team. After the discussion, they selected a player from Andrea Mainland to find the Germinal organization and trigger the A-rank mission. The guild also provided resources and intelligence support to help the player complete the task. If anyone succeeded, the guild could have one more potential account, and there are no losses even if they do not succeed. The players were the face of the guild, and their status was higher than that of the guild. The first-line player was also famous as Poseidon asked him for a few signatures, which made him very happy. The guild was pleased with the A-rank mission they triggered during the novice period and gave away some prizes. The guild had passed the unlucky period, and Poseidon was in a good mood. Speaking of the development of the guild, the Black Phantom could not go unmentioned. Since most of them were born in the southern continent, with the support of the Black Phantom, they benefited in one way or another. The Black Phantom only appeared in the southern continent, which gave the players a huge advantage, and the guild benefited a lot. Many opponents were born in other continents, and with the guild in front, the situation was very good. Looking at the jealousy and envy that the old player had, the members of the guild had a sense of superiority. Suddenly, the forum started having lots of new posts published by Aquamarine. The content could be summarized in one sentence. Black Phantom is coming to the western continent. Poseidon snorted and hurriedly clicked and viewed a post. After reading it, he began sweating. Don't tell me Black Phantom is running around every single novice village. If this was to be true, everyone simply had to wait patiently, and the advantages of being in a guild would vanish. Poseidon hurriedly informed the president and other core members in the channel. They were equally shocked. Jupiter was extremely calm. We can't say things like that. We learned some skills earlier than others and were able to finish quests much earlier. There are bound to be some advantages for joining us. NPCs' actions can't be controlled. Don't try to force things. Upon hearing what the president had said, everyone calmed down. Poseidon glanced at the forum again and suddenly screamed, "What the? Come look at this post." "What?" Jupiter doubted the post. It was a screenshot of Han Xiao's skill list, and the focus was on an energy training method. Seeing the skill's effect, everyone was stunned. Magical! Energy was a key attribute. It directly affected combat strength. And with the novice player's energy being so poor, they were usually unable to support an Esper's consumption. Espers needed the skill for sure. Jupiter was an Esper. He turned jealous and suddenly realized a serious problem. Wait a moment. When we were in the southern continent, Black Phantom did not teach us this skill. Everyone stood silent. Could it have been that when the Black Phantom was going to the novice village, he would give better things to them? In that case, wouldn't players in the southern continent be disadvantaged? This isn't advantageous at all. It's way more unlucky. Among the core members of Guild of Gods, there was a player named Ectoma. This unlucky feeling. Why is it so familiar? It's returning. Everything is returning. On the forum, Western Continent players were as if they were dogs that had eaten spring medicine, jumping up and down, posting their videos and showing off. They, who had been always on Southern Continent for so long, finally had something to show off. It was now the Southern Continent's players' turn to suffer. What they originally thought was exclusively theirs was actually given to everyone. In particular, seeing the new skills taught by Black Phantom, the energy training method, the Western Continent players were extremely overjoyed and made the Southern Continent players very tired and uncomfortable. What goes around comes around, and it was time for the players on the Southern Continent to watch in jealousy. Such luck. Why didn't Black Phantom have this skill before? I want to learn it so much. Isn't he a mechanic instructor? He has such awesome skills. Even though I'm an Esper, I'm tempted too. Beyond the posts that were either showing off or complaining, Black Phantom appeared in the Western Continent, and this had gotten all the players to start guessing. He seemed to aim to go through all the novice villages. Could Black Phantom actually have been the official novice guide? But other novice planets did not have one. The guesses were endless. Furthermore, there were players from other novice planets coming over to Aquamarine's forum to complain of unfairness. The novice guide broke the leveled playing field for many, but their voices would soon be overwhelmed by the everyone else. Players from the Northern Continent and Andrea were the ones that greatly supported this statement. Looking at the movements of Black Phantom, they could very well be the next one, and they could not wait to bring themselves in front to the Black Phantom. Do you see the huge anticipation in these small eyes of ours? Come on, hurry! The Western Continent's players were almost celebrating like it was a festival. Some of them who were about to leave the novice village to explore the map immediately reverted back to where they were upon hearing the news of Black Phantom. They hurriedly returned to their villages, waiting for the Black Phantom's arrival in great excitement. Energy training method became a craze. Not only were some players wanting to change class, even Esper came to learn the skill. While the asking price was very high, this magical skill was worth selling one's every asset for. Esper players desperately needed to increase their energy, and to them the energy training method was like a Viagra pill. It allowed them to last much longer, and the difference was between that of a 3-minute and 3-second gap. Whilst short, the concept was totally different. This was the difference between one and many, between heaven and earth. Chapter 169, First Episode of Galaxy's Exploration Journal. Chapter 169, First Episode of Galaxy's Exploration Journal. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao had already foreseen this type of situation. In the first advancement, everyone would learn energy training technique. However, the players were unaware that for players at LV8 or 9, this was a magical skill. The added strength exceeded whatever the player received for their upgrade. Also, some players did not advance in their main class. Hence, they would need a skill that provided energy even more. Aquamarine was the main planet for all the Chinese players. Han Xiao imparted a skill that all players were bound to learn, and while it might seem like he was scamming the players, that was not the case. It was important to note that obtaining a slight advantage in the early stages would enable one to snowball and grow stronger. In other words, Han Xiao allowed the LV10 players to acquire the skills that were only available at LV20. This way, his actions were equivalent to a win-win situation. Not only did he earn extraordinary amounts of EXP, he also enabled the Chinese players to gain an advantage over other planets' players. Perfect. Han Xiao was pleased with his plan. Why would he scam the players? All those perceptions were people's prejudices and misunderstandings toward him. He really loved his motherland. Thinking back to the past when his father almost named him Patriotic Xiao, but under the authority of the Tigress in the house, his father changed to his current name, Han Xiao. Energy training technique required 10,000 EXP to learn, and the thought of the potential profits made his heart beat wildly. Only when the players advance for the first time would he then be able to impart energy training technique and reap the profits. This was kind of a reckless deal. He would take whatever he could. Looking at the player's degree of enthusiasm, Han Xiao felt that the EXP he received in version 1.0 would be an astronomical number. While he was busy with the Western Continent Novice Village, Bunhitdog finally released the first episode in the forum. Galaxy's Exploration Journal, Black Phantom 1. Bunhitdog had a bit of a reputation, and the moment the video was released, his die-hard fans and curious passers-by immediately clicked into it. Finally, this should be spicy. A surprise release. The subject is Black Phantom. Is Bunhitdog on his team now? The program was released in the forum's video section. The forum was not for tasteless gossiping only, it had other functions. In order to allow the players to pass the time while playing the game, the video traffic was huge, and with the addition of old viewers watching, the number of viewers increased quite a lot. The opening titles consisted of the promo edit and some screenshots of the scenery before the video began. The first thing that appeared was the third-person's perspective of Bunhitdog. This was the game's pre-installed viewing function, which could also be used to examine the exterior. The background was Black Pine Settlement. Bunhitdog waved in the direction of the camera, and his opening line was a soliloquy. The everlasting world produced yin and yang, the yin and yang that comes of all living things. The country's benefits are at the cost of my life, and every moment of spring is precious. Welcome to Galaxy's Exploration Journal. I am Bunhitdog. The barrage was filled with ridicule. What is this dumb soliloquy? I read a line of the poem at that time. How confident I am in unifying my country is just like how the sun rises from the east. Divine Toad requires 1,000 years to learn. Frubovoltum. Bunhitdog continued in the show. There hasn't been a new upload in a long time. Being the first episode of the Galaxy series, I'll video a character's perspective and let everyone have a taste of my expedition. This character left a lot of impressions on the players: Mechanic Master, Novice Leader, Mysterious NPC, Secret Quest. Presumably, the audience in front of the screen is curious about the identity of this character. That's right. He is the person in the title, Black Phantom. Wow, awkward talking time. I salute you. Finally. That's what we came for. The lens switched over to show Bunhitdog's perspective. The official content began now. The video content consisted of clips recorded by Bunhitdog, and it became different segments after rounds of editing. The special effects and the narration were then added on later. Bunhitdog used a humorous style, explaining the first encounter with Han Xiao, where Han Xiao resisted a pack of wolves in Green Valley Ville and stopped the confrontation between two warlords. Bunhitdog showed the first person's point of view, while the narration began to analyze Han Xiao's influence. In one sentence, Black Phantom exhibited his influence by moving the two warlords away with just his words. Before I begin with the analysis, I would like to introduce the identities of the two warlords. The scene changed and arrived at Black Pine Settlement. Bunhitdog introduced Lu Cheng, who was the leader of this large-scale settlement. He possessed a huge army and tons of war chariots. Then the topic changed. Lu Cheng possesses such great power, yet he was afraid of Black Phantom. Then, where exactly did Black Phantom's influence originate from? Listen carefully to what I, Brother Bun, have to say. He used Liu Cheng as bait to further the intrigue the audience had toward Black Phantom. The results were outstanding. Frenzied Sword acted as an esteemed guest and appeared on this show. He analyzed Han Xiao's identity in their conversation and slowly touched the tip of the iceberg of Han Xiao's mysterious origins. First, both revealed Black Phantom's name, which seemed to be Han Xiao. Initially, in Star Dragon Intelligence Agency, this was information that no one knew of, and in a flash it captured everyone's attention. The barrage became very sparse, and everyone was reading the content seriously. Frenzied Sword had sucked up to Han Xiao during the beta testing, but he was unaware of Han Xiao's real identity. He only understood that Black Phantom belonged to Six Nations side. However, due to some reason, Black Phantom left Star Dragon and joined the two organizations, the Darknet and the Blood Pact Society. This information came from the extremely fatal powerful enemy Liu Cheng. Even though he did not know the particulars of these two powers, he knew that they were huge backers, and they belonged to the high-ranking powers that players were unable to interact with currently. They were also among Black Phantom's origin. Bun Hit Dog and Frenzied Sword also thought that the crucial reason that people were afraid of Black Phantom was because of his capability. With the player's current rank, they were unable to see the high-ranking character's exact stats. However, they had witnessed Han Xiao killing other, extremely fatal NPCs more than once, and based on that, they felt among the NPCs Black Phantom's capabilities were at the peak. Becoming enemies with Germinal was Black Phantom's current biggest displayed goal. Due to the lack of clues, they were unable to understand the reason behind Black Phantom and Germinal's conflict. Frenzied Sword actually divulged the situation of the beta testing. From beta testing to public testing, the game went through more than 3 months, and Han Xiao had taken on a new persona and become Black Phantom. The moment this information was released, it immediately evoked the audience's curiosity. What exactly did he experience that made him the Black Phantom today? Everything was just assumptions without evidence. The show was unclear, and Bun Hit Dog's real intention was to toss out this question to act as the show's hook to attract the audience's curiosity. Continuing on, Bun Hit Dog and Frenzied Sword discussed the Black Phantom's actions of scouring novice villages and agreed that this was decisive evidence that Black Phantom was a novice leader. After 20 or so days of amusement, the players realized that the NPC's actions and thoughts were very real, and Black Phantom would shock players consistently. For what reason would the Black Phantom interact with the players frequently and also involve himself in obvious plans? There had to be a reason, yet the show only mentioned it in passing. Bun Hit Dog expressed that both he and Frenzied Sword had triggered Black Phantom's secret quest, proving that he was able to shadow and report on Black Phantom. Also, he conveniently introduced all kinds of material benefits that they had received from Black Phantom, showing the scene where Han Xiao gifted Frenzied Sword 2 high-quality firearms. They also followed Black Phantom and arrived at Black Pine, a map that was higher ranked than a novice village and would issue missions with generous rewards. The barrage was full of the material benefits being flaunted, and the audience envied them to no end. Those who were able to trigger Black Phantom's secret quests were the luckiest people. To hell with you, bastard. Sigh. I heard that holding your breath allows you to take in some of that luck. During the show's ending, Bun Hit Dog said, Black Phantom series currently only has 1 episode. The next episode might be of other content. After all, Frenzied Sword and I have been left behind in Black Pine. However, you don't have to worry. I'll continue to pursue and explore Black Phantom's past life. Until then, I'll see all you dog viewers in the next episode. The audience, who finished the episode in one breath, had just one thought. Exciting. The scene was Bun Hit Dog's first-person perspective of exploring, while the side explanation cut into Black Phantom's angle, which introduced a lot of information that ordinary people were unclear of. It tossed out a lot of the world's background and knowledge, and this answered many perplexing problems. Furthermore, the style was relaxed, and the content was mind-blowing. It provided all kinds of interesting assumptions, and the audience was fully satisfied. They went on to recommend it on other forums, allowing more players to join in. The subject matter of Bun Hit Dog's first episode was well chosen. Coincidentally, It was when Han Xiao visited the Western continent and allowed everyone to know of his existence. It was a hot topic. Bun Hit Dog's video became extremely popular, and the viewer count surged. The first episode went completely viral. Bun Hit Dog was pleasantly surprised. His choice of this episode's subject proved to be a correct decision. The video became popular because of Han Xiao's popularity, and not only that, it added greatly to Han Xiao's reputation. Everyone's impression of Han Xiao in their hearts gradually moved from a mysterious merchant and skills trainer to an influential NPC. Guessing his origin gradually became an everyday topic. Chapter 170 Trading Storm 1. Chapter 170 Trading Storm 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Other than the reconciliation of interests, some players had another mindset toward NPCs, which was admiration and adherence. This mindset came from the love toward a certain character, the popularity of the character, or players being fascinated by what the character had been through, which formed a group of fans for these NPCs. The classic examples of these are Dragonborn, Chloe von Einsburn, Medivh, One Punch Man, Kratos, etc. By gaining admiration and love from players, the players might behave in a biased way toward the characters when making certain decisions, such as refusing to accept missions from the enemy camp or following popular NPCs to war. Ladies, weirdos, and overly powerful characters had congenital advantages in such things. Han Xiao was confident in that. However, without real benefits, this kind of relationship based solely on admiration would not have any real meaning. To have players fight for him, perks and benefits were a crucial requirement. He knows how the players behaved. They might help out an NPC out of enjoyment, but only for a short period and would leave sooner or later if the player did not get any benefits from it. Luckily, his plan consisted of both benefits and popularity, killing two birds with one stone. Han Xiao has also watched Bun Hit Dog's video, which was exactly what he had hoped for, to gain the curiosity and interest of players by sending out a video with some clues in it. The information flow between players and NPCs was restricted. They both had a different set of intelligence at hand, so leaking out his real name was not an issue. The Germinal organization knew that he was Zero and might even know the original name of his body, Han Xiao, but they did not know he was Black Phantom and Han Xiao. Star Dragon knew that he was Han Xiao and Zero, but they were not sure if he was Black Phantom. Players knew that he was Black Phantom, his name was Han Xiao, and he served the Star Dragon before, but they did not know he was Zero. Oh, players have yet to receive any information on Zero. Darknet only knew him as Black Phantom. Every organization only had a fraction of the information, and if his true identity was exposed one day, he would just have to change his face and nothing would happen. He could even increase his legendary level by the time he was strong enough and choose to reveal all his identities. Since the official launch, Han Xiao's name had always been on the top of the Planet Aquamarine forums, which made him quite well known. Just like celebrities, the more people that knew him, the easier it was for him to strengthen his impression on people. The situation was going great for him. From what he had done and the help of various videos, his popularity was continually growing at a fast pace. But Han Xiao always has the habit of planning ahead. He had already started to feel an imaginary ceiling on the path of his increasing popularity. Although the functionality of the game was praised by the players, it lacked interactive storylines, and the only way that could make players actively want to interact with him was through the main storyline. Therefore, Han Xiao decided to take on one of the main storylines from Bennett. After going to 2 more novice villages, Han Xiao decided to take some time off so that the players could get some money, and he could have some time for himself to do other stuff. At the top of his to-do list would be to get the bonfire mini-reaction furnace. He called Lei Zhenyu to ask where the seller wanted to carry out the deal, and he gave him the seller's number. "Greetings," the person on the phone said. It was an electrical-generated fake voice, so he could not figure out the age nor the gender. It was very confidential. "How are we going to carry out the deal?" Han Xiao was very straight to the point. "In 3 days. In a moment I will send you the location. Bring your money and I will bring the stuff," the person said. "Okay. I will get one of my men to carry out the deal," Han Xiao replied. 10 seconds after hanging up the call, Han Xiao received a message. Severus, the city near the border of Ordina. freowebnovel.com. Financial organizations and families were deeply rooted in Ordina, so it was filled with competition and very clear class differentiation, as the country's policies were focused on the elites. Every city felt grand and solemn, and the regular rainfall created a light fog that made it look gloomy. It was drizzling in Severus. The weather was damp and bleak, which suited the atmosphere of the city. In a residential flat that had been made into a surveillance room that was connected to every traffic cam within 3 streets, a dozen or so men wearing black were busy doing something. Some were checking on the guns, some were looking at the surveillance screens, and some were going through the intelligence. This was an intelligence action group in Ordina, together with 6 other action groups, which locked down 3 more areas nearby. The agents gathered around to capture an escaped criminal who had stolen classified country intelligence. The target had been on the run for many years, and they had finally found a lead that he would appear in Severus to carry out a deal with a third party. The intelligence source was trustworthy. It had come directly from the information division. They had hacked into countless phone lines and were able to pick out a few that were suspected of being important calls from the target. Continue your surveillance. Snipers, get ready. Take down the target once he meets the dealer. The higher-ups suspect that the target is dealing with a political finance organization, so we need evidence, the leader of the mission said through their earpiece. The target is quite crafty. You're our last level of insurance, Mr. Mag. Please be ready to act at all times. Yes, he replied in a very cold tone. Mag was one of Ordina's aces. His position was similar to M.O. Rance. The fact that even he had been sent to ensure the completion of the mission showed how important this mission was to Ordina. Airplanes were not allowed to dock at Ordina. Therefore, Han Xiao traveled by electromagnetic hoverboots for a day after alighting to reach Severus. Wanderers entering the city formed a long queue at the border of Severus while the soldiers of Ordina were patrolling the area. Their equipment was more refined than that of Star Dragon, and their expressions were covered by a tactical mask. Everyone was silent in the team, with the only sound coming from their footsteps. The deal will be carried out in Severus, Han Xiao thought to himself. He had already changed his clothes and appearance, but his equipment was still with him. He would be looking for a beating if he went in the official way, so he had to be smuggled in. With enough money and threatening from his gun, the smuggling process was smooth. Just like mankind never being able to kill all cockroaches, there would always be such smugglers no matter how tight security was at the border. Han Xiao's clothing covered him from head to toe as he had to hide his equipment, and he carried a large backpack with his guns. Light rain poured on his raincoat, and hiding under the cap was a different face that Han Xiao had changed into. The reminder from Antonio made sense, and he did not want to mess up this deal, so there was no way he would have appeared with the face of Black Phantom or his true face. The location was a cafe at the side of the road, seat 7. As the buyer, if he did not arrive first, the seller might not even appear. Therefore, he sat at seat 7 and looked around the cafe. The radio was playing slow music, and he could see the fog outside the windows. It was quite soothing. Half of the seats were filled. Some were drinking quietly, and the others were looking at the newspaper or their laptop. The arrival of Han Xiao did not attract any attention, and they carried on doing what they were doing. It was normal and peaceful. Han Xiao called the server and ordered a cup of coffee while waiting for the seller. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. People who seemed to be rushing home passed by quickly from time to time while carrying their umbrellas, and a few men at the other side of the road were hiding from the rain while playing with their phones. The drizzling rain fell from the ceiling and formed a puddle at the side of the street. Han Xiao looked normal as he lowered his head to sip his coffee, but he had noticed something unusual. The guy reading newspaper sitting 3 seats away is breathing heavily and has a much higher heartbeat rate than normal. The woman drinking coffee at the bar is sweating at the side of her head. The man that passed by the floor-to-ceiling window had a very steady pace but slowed down on purpose for 30% when he passed by the window. The second person from the left hiding from the rain is stamping the floor with the back of his feet, which is a sign of worry and nervousness, Han Xiao thought. At LV-55, his senses were at a very high level. Through the tiny details of movement and expression of normal people, he was able to figure out their emotional state. Someone is monitoring the cafe, seller, or third party. Could I be the target? I don't think I've messed with anyone in Ordina. The interface showed up when he notices the monitors. Mission introduction. The mysterious seller you're having a deal with is an outlaw of Ordina. Your deal with him has diverged. Unlucky for you, you're now also under surveillance, dragged into a storm that does not concern you. Mission requirement. Run away from Ordina's pursuit. Reward. 65,000 experience. Bonus reward. Unknown. I have been so damn unlucky recently. Han Xiao was upset. All he wanted to do was get the mini bonfire reaction furnace, but it seemed like he was now involved in a rather serious event. Could things not just be peaceful and easier for him? The item was very important to Han Xiao. It was the core of mechanical suit. He did not want to give it up just because of a small risk. He was already involved anyways, and even if he left right now, they would still have their eyes on him, so he decided to stay put for the moment and react accordingly. Chapter 171. Trading Storm 2. Chapter 171. Trading Storm 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After a few minutes of waiting, a man wearing a pair of sunglasses, a hat, a dark green coat, and a scarf covering the lower half of his face came into the cafe and sat opposite Han Xiao. He placed the metal suitcase he was carrying on the table, looked at Han Xiao and didn't say a word. The seller knew the buyer was Black Phantom, but Han Xiao was using a different face. Han Xiao and the seller stared at each other for a while and confirmed the other party's identity in silence. Strangers wouldn't have stared at each other for this long without saying a word. The seller entered the passcode and faced the open suitcase towards Han Xiao. Inside the suitcase was a donut-shaped small device with its wires exposed outside. The exterior was made in metal, with an intruding cylinder in the cross-section and dim red lights flashing through the gaps. This was the mini bonfire reaction furnace, an energy core that is able to generate electricity automatically from solar and condensed fuel. It was also a piece of superhuman equipment, as energy could be turned into fuel as a power source. A rechargeable battery is a core material for mechanical suits. It eliminates the need and trouble of battery supplies. Imagine having to change batteries in the middle of a fight. Han Xiao confirmed it was the real thing with his hands, took out his laptop, sent the money to the seller in a flash, and immediately said, "Run!" Without waiting for the seller's reaction, Han Xiao stored mini bonfire reaction furnace into his backpack and stood up suddenly. He took out his Berserk Eagle and shot many times at the people he previously confirmed to be monitoring him. Ordina agents took action as soon as the deal was completed, but Han Xiao was a second quicker. He had the upper hand. The firepower at within 10 meters from a gun with such high caliber was as high as a sniper. All the monitoring agents who got shot flew backwards. Although the agents were well-trained and wore a bulletproof vest, they were just normal soldiers. However, Han Xiao was a level 55 mechanic. His guns were strengthened and he had all kinds of skills that further increases their power. One shot was enough to make the agents lose their fighting ability and put them in a critically injured state. Without any hesitation, the seller broke through the floor-to-ceiling window and ran with all his might. He was a superhuman too, as he covered a few meters each step he took. To divert the numbers of the enemy, Han Xiao ran towards another direction. Damn it! Who is this buyer? The Ordina mission commander burst into a rage as he did not expect the buyer to be strong enough to realize the danger beforehand, and this had caused the plan to be interrupted. He ordered the agents and the soldiers to split up to chase them separately. Han Xiao spat water across the streets as he dashed across the puddles with high speed. As countless footsteps closed in on Han Xiao, agents appeared from the streets around and started shooting at him. The people on the street ran away screaming. The magnetically controlled retractable armor Han Xiao just equipped reflected the bullets away. He slid across the battlefield with a gun in both hands and shot at any agent who exposed their head. He didn't miss a single shot. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a pull on his feet. He looked down and saw the water sediment wrapping around his calf, slowing down his speed. Superhuman agents of Ordina has stricken. Han Xiao saw the information of the enemy from the interface, an Esper around level 30. As Han Xiao's speed slowed down, two pugilist agents used the opportunity to dash out from the roadside and started attacking him with energy-covered fists and legs. As the enemies closed in, Han Xiao remained calm and used sunworms, concentrated spray. The orange-colored condensed flames devoured the two pugilists. The continuous damage was very high. They let out a scream and backed away immediately. The flames vaporized the rain and created a white fog, which obstructed the view of the agents. Han Xiao has no intention to fight in Ordina against their own agents. He tore apart the water wrapped around his calves by turning his electromagnetic skateboard shoes to full capacity and backed away from the enemy Esper-controlled area as quickly as he could. It was at this moment when he heard the sound of engines as two enormous black police vehicles, the size of an RV-1, dashed out from the intersection. The vehicles splashed the water in an arc with a drift and stopped in front of Han Xiao, facing him sideways and blocked the path. High-caliber guns extended out from inside the windows as they rolled down and shot Han Xiao at the same time. The firepower was so strong that it created sparkles out of the muzzle for an astonishing half-meter. As the bullets expanded in his sight, Han Xiao got hit head-on. These guns were high-caliber assault rifles, and some of them were shotguns which had knockback effects. Although he had armor on, he still stumbled from the bullets. Information of the enemies appeared on the interface. They were Ordina's Special Operation Unit. Han Xiao made a sharp change in direction and slid across the buildings through roofs of the two RV-sized vehicles with his electromagnetic skateboard shoes. The soldiers in the vehicles alighted hastily to fire at him, but the bullets couldn't catch up to him and left a trail of holes on the walls of the building. Han Xiao took out a sonic bomb, pulled out the safe with his teeth and threw it into the middle of the RV. The soldiers split out hurriedly trying to find cover, but the sound waves from the sonic boom were not obstructed by their cover. It spread out and the entire special units fainted immediately. Han Xiao burst their tires and left in a stroll. Ordina has a lot of men around this area. No matter how Han Xiao tried to get rid of the pursuit, there will always be another car at the front of his path. He shot down the traffic cams, took detours, used his electromagnetic skateboard shoes to climb over walls and buildings, outran the soldiers time and time again, but there will always be cars stopping him in the front. How are they able to always find me? Han Xiao thought. Then suddenly he realized something. As he turned back to look up the sky while sliding, he discovered 3 drones that were following him. No wonder they knew where he was. He took out Red Falcon and shot them down with 1 bullet each. Ordina's mission commander bashed the table in anger. The other team had already lost the cellar. Han Xiao was the only target left, but he was too difficult for his men to catch. Mag, take him down. Having successfully escaped from the last few cars, Han Xiao jumped across the gaps between buildings and looked for a hidden place to change his face and clothes. Suddenly, bullets from a shotgun exploded on his back. Smoke and flames broke out. Han Xiao got knocked straight into the wall. Lime and broken bricks fell onto the floor. Close-range explosion had made Han Xiao lose his hearing for a little. He got rid of the lime on his head and looked up with a frown. A man was standing at the top of a building. He had all kinds of equipment on him: a bulletproof vest, waterproof clip belts, for handguns around his waist and thighs, a sniper rifle and 2 different assault rifles hanging behind his back, and a shotgun in his hands with smoke coming out of the muzzle. The damage from one shot exceeded the damage of common firearms. Han Xiao looked at the interface and surprise appeared on his face. A cannon master? You have entered combat. You have received the information below. After a few minutes of waiting, a man wearing a pair of sunglasses, a hat, a dark green coat, and a scarf covering the lower half of his face came into the cafe and sat opposite Han Xiao. He placed the metal suitcase that he was carrying on the table, looked at Han Xiao, and did not say a word. The seller knew that the buyer was Black Phantom, but Han Xiao was using a different face. Han Xiao and the seller stared at each other for a while and confirmed the other party's identity in silence. Strangers would not have stared at each other for this long without saying a word. The seller entered the passcode and turned the open suitcase toward Han Xiao. Inside the suitcase was a donut-shaped small device with its wires exposed outside. The exterior was coated in metal, with an intruding cylinder in the cross-section and dim red lights flashing through the gaps. This was the mini bonfire reaction furnace, an energy core that was able to generate electricity automatically from solar and condensed fuel. It was also a piece of superhuman equipment, as energy could be turned into fuel as a power source. A rechargeable battery was a core material for mechanical suits. It eliminated the need and trouble of battery supplies. Just imagine having to change batteries in the middle of a fight. Han Xiao confirmed it was the real thing with his hands, took out his laptop, sent the money to the seller in a flash, and immediately said, "Run!" Without waiting for the seller's reaction, Han Xiao shoved the mini bonfire reaction furnace into his backpack and stood up suddenly. He took out his Berserk Eagle and shot many times at the people that he had previously confirmed to be monitoring him. Ordina agents took action as soon as the deal was completed, but Han Xiao was a second quicker. He had the upper hand. The firepower within 10 meters from a gun with such high caliber was comparable to a sniper, so all the monitoring agents who got shot flew backwards. Although the agents were well-trained and wore bulletproof vests, they were just normal soldiers. On the other hand, Han Xiao was a LV-55 mechanic, so his guns were strengthened, and he had all kinds of skills that further increased their power. One shot was enough to make the agents lose their fighting ability and put them in a critically injured state. Without any hesitation, the seller broke through the floor-to-ceiling window and ran with all his might. He was a superhuman, too, as he covered a few meters each step he took. To divert the numbers of the enemy, Han Xiao ran in another direction. Damn it! Who is this buyer? The Ordina mission commander burst into a rage, as he did not expect the buyer to be strong enough to notice the danger beforehand. This had caused the plan to be interrupted. He ordered the agents and the soldiers to split up to chase them separately. Han Xiao splashed water across the streets as he dashed across the puddles with high speed. As countless footsteps closed in on Han Xiao, agents appeared from the streets around and started shooting at him. The people on the street ran away screaming. The magnetically controlled retractable armor that Han Xiao had just equipped reflected the bullets away. He slid across the battlefield with a gun in both hands and shot at any agent who exposed their head. Naturally, he did not miss a single shot. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a pull on his feet. He looked down and saw something water-like wrapping around his calf, slowing down his speed. Glancing at the information of the enemy on the interface, Han Xiao saw that it was an Esper around LV-30. As Han Xiao's speed slowed down, two pugilist agents used the opportunity to dash out from the roadside and started attacking him with energy-covered fists and legs. The flames vaporized the rain and created a white fog, which obstructed the view of the agents. Han Xiao has no intention of fighting in Ordina against their own agents, so he tore apart the water wrapped around his calves by turning his electromagnetic hover boots to full capacity and backed away from the enemy Esper-controlled area as quickly as he could. It was at this moment that he heard the sound of engines as two enormous black police vehicles dashed out from the intersection. The vehicles splashed the water in an arc with a drift and stopped in front of Han Xiao, facing him sideways and blocking the path. High-caliber guns extended out from inside the windows as they rolled down and shot Han Xiao at the same time. The firepower was so strong that it created sparkles out of the muzzle for an astonishing half-meter. As the bullets expanded in his sight, Han Xiao got hit head-on. These guns were high-caliber assault rifles, and some of them were shotguns that had knockback effects. Although he had armor on, he still stumbled from the bullets. Information of the enemies appeared on the interface. They were Ordina's Special Operations Unit. Han Xiao made a sharp change in direction and slid over the roofs of the two vehicles with his electromagnetic hover boots. The soldiers in the vehicles alighted hastily to fire at him, but the bullets could not catch up to him and left a trail of holes on the walls of the building. Han Xiao took out a sonic grenade, pulled out the pin with his teeth, and threw it in between the vehicles. The soldiers split out hurriedly, trying to find cover, but the sound waves from the sonic boom were not obstructed by their cover. The force spread out, and the entire special units fainted immediately. Han Xiao burst their tires and left at a stroll. Ordina had a lot of men around the area. No matter how Han Xiao tried to get rid of the pursuit, there will always be another car at the front of his path. He shot down the traffic cams, took detours, used his electromagnetic hover boots to climb over walls and buildings, outran the soldiers time and time again, but there were always cars stopping him. How were they able to always find me? Han Xiao thought. Then suddenly, he realized something. As he turned back to look up the sky while sliding, he discovered 3 drones that were following him. No wonder they knew where he was. He took out Red Falcon and shot them down with 1 bullet each. Ordina's mission commander bashed the table in anger. The other team had already lost the cellar. Han Xiao was the only target left, but he was too difficult for his men to catch. Mag, take him down. Having successfully escaped from the last few cars, Han Xiao jumped across the gaps between buildings and looked for a hidden place to change his face and clothes. Suddenly, bullets from a shotgun exploded on his back as smoke and flames broke out. Han Xiao got knocked straight into the wall, and shattered bricks fell to the floor. The close-range explosion had made Han Xiao lose his hearing for a little. He got rid of the dust on his head and looked up with a frown. A man was standing at the top of a building. He had all kinds of equipment on him, a bulletproof vest, waterproof clip belts, for handguns around his waist and thighs, a sniper rifle and 2 different assault rifles hanging behind his back, and a shotgun in his hands with smoke coming out of the muzzle. The damage from 1 shot exceeded the damage of common firearms. Han Xiao looked at the interface, and surprise appeared on his face. A cannon master? You have entered combat. You have received the following information. Mag Leslie. Level 56. Class: Agent LV-10. Elite Agent LV-9. Eagle Eye Shooter LV-11. Novice Mechanic LV-10. Cannon Master Apprentice LV-10. Cannon Master Trainee LV-6. Attributes: 54 STR, 131 DEX, 65 END, 146 INT, 17 MYS, 11 CHA, 13 LUK. Health: 1900 of 1900. Stamina: 940. Energy: 1230. Abilities: well-trained, plus 100 health. Strength and body, plus 400 heath, plus 4% abnormality resistance. Sharp eyesight, increased field of vision, plus 20% accuracy, plus 13% ranged critical chance. Mechanical professional, plus 18% damage when using mechanical weapon. Gun master, plus 1% ranged damage per 5 dexterity. Skills: explosive shooting LV-5, moving snipe LV-4, cannons and flames LV-2, pouring ammunition LV-3, basic shooting LV-10, accurate shooting LV-8, suppressed fire LV-5, eagle eye target lock LV-1, intermediate machinery affinity LV-8, extra clip capacity LV-5, equipment, RX-108 assault rifle, grade white, damage, 41 to 48, fire rate, 5.6/S, active range, 380 m, clip capacity, 30, power output, 41. Butcher assault rifle, grade green, damage, 71 to 85, fire rate, 3.4/S, maximum fire rate, 5.7/S, active range, 350 m, clip capacity, 24, power output, 49. Tiger Claw shotgun, grade green, damage, 20 to 187, fire rate, 1.5/S, maximum damage range, 10 m, damage decreases as range increases, clip capacity, 8, power output, 48. Synthetic ceramic bulletproof vest, grade green, ranged defense, 24 to 26, durability, 560. Pox handgun, grade while, damage, 34 to 40, fire rate, 2.5/S, active range, 80 m, clip capacity, 12, power output, 28. Grappling hook gun, description, shoots a grappling hook, range, 20 m. Chapter 172, One of My Men. Chapter 172, One of My Men. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Mag was a cannon master, a second-tier class of the basic mechanic class with very high damage. The better the weapon was, the greater the advantage they had. This was the first time that Han Xiao had fought a high-level enemy of his own class. Every meter from a cannon master was a wall of obstruction, and the enemy was at the top of the building while Han Xiao was at the ground. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao completed the analysis of the situation, the enemy, the nearby terrain, and the escape route. Cannon Master, level 56. High damage but low HP. I have one chance of dealing explosively high damage, but killing him will not be easy. Their backup will arrive in no time if I'm stalled, and I don't have enough supplies to deal with an outnumbered fight. I need to use the opportunity created by damaging him to escape, Han Xiao thought. Blue lights flashed from his shoes, and he slid away. Trying to run? Mag remained expressionless as Han Xiao ran away. He had noticed much earlier that the speed Han Xiao had was from his shoes, so he used his RX-108 assault rifle and shot with high accuracy. He knew that Han Xiao would not be able to escape if his shoes were broken. However, a piece of magnetically controlled retractable armor quickly covered the shoes and blocked the bullets. That was close. Han Xiao was shocked. Luckily, he had been prepared and was able to react in time. Had his shoes been destroyed, the difficulty to escape would have been many times higher. Being attacked and not fighting back was not Han Xiao's style. Whilst tactically retreating, he fired back at Mag with high accuracy on par with the latter, and 3 high-caliber bullets hit Mag's chest. Physical fitness was not Mag's strength, and he could barely handle the power from the bullets. He endured the pain and followed after Han Xiao using his grappling hook gun to move between buildings. Mag had an advantage of having the high ground, so he used explosive shooting with his Tiger Claw shotgun and fired another shot at Han Xiao. The force of the explosion knocked Han Xiao into the wall once again. Before Han Xiao could pull himself out of the wall, he felt a sense of danger and immediately covered his entire body with armor. Mag stood on the ceiling with one assault rifle in each hand. He used moving snipe and pouring ammunition at the same time. The increased fire rate from both skills together turned the bullets into a storm raining down on Han Xiao, keeping him stuck on the wall. The holes in the wall turned to waves of dust, and the cracks grew even larger. He should be almost dead. Mag was confident this round of explosive damage that he had dealt with the combination of abilities and hundreds of bullets should have left the target almost dead, if not dead. Dust filled the air and blocked the view inside the pit. Hum. A loud and weird sound appeared. Freewub novel. Calm. Suddenly, an invisible force field exploded on the wall, pushing away the rain and bullets, creating an area of empty space. Field repulsive machine. Using the repulsion from the machine, Han Xiao jumped out of the pit and remained stagnant in the air for a short moment. He held up the Phantom Ghost sniper with one hand and aimed at Mag from afar, locking onto his position. Time seemed to have slowed down. Mag felt a chill down his spine. The gun gave him a piercing sense of coldness, and his intuition told him that it was extremely deadly. He tried to dodge as soon as he could, but Han Xiao fired his shot before he could dodge fully. In the flash of blue light, Mag felt an irresistible force bursting on his chest. He was knocked into the air and rolled to the other side of the roof, barely grabbing the edge of the rooftop in the last second before falling down. The pain from his chest hurt like hell. He looked down and saw a bloody hole on his right chest that penetrated his body through the bulletproof vest. Blood was gushing from within. He shot through my lung. Mag was sweating heavily from the pain of the wound. Every time he took a breath, it felt like a knife was carving back and forth in his lung. He was shocked and frightened. The power from this shot was stronger than one of his even when he was at peak performance. Where the hell did this extremely strong guy come from? And who was he? His explosive power was even superior to the Ace of Ordina, but Mag had never seen him before. Had Mag not dodged, the bullet would have hit his eye. He had ended up in this state even with a bulletproof vest. If he had been even half a second slower when he dodged. Mag's fear toward Han Xiao peaked. You destroyed Mag. Leslie's synthetic ceramic bulletproof vest. You dealt 772 points of damage to Mag Leslie. Mag Leslie has entered moderate bleeding state, losing 5 health/S for 60s. Mag Leslie has entered penetrated lung state, minus 10% dexterity, minus 15% movement speed. This explosive shot was used with Flaming Will and Overload, so the damage was frightening. Han Xiao took a deep breath. For the first time, his magnetically controlled retractable armor was close to being destroyed, The damage from Mag's storm of bullets had decreased its durability to the alarming zone of 100 points. If he had still been wearing the first version of it without all the improvements that he had made, it would have been destroyed. Cannon masters were known for their firepower. If Mag could get better firearms, his damage would have further increased. To Mag, the fact that Han Xiao was still standing after all the bullets he had fired was already quite unbelievable. If Han Xiao were to stay and continue the fight, he would almost certainly win, but he heard the engines from afar. Their backup was here. This is Ordina's territory. I'll be outnumbered easily by their countless men. Mag already knew my explosive damage, so his plan from now on will definitely be stalling me. I have already got my thing, so there's no need for me to stay and fight. Running away now is the priority. Han Xiao thought to himself and retreated without hesitation. Mag was still horrified by that shot from Han Xiao, so he acted with a lot of caution, firing a few shots and hiding into cover straight after. He seemed like a different man. Han Xiao's pressure decreased tremendously. While Mag was being cautious, he used overload on his skating shoes, accelerating rapidly in a split second and disappearing from Mag's sights. Mag lost Han Xiao completely in the complicated streets of the city. He called his colleagues instantly to check on the cameras in the city, but Han Xiao was nowhere to be found. It was like he had vaporized. The mission target was the seller, who was experienced in escaping after so many years of being chased, and because this buyer reminded the seller a second earlier, he had found a chance to escape from the agents. Thus, Mag could only go after the buyer, but despite being the ace, not only did he not catch the target, he was even badly damaged. Anger and dismay filled his chest. Failing the mission was like a slap on his face. Ordina agents started searching the area, which expectedly lead to no result. They could only pass their recorded fighting video to the intelligence unit for analysis. However, although they did not have any hope that doing this would give them any valuable information, they surprisingly found someone whose fighting style was the same as the buyer's. Black Phantom. They look completely different, but he might have worn a skin mask. It all makes sense now. Only Black Phantom could disappear like a ghost. In the action command room, Mag was being treated by the doctor. His face was gloomy. He had heard of Black Phantom before, but as an ace agent of an intelligence organization, he had looked down on assassins like Black Phantom. However, through this accidental clash with Black Phantom, despite being the pursuer, he had been defeated and critically damaged, unable to even follow the target. Mag felt ashamed. No wonder he is a legend. The action commander did not blame Mag, as failure was not unacceptable when the opponent was Black Phantom. The question was, why did Black Phantom come to the Western continent? Did he have a deal with the outlaw they were following? Ordina's intelligence unit took the appearance of Black Phantom very seriously. They opened a meeting and told the hacker unit to play with the source of this information, which was the short call Han Xiao had with the seller about the deal location. Greetings. How are we going to carry out the deal? In 3 days. In a moment I will send you the location. Bring your money, and I will bring the stuff. Okay. I will get one of my men to carry out the deal. The last sentence was the key. The person that the buyer sent was astonishingly Black Phantom, which meant that the identity of the buyer was clear. Chapter 173, You Can't See Me. Chapter 173, You Can't See Me. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After running away from Mag's sights, Han Xiao turned back to the direction that he had come from, where the surveillance cameras were destroyed. He changed his clothes and the face on the skin mask, dived into the crowd, and escaped successfully. He headed to the border, and just as he expected, the border was locked down as special operation units and scouts searched everyone who passed by. Aren't I so unlucky? Getting into a fight with agents when I just wanted to buy some equipment? It seemed Antonio's words had become the truth. He really met people from Ordina's intelligence organization. Their ability to extract information was undoubted. Han Xiao figured they would probably be able to sniff out that he was Black Phantom from his fighting style. Well, he had no choice since he was running for his life. Of course he had to not held back, or he would have been dead. Why is it so tough to just keep a low profile? Han Xiao sighed. Exposing his identity was not going to affect him since nobody really knew who he was, but he felt like someone got into trouble because of that. Never mind, it was a small issue anyways. At least Han Xiao got the mini bonfire reaction furnace. He was contented. Han Xiao knew where human smuggler was. The border being locked down would not obstruct him from smuggling himself out. Although the price increased, it was acceptable to him. After going to a rural area in Severus and smuggling himself out of the city, 1 hour had already passed. The rain had stopped. Replacing the clouds and fog, the sky was sunny and bright. While on the road with his hovershoes, Han Xiao's phone suddenly rang. It was from Bennett. Why did the Ordina intelligence organization call the higher-ups of my organization, asking for an explanation and even compensation? What the hell did you do on the Western continent? Bennett was at a loss for words. It felt like misfortune just fell down onto him from the sky out of nowhere. Ordina showed him the evidence, which was the recording of the phone call, and Bennett could easily tell that the voice of the buyer was clearly Han Xiao. Who in the world would say, "Okay, I will send one of my men over, then go over himself"? Even if you want to confuse others, at least don't fight in such an obvious and unique style. It's very misleading you as *Cole. Well, it was supposed to hide my identity, but it seems like that didn't work. Anyways, don't worry, it's not a big issue. I only fought some Ordina people, beat up a few agents, and destroyed a few buildings, nothing much. The people of Ordina were quite welcoming. By the way, the weather here is not good at all. It keeps raining and feels really gloomy. It's not like the southern continent, where it feels like spring and is very comfortable. I prefer southern continent's weather much more. Bennett was stunned. How did you change the topic so naturally to talk about the weather? Could your skills to change topic be any worse? Han Xiao laughed it off and said, "It was an accident. That's all. I've got something to attend to. Got to go." You as *Co. Han Xiao hung up the call quickly before Bennett finished the sentence. Phew, that was definitely a misstep. Didn't expect Ordina to be this angry. Did they really have to be? Dragged in completed. You received 65,000 experience. You completed the hidden requirement. Stop Mag and help the mysterious seller to escape within 3 minutes. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and thought, so, this is the hidden requirement. Luckily, I didn't leave the seller behind. He had actually come up with 2 plans at the time. One was to not do anything and let the seller attract the attention of Ordina since he was not the target anyway. But he went with the other plan, which was to warn the seller. Looks like I made the right choice. Han Xiao had a smile on his face. He had hoped the reward to not be experience anymore. Since there were already players, he was not in need of it. You received bonus rewards. Character Summon Card, Dion. LV30 Special Dungeon Crystal, Olena Infiltration Plan, plus 30 relationship with Dion. Trading is now available. Dion? Han Xiao remembered with joy after thinking back for some time. Dion was a mysterious NPC on planet Aquamarine. He was part of a hidden organization that kept a very low profile. Dion sold all sorts of rare supplies. He was like a hidden store, and there was no fixed mission for players to meet him. They had to pray to the goddess of fortune. And even if players had the chance to take on the mission, if they did not fulfill the hidden requirement, they would also miss the opportunity. So he was the seller. Han Xiao was a little astonished. His phone rang again. This time it was from the seller. My phone was tapped. I have settled it, so my calls will not expose any more secrets. I dragged you into this. I heard Mag also took part in the mission. If you did not warn me, I might not have been able to escape. I owe you one. Since you are calling me, it means you wanted to repay me. Han Xiao acted like it was not a big deal, but he was laughing with happiness on the inside. You can call me Dion, the seller said. Usually I don't do business with new customers, but you're an exception. I will give you 20% off everything. Only 20%? Han Xiao raised his tone. Can you give a bit more? Dion was stunned. Should a legendary killer not be more mysterious? He remained silent for a moment and replied, 20% is a very high discount already. Fine, Han Xiao said mockingly. Not long after, Han Xiao received a message, the item list of Dion's store. There were many rare items, and some of them were likely even secret research documents of the 6 nations. There were even high-tier machines, which included the mini bonfire reaction furnace and a few nanotechnology machines that he had seen before from Lei Zhenyu, who had also traded with Dion before. Han Xiao was very delighted. He had a large sum of money earned from the 2 novice villages in Western Continent, which he could spend in any way he wanted to, and he was in need of new parts to build the mech. Quickly deciding with a few mechanical items, Han Xiao asked, "How do we make the deal?" "Through a meetup, but this time at a rural area in 3 days' time. I will give you a location, and I will send someone to pass the stuff to you. My identity is rather sensitive, so I will not turn up due to my own safety. Please understand." Han Xiao was pleased. He only had one step left to finish his mech, and once he got the materials, he would be able to complete it. Han Xiao hung up the call and paid close attention to the other 2 items that were part of the rewards. Character Summoning Card of Dion and a LV.30 Special Dungeon Crystal. Character Summoning Card, Dion. Ability, You Can't See Me, D. Lowers one's sense of existence, making living or non-living things nearby have deviated sense when they are detecting him. Usages, 0/2. It is not an Esper power or pure invisibility, but something like a power that adjusts oneself to fit the surroundings. It is a unique power. It seems to be quite useful, except its name was weird. Chapter 174 Viper. Chapter 174 Viper. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. He looked at the other item. LV.30 Special Dungeon Crystal. Olena Infiltration Plan. Introduction. Olena is a secret research lab of Ordina. A few years ago, Dion infiltrated this facility and stole their military secrets. This will be your test. Dungeon type. Backwards time travel dungeon. Player completion count. 0. Shortest completion time. Midnight. Record holders. None. The dungeon missions only appeared when inside the dungeon. Han Xiao guessed that it would require him to take on the identity of Dion and steal the secret documents just as Dion did. Using Dungeon Crystal was risky for him, so he kept it unclaimed in the interface, considering selling it to players in the future. 3 days later, at the meetup location, 2 of Dion's men were waiting in masks, carrying the items that Han Xiao had ordered. Han Xiao paid the money and got the things right at the spot. It went smoothly this time. Going back to the cargo plane, Han Xiao opened the metal suitcase that he had received, which held the materials securely. U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane, its functions had already been mentioned before. Nerves biological transmission cable increased energy efficiency, which led to a higher output. Using it in a mechanical suit would slightly increase its basic stats. High-speed injection module could be placed inside the mechanical suit to inject some potions, such as healing potion and steroids. He also bought some painkiller. Han Xiao had studied enough blueprints, and now he had all the materials he needed, so he decided to self-create a mechanical suit. To prevent distractions, he had the plane parked in a hidden place and stopped all other activists. 5 days later, with dark bags under his eyes, Han Xiao looked at the completed suit with a smile of relief. It's done. The scan is successful. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. Please name the blueprint. Han Xiao contemplated for a while. This light mechanical suit was a knockoff of the Python, but many parts and modules were different from the original, so it suited his needs. He had an idea for a suitable name. Named successfully, you received customized blueprint, light mechanical suit. Viper. This is a good name. Han Xiao was satisfied. Viper was a completely black combat suit. There were platinum alloy plates on the outside of chest, belly, thighs, and back. A little below the back of the neck was where the mini bonfire reaction furnace was slotted into, emitting a faint red light. Spaces between the armor were filled with U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane, which had very high defensive power. On the inside of the combat suit was PE0 fiber that was designed to look like muscle outlines, which increased the user's powers. The helmet was a one-piece mask made of high breathability materials, which had a filtration device at the mouth made of metal and a B-shaped protective goggles at the eyes. From the user's perspective, the goggles had technical functions that listed out data scanned and captured from the battlefield. There were also many weapon modules in the suit. Viper. Type, Single unit light mechanical combat suit. Grade white. Basic stats. Armor 5600/5600. Defense 137. Power level 578. Energy 2600/2600. Height 1.82 m. Weight 108 pounds. Control method, body plus low-class smart chip. Power source, mini bonfire reaction furnace, self-charge. Recovers energy at 20 per minute. Energy conversion rate from user 10:6. Stationary mode energy usage 12 per minute. Combat mode energy usage 28 per minute. Core power capacity 421 of 600. Bone structure module. PE0 nanotechnology fiber. Biological muscle inner bone. Strengthens muscle when the user moves the body. Hardens muscle under attack. Increases attributes. STR plus 38. DEX plus 25. Def plus 12. Power output 70. Armor plating module. Platinum alloy plate. Armor plus 1800. Def plus 30. Power output none. Armor plating module. U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. Armor plus 2400. Def plus 45. Power output none. Exterior module. Optical camouflage. Reflects light to achieve invisibility to a certain extent. Power output 20. Eye module. Combination of electrical scanning, thermal vision, night vision. Display information in technical hologram screen. Power output 25. Right hand module. Heating hand plate. Produces a high amount of heat and deals continuous damage. Energy cost 1.2/s. Damage level 94. Power output 50. Left hand module. As above. Right wrist module. Sunworm mini flamethrower. Energy cost 1/s. Damage level 98. Power output 50. Left wrist module. Field repulsive machine. Directional. Releases repulsive energy in an arc of 150 degrees and 20 m. Cooldown 30s. Energy cost 10 per use. Power output 60. Leg module. Electrical hover boots. Energy cost 5 per minute. Power output 30. System module. Body condition check. Power output 5. System module. Smart fire control system. Aim assist. Power output 5. System module. Target analysis database. Power output 5. Subsidiary module. High-speed injection needle. Equipped. Painkiller. Power output 10. Subsidiary module. Mini spider detector *8. Power output none. Subsidiary module. Electromagnetic pulse controller. Applies excitement. All stats plus 5%. Duration 15 minutes. Energy cost 5 per use. Power output 10. Subsidiary module. SUI anti-radar coating. Power output none. Subsidiary module. Mini radar. Power output 18. freewebnovel.com. Subsidiary module. Air filtration device. Includes oxygen storage capability. Can store up to 15 minutes worth of oxygen. Power output 8. Subsidiary module. Thermostat. Power output 10. Additional ability. Strong capability. During combat, distributes energy to biological muscle inner bone. Increases stats. STR plus 40. DX plus 20. Additional ability. Toughness. Using platinum alloy and U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. Gains high resistance against corrosion, high temperature, and other abnormal states. Remark. A successful knockoff. Finally, I have completed the mechanical suit. Han Xiao was excited. He had also received close to 20,000 experience from making it. Viper was mainly used to increase the power of a single person and consisted of generally smaller modules. The power capacity was not full yet, so it could include more modules in the future if Han Xiao so desired. Viper raised the combat power of Han Xiao to a whole new level, and it did not interfere with him using other guns, grenades, or weapons. This mechanical suit was a second combat tactic, which provided higher survival capabilities and increased all of his stats. If it was in combat mode, it would increase Han Xiao's strength by more than 2 times. Han Xiao now had a sniper at long range and mechanical suit at close combat. Furthermore, Viper was lightweight. It could be folded into a suitcase, and Han Xiao had his magnetically controlled retractable armor for when he was not wearing the mechanical suit. I will have to test out its actual combat capabilities. Han Xiao decided on the next destination. It was where the tragedy of La Potter took place. What convenient timing! Killing the beast boss over there was also part of his plan. The tragedy of La Potter occurred in a forbidden zone that was filled with wild beasts. The beasts in the area were strengthened by a mutation virus called Death Virus. A group of mutated rhinoceroses galloped across the maroon earth. They were enormous and muscular. Their bones bulged from the body like an armor, and the cone-shaped horns on their heads were shining like metal. Above, an anaconda with 2 pairs of bat wings dashed across the sky toward a corpse. Suddenly, a tiny blue flower beside the corpse turned into a gigantic mouth and swallowed the anaconda whole before turning back to its harmless disguise. All the beasts here are mutated. At the exteriors of the Forbidden Zone, with serious expressions on their faces, Yen Dian and Ned were analyzing the situation through their binoculars. They were lone superheroes that had taken on a contract to enter the zone and search for a group of civilian explorers. This civilian exploring group had entered the Forbidden Zone and put themselves in such a dangerous spot all to investigate the source of the virus, which was very noble in the eyes of Yen Dian and Ned. Therefore, they had accepted the contract without hesitation. There has always been radiation in La Potter, which is the cause of virus mutation, Ned said. From the last location report of the exploration group sent before losing contact, they went missing in a valley that is quite some distance from us. There's a lot of unknown danger inside. We'll have to be careful. In this area, any large transportation tool would become an obvious target both on land and in the sky. Therefore, they walked in on foot as it was the safer option. Chapter 175 Beast King. Chapter 175 Beast King. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. On the other side of the Forbidden Zone, Han Xiao had arrived at his destination. The air was filled with a rotten smell and a hint of poison. The plants on the ground were mutated as well. The spawn area is a little too huge. I don't know where the Beast King is. Han Xiao put down the metal suitcase, opened it, and donned the Viper mechanical suit. The hologram display had zooming functions and compiled data collected from many scanning modules, which provided more detailed information on the surroundings. There was also a radar at the top left side of the screen that could detect any signs of life within a radius of 500 meters. By increasing the power output, this radius could be improved to 1,500 meters. The scanning module had plenty of useful functions. It could analyze the collected data from tiny signs and traces on the ground to determine the source of said traces, and it could also record previously unknown data into the database for future analysis. The filtration device got rid of the rotten smell in the air. Han Xiao could hear himself breathing inside the suit, and the thermostat made him feel very comfortable in it instead of feeling stuffy. He brought along some firearms and grenades that were all fixed into respective slots and firing tracks in the suit. Han Xiao moved around to familiarize himself with the mechanical suit controls, then jumped into the zone with each step covering close to 10 meters. The suit was in standby mode, which used less energy than the mini bonfire reaction furnace generated, so the energy was always full. The radar was active at all times. If it detected any being with strong vital signs, it could be the Beast King, and since the species of Beast King was random, even Han Xiao was uncertain of what species would it be. After running for 5 minutes, a dozen or so vital signs appeared on the radar. The view from the hologram screen zoomed in like a sniper scope as Han Xiao gave the suit a voice command. The current controlling mode did not have nerve connection, only voice control for its various functions. The smart chip had voice identification and could analyze simple commands from Han Xiao. No one else could be able to use it. At a few hundred meters away were a group of more than 10 giraffe-like creatures with fearsome bone spurs, which clearly indicated they were not a tamed species. A few of the larger ones raised their neck and looked over to Han Xiao's position. They seemed to have noticed him. Stealth mode. Optical camouflage was turned on, and the exterior of the mechanical suit turned into the same color as the surroundings like a chameleon. The gaps in the suit was also closed up, not letting out any scent. The giraffe-like creatures shook their heads around but could not find him, so they lay back down. If the level of the enemy was high enough, they would have been able to see through the camouflage, but these beasts were clearly far from that level. Han Xiao continued to move forward, searching for the target. 2 hours had gone by, and Han Xiao had already scanned dozens of mutated flora and fauna, which were all stored into the database. He had also fought a few beasts with various levels and vital signs to determine the approximate strength certain vital sign levels presented. The highest-leveled beasts that he had met was a pack of wolf-like beasts at LV-42, which was not his target. The sun had set, and the night became more dangerous as howling filled the forbidden zone. If Han Xiao did not have his mechanical suit, the night would have been dangerous to him as well, but Viper's stealth ability was strengthened by the night. It sealed all of his sound and scent and made him as inconspicuous as a rock. I've yet to find the target, Han Xiao thought. He sat by a large rock and inserted bullets into the clip as he changed the visor mode to night vision. The chance of the Beast King spawning at the heart of the zone, the ruins of La Potter, was higher, as the closer toward the center, the more beasts there were. With a voice command, the armor around Han Xiao's calves split open. Inside was a small space that stored the spider detectors. He activated them and made them spread out toward the center of the zone. The images captured by them were displayed on his goggles. Spider detectors worked in a shaky but rather quick way. After a while, Han Xiao could see the situation of the center zone, which was filled with ferocious-looking beasts. Suddenly, the image from spider detector number 1 experienced a slight shake, and loud crashing sounds could be heard from afar. The beasts were then seen all going in the same direction. Spider detector number 1 climbed up a long-haired boar and headed toward the same direction. 2 superhumans running for their lives from the beasts appeared in sight. One of them was an esper who could release white shockwaves from the hands, which was quite powerful and knocked closing beasts back again and again. However, the sound it produced attracted more and more beasts. It was a vicious cycle that only made the situation worse. There are others who have entered this forbidden zone? Han Xiao raises his eyebrows in surprise. Right the next moment, a white lion that was 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long appeared. All the other beasts got out of his way with fear, and those who did not were all dead. Han Xiao's eyes twinkled. That was most likely the Beast King. Yang Dian and Ned ran with all their might to the extent that their lungs felt like it was burning. Behind them were more than 100 mutated beasts and an enormous white lion. freowebnovel.com. All of this is because of your power. Its sound attracted so many beasts. Yang Dian said while clenching his teeth in anger. Shut up. If not for your carelessness, we could have avoided that pack of wolves. Stop complaining and making useless comments. What should we do now? Ned said as he released another shockwave, knocking back a few beasts that came too close. Yang Dian took out his laptop while running to look at the map and said, We're getting closer to the center of the zone. It's extremely dangerous there, so we have to change direction now. They turned hastily. The beasts were chasing closely with the enormous white lion leading ahead. Ned's shockwaves could only stop its movement for a mere second and could not even push it back even the slightest distance. Ned was sweating heavily. He was running out of energy. This time, a cliff appeared in front. There was a gap on the ground that could only fit a human, and he had to enter sideways. Quick! Hide inside! They were overjoyed. Suddenly, Ned noticed a huge shadow below him expanding at a fast pace. Turning around with surprise, Ned saw the white lion jump toward him and slam its claws straight down. The wind from the raw power of the beast was so strong that Ned could barely open his eyes or breathe. You go first, Yang Dian shouted as he pushed Ned away. He then punched toward the claw with blue flames wrapping around his arm. He was a pugilist that had a stronger physique and could endure more damage than Ned, so he was confident it would not be a problem to block just this one attack. Fists and claws clashed with each other. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Yen Dian's arm was fractured, and a few of his ribs were also broken just from the impact alone. He threw up a mouthful of blood and flew up like a pebble. Ned quickly pulled him along into the gap between the ground, and the claws followed them the next moment and broke stones into pebbles. They almost did not make it. Such strong raw strength. Yen Dian's face was twitching from the pain. A strong pugilist like him had been critically injured by just one hit. The power of this lion was unheard of. Ned was even more aghast. He knew the power of Yen Dian, but even he could not handle a single hit from the white lion. They probably would not survive this time. The beasts surrounded the outside, so they had no other choice but to depend on this gap to live. Fortunately, the beasts could not enter. For now, they kept scratching the entrance, trying to create a bigger gap. Every time they heard the sound of claws against the rocks, their heartbeat became faster. Yang Dian took out bandages and ointment to treat the wounds. What they would face next could very well be a death battle. Thus, he had to recover as quickly as possible. Ned was also trying to recover as much energy as possible, even if it meant he would suffer more injury in the future. All they wished was to get through this. All of a sudden, the beasts outside gathered tightly and started running toward each other. The white lion let out a loud growl and started killing other beasts. The beasts also started to turn against each other. Blood spilled everywhere, and growling rumbled on continuously. Chapter 176. Actual Combat with Mechanical Suit. Chapter 176. Actual Combat with Mechanical Suit. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The beasts started killing each other. Smiles appeared on their faces as they decided to wait and see. The beasts fought for more than half an hour, leaving corpses everywhere. The white lion was the final winner. Blood from other beasts had added red to its snowy fur. It stood before the gap and growled at the rest of the beasts, indicating that they were his prey. The beasts backed off and left the prey for the king of the beasts. The beast herd was gone, but the strongest one of them all, the white lion, was still waiting outside. As it clawed at the hole, the opening became larger, so it would not be long before Yang Dian and Ned had nowhere to hide. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Ned bit his lips and said, "Your wounds are too severe. You be the bait, and maybe I can live." Yang Dian looked at his heavily wounded body and said, "It's true I won't be able to escape. It's better for one to die than both. If you can make it out alive, remember to take care of my family." "I will. I will raise your child and take care of your wife." They looked at each other and stayed silent for a moment. Then they both gave a bitter smile. "Stop talking nonsense. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Yang Dian stood up in a struggle and said, "We'll use everything we have left." Ned nodded. White light started lighting up on his hands as he got ready for combat. Just as they were going to leave and use everything they had, a flash of blue light dashed across the night sky and hit the white lion's left eye. Immediately, it burst into blood. Then they heard the sound of a gunshot. The white lion roared in anger and sprinted toward the source of the gunshot. Yang Dian and Ned were stunned, which then turned into excitement. Someone's came to help. 500 meters away, Han Xiao lay prone on the floor with the ghost sniper rifle, blue light glowing along the circuits on its body. Through the sniper scope, he saw the white lion rushing toward him with a bloody left eye. This shot was fired with Flaming Will, which this time it triggered a lucky 2.2 times damage, together with Overload, Vital Point, and Sneak Attack critical damage. The damage was an astonishing 1,800. This was the highest damage Han Xiao had dealt with a single shot. However, the white lion was still alive and well, like it did not affect him. Han Xiao looked at the information on the interface, and as he expected, the white lion was indeed the Beast King. Its real name was Mutant White Lion King, LV-56. It had a lot of beast specialty abilities. For instance, its health was a horrifying amount of more than 18,000, so the shot only to around 10% of its health, as well as a sight loss debuff. Mutant White Lion King. Level 56. Health 15724/18700. Status -50% field of view, moderate bleeding state. Attributes 135 STR, 126 DEX, 240 END, 30 INT, 22 MYS, 31 CHA, 24 LUK. Its attributes were very high, and it had many special abilities, which included one called Crazed Rage, that largely enhances movement speed, attack speed, and damage as health decreased. An extremely dangerous ability. This boss was supposed to be fought by a team, but Han Xiao was solo. However, with the new mechanical suit, the risk was much lower. Han Xiao stood up and slid backward while firing with his sniper continuously. Despite wearing Viper, he would not opt for close-range combat. Mixing combat strategies was the right way to go. By using the sniper and mechanical suit at the same time, he could have an advantage in both close-up and ranged combat. The scanning module analyzed the nearby terrain and backed up automatically without Han Xiao having to look back, so he could fully focus on dealing damage. After kiting for a while, when Han Xiao finished all the clips of Red Falcon and Berserk Eagle, Mutant White Lion King finally closed in to within 100 meters. Han Xiao stopped backing up and instead dashed forward to the Beast King. Switch to combat mode. Han Xiao yelled. Electricity pumped through the cables. As bright red light shone from the bonfire reaction furnace on his back, muscle fibers in the suit expanded and provided Han Xiao with even more power. Clenching his fist, Han Xiao could clearly feel the amount of power in the mechanical suit just waiting to be let out. The additional attributes from the suit had more than doubled his STR and DX. Yang Dian and Ned saw from afar that Han Xiao was going to face the White Lion King head-on. "Don't fight him at such a close range," they shouted at Han Xiao in shock. This mysterious person in the mechanical suit was there to save them. He was their hope. They could remember how easily Yang Dian had been defeated, and this guy might very well end up the same. Such a small-sized human, yet he still chose to face the enormous beast head-on. It was like throwing an egg at a stone. It would have no impact. The man and the lion crashed against each other. The result was certain in the minds of Yang Dian and Ned. They almost wanted to close their eyes and not see how cruel the end would be for that mysterious man. But they were wrong. The mysterious man not only did not suffer a tragic loss, but it was the White Lion that was growling in pain. The White Lion King was knocked back, and half of Han Xiao's body was hammered into the ground. They were unbelievably on par. Han Xiao had a lighter weight. He had to direct the strength into the ground to not be knocked up. With the leg muscles unleashing their energy, Han Xiao jumped out of the ground and swung his leg onto the White Lion's head like a whip. With a loud sound, a ripple appeared in the air. The White Lion's skull changed shape from the power. Its whole body was sent rolling away and smashing onto the ground. Oh my God! Yang Dian and Ned were completely stunned by what they saw. Their sizes were more than 10 times apart, and that terrifying White Lion had just lost to this mysterious person. In strength, Yang Dian felt his throat going dry. What he had seen was too impactful. Just because he could not do it did not mean others could not. He had fought with other pugilists that were stronger than him, and none of them even came close to how strong the White Lion King was. Yet, this mysterious man was even stronger than that. What mechanical suit is that? I've never seen that before, Yang Dian said. Ned's eyes continued staring straight ahead, not sparing Yang Dian a glance. Could it be a secret research of some giant organization? During combat mode, Viper gave an attribute boost of 78 STR and 45 DEX, which made these two attributes of Han Xiao even higher than the White Lion King's. What was even more horrifying was that his overload could further improve the attributes from Viper. Han Xiao had noticed Yang Dian and Ned much earlier, but since he did not know who they were, he did not bother much about it. Han Xiao fought the mutant White Lion King at a very close range, each of his punches and kicks dealing a high amount of damage. Energy was flowing rapidly from the mini bonfire reaction furnace, and the high amount of armor protected him from White Lion King's attacks. Only using fists and legs was a total waste on all the functions the mechanical suit had. Han Xiao had turned on the heating gloves and sun worm and lit the White Lion King's fur on fire, leaving burn marks around his body. Their fight shook the ground like an earthquake. Even the duo watching from afar could feel it as they spectated the heated fight in awe. Although White Lion King's attacks became strong and faster over time, Han Xiao still had the upper hand. He could avoid most attacks because of how agile he was, and even for those that he did not manage to avoid, they could not penetrate his suit. The duo intended to help, but they realized that not only were they not able to, they might become a burden even if they tried to help. However, they were not the kind to leave their savior behind, so they stood aside watching helplessly. Curiosity and amazement of Han Xiao's mechanical suit filled their minds. They had never seen or heard any country that was ever able to make such a strong single-unit combat suit with so many functions before. Planet Aquamarine's progress in mechanical suit research has always lagged behind. Rumor had it that only the country of Theseus had exoskeleton mechanical suit prototypes, but they were heavy and bulky and could not improve the user's physical abilities. However, this mechanical suit was far beyond their knowledge and understanding. In galactic civilizations, single-unit combat suit was standard equipment for soldiers, which reduced the gap between humans and superhumans, and it was more than a bargain for players. The Viper was a piece of equipment ahead of its time. It should never have even appeared in front of players in version 1.0. In fact, no mechanical suit was supposed to have been created in version 1.0 and definitely not owned by any player. Chapter 177, The Start of the Inhuman Incident. Chapter 177, The Start of the Inhuman Incident. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The White Lion King jumped up in the air and pounced toward Han Xiao. As the wind pressure came closer to his head, Han Xiao calmly raised his hand toward the White Lion King. An invisible force shot out from his arm as he turned on the field repulsive machine. The White Lion King was knocked back and fell to the ground. Han Xiao was using many modules simultaneously, so the energy level was steadily decreasing over time. After countless punches, the White Lion King's health was down to around 30%. The White Lion King howled toward the sky. Its skins turned red. It had entered rage mode, or as the players called it, the second phase. Han Xiao could feel the pressure bursting in a short moment. I shouldn't face him directly during rage mode. Han Xiao decided to retreat to a safer range. For the time being, it was his combat style to be able to strike and escape anytime he wanted. The White Lion King chased him for some time. Then it slowed down, showing signs of exhaustion. Just at this moment, Flaming Will's cooldown ended. Han Xiao immediately held up his ghost sniper rifle and shot at the other undamaged eye of the White Lion King. This was the highest damage multiplier he had gotten ever since he learned Overload. 4.1 times. Lucky. With this one shot, the only eye that the White Lion King had left burst into a cloud of blood. It was gravely injured and fell to the ground with just a few hundred points of health left. It's dead. In his excitement, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Viper's power was higher than he had expected, and it covered the mechanic's weakness of having low physical attributes and provided strong protection at close range, and it had high functionality in almost all aspects. Viper was the basis of his secondary combat strategy. Just like how his sniping strategy built up slowly, his mechanical suit also needed more modules to be completed. This was just the beginning. This battle was a test of its actual combat capabilities, so he could figure out a clearer plan for future improvements. There was room for improvements in both combat and stealth abilities. The White Lion King was unable to move, so Han Xiao went up and finished it easily. He took out the retractable knife and cut out its heart. It was the size of a basketball, filled with violet-colored nerves, hot like a ball of fire. You received a special item, Mutated Heart. You have triggered Mission Virus Research. Mission Introduction. Beasts in this area are all infected by death virus. Some organizations are looking for research samples that are strong enough. That's right, I'm talking about this heart you're holding. Mission requirement. Bring Mutated Heart to Lewis Biological Research Institution in 7 days. Reward, Death Virus Drug X1. This mission was a bonus rewards mission triggered by the heart. The drug reward was able to increase one's attributes permanently, and there was a small chance to give the user a rare talent ability. In the previous life, the Beast King boss was always killed within hours after spawning, and since the death virus drug could be used more than once, the biggest guilds were the ones that controlled the area to grind the drug. Lewis Biological Research Institution was open to the general public, and players could exchange all kinds of weird materials for drugs that were not any less weird. It was in Maple. Han Xiao took out the liquid nitrogen suitcase that he had prepared and placed the lion heart inside. Then he heard the sounds of footsteps. Yang Dian and Ned walked to him with hesitation. "Thank you for helping us," Yang Dian said as he looked at Viper's mask. However, he could not see Han Xiao's face. Han Xiao did not reply. He checked through his inventory and left. The smell of blood would attract more beasts. Plus, he needed a place to rest. The duo looked at each other awkwardly, then caught up to Han Xiao and introduced themselves. With high hopes, they said to Han Xiao, "We came here to save an exploration team." They went deep into the zone to find the cure of the virus and have lost contact. "We hope you can help us. You triggered Grade D mission. Save the exploration team. Accept or reject." "Reject." Han Xiao swung his hands, turned his voice to an electrically mixed fake voice, and said, "Don't bother me. Saving them would mean having to bring a group of normal people across the forbidden zone. The chance of success was too low. Every second spent there would increase the level of danger." Han Xiao's target was only the mutated heart, and it was completed. Thus, there was no need for him to waste his time in the zone. He did not want to just follow the missions blindly. They are in danger because they wanted to solve the disaster. "How can you not help?" Ned said anxiously. Han Xiao turned on his hovering shoes and left without replying. It was clear what he meant at this moment. "Do whatever you want, but don't drag me into it." The duo watched with resignation as Han Xiao left. Not everyone is kind like them, and they knew that, but they were still upset over losing such strong help. Han Xiao left the forbidden zone and went back to the cargo plane that was parked far away. He took the mechanical suit off and let out a sigh of relief. Viper had amazing capabilities, and he was satisfied with the actual combat results. The plane took off for Maple to get in touch with Lewis Biological Research Institution and exchange the heart for the drug. He also planned to do a threatening mission while he was there, and the contact for the Blood Pack Society was also in Maple. Han Xiao looked at the brief mission introduction on his laptop. "My contact is a hitman? Wait a minute, this name looks familiar. Golden Fox? I might have seen it somewhere before." Han Xiao raised his brows a little but did not bother much about it. Putting the matter aside, he opened the forum. His focus at the moment was players. Han Xiao still had 2 novice villages in the western continent that he had not visited. The new players there had already almost reached an average level of 10. By this time, they would have all started leaving the village to explore the map. But because of Han Xiao, some players stayed to wait for his arrival. The feeling was great. His actions had affected the players in what they did, which was all because of the recent popularity and influence he had gained. Reading through the forums, some new posts had attracted his attention. They were mostly from players in the land of Andria, and the content was all complaining. Question: why is the Germinal organization coming to novice villages to capture us? I have been brainwashed, my faction is locked, and I have lost relationship points. Why is this happening? An NPC sliced me into pieces and asked about my origins. Me too. Is this part of the storyline? But I did not get any alerts on my interface. Some players recorded the process of Germinal organization capturing players in the novice villages. Fully armed soldiers placed handcuffs on players one by one, and some players resisted but were shot immediately by paralysis bullets. A group of cuffed players sat in the back of the car. Space was tight, and they could only see the outside world through windows covered by bars. These players were brought to the bases of Germinal organization one by one. Its bases were unlike the ones on the other 3 continents, which was very hidden. The bases of the headquarters in Andria were all humongous and had extremely tight defenses. The land of Andria was brown. If someone could see from a satellite vision, they would see the bases of the Germinal organization as black-colored areas spreading across the brown land, like virus spots. This forsaken land was filled with abundant radiation and dirt with depreciating signs of life. The Germinal organization took many old country facility ruins and inherited their facilities, including places that were once military sites. Inhuman incident has started. Han Xiao's eye twinkled. He had experienced this incident before in the previous life. It had been the hottest topic at the time. Curiosity toward players from NPCs is the core attraction point of Galaxy. Players appearing was part of the storyline. Different planets had different approaches toward the players, and planet Aquamarine was the first planet for this to happen. Before, as a player, he was basically rubbernecking and did not do anything. Now that he had a different perspective, he felt he could find out something else. I have made the Germinal organization lose all of their secondary bases, so the number of players joining them would be much fewer, and they have probably realized the damage that has caused. Just imagining how angry their leader would be made Han Xiao happy. Han Xiao turned on his laptop and browsed information through the dark net. The existence of players had already been noticed by many organizations. The natives of planet Aquamarine were surprised by their arrival. The Six Nations might make a move very soon, which would delay the expedition war, but it would still be earlier than my previous life. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The war occurring earlier give him both advantages and disadvantages. Advantages being the players have yet to grow strong enough, and when the Six Nations burst into an all-out war, their impact would be minimal, which reduced the accidental factors. With the power of the Six Nations, as long as the players did not interfere, they would totally crush the Germinal organization. Because of Han Xiao's interference, the main storyline of the war between Six Nations and the Germinal organization would very soon enter the climax, before the players even had enough ability to join into the story. Chapter 178, Fermentation. Chapter 178, Fermentation. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Stardragon's Western Capital. Division 13 Headquarters. freewebnovel.com. Gu Hui, the Vice Chairman, and Division 13's leaders gathered in the secret meeting room. Gu Hui pressed a button on the table, and the doors and the windows shut entirely. All surveillance devices lost their functionalities. Gu Hui put on a serious look as he distributed the documents to everyone in the meeting. The documents had authorization stamps from the highest officials, which meant this information was highly confidential. It was the observation information of the Inhumans. 5 days ago, rumors about the existence of Inhumans started spreading through the dark net. After investigating, it has been confirmed to be true. The documents state it clearly. Inhumans have been appearing and spreading in every continent like a virus. They appeared out of nowhere, and their origins are unknown. From the information that we found on the darknet, the Inhumans have the following characteristics. Gu Hui stated the information that they had on the players, which was similar to what the Germinal organization had. They knew that the players disappeared instantly, would not die, and one other point. Through our observation, their average power is not high. The threat level is identified as low. If we don't suppress this phenomenon, it might spread like a disease and cause a disaster, one person said. Gu Hui nodded and said, "The highest officials have given us their commands. Contacting these Inhumans will now be our priority. What about the expedition? The supplies and our army have already been prepared. We can head to Andria anytime. The highest level superiors have already come to an agreement with the leaders of other countries to temporarily stop the expedition. We have to first understand the situation of this inhuman phenomenon. It has higher threat potential." Gu Hui knocked the table. He scanned through everyone and said, "Ask our people to bring back some Inhumans. Also, be friendly. We do not know anything about their origin. Some of our agents are undercover in Andria. Should we call them back?" The head of field operations said, "No need. Let them retrieve more intelligence. We have enough manpower," Gu Hui said. "When we have a conclusion on this, maybe the officials will seek help and answers from the galactic civilizations." As the average level of players became higher, their actions made a greater impact and attracted the attention of the organizations. The Six Nations, Vagrants, Darknet, and many large financial organizations were all paying attention to the Inhuman phenomenon. They had been sending their people to contact these Inhumans with different approaches. Some were friendly and some were not. The exception was Germinal organization. They captured large numbers of players in Andria, which forced player in the novice village to leave the village early. For players, which organization they joined would not actually make a difference to them, but they would naturally want to resist if they were forced. The Germinal organization had definitely left a bad impression on players, and for those who were already captured, they could only accept their fate. Players in Andria had a tough time. Their game experience was extremely bad, but it made players very curious about one thing. Why were the NPCs surprised about their existence? The NPCs acted almost like real people. More and more organizations started contacting players, and more players experienced similar situations. They started making guesses actively on forums about the situation, and this topic soon became the most popular topic in the forum. This only happened on planet Aquamarine and not any other planets, so a large number of players from other planets visited the planet Aquamarine site, which made it the most visited planet site of all the novice planets. There were hundreds of new posts every second. Its popularity was astonishingly high. All kinds of speculations surfaced. The seemingly most possible and accepted theory was the Electrolux theory, but the game developers did not give any response. Players could only make random guesses, some of which were quite out of the box. We actually went through reincarnation to conquer a new world for our gods. Serial number A12651 reporting for duty. Bullshit. We're Earth's army to conquer alternative dimensions, and we have an honorable mission on our hands. 798 space feet from the Earth Association. Commander Blackie is waiting for deployment. Victory belongs to Earth. You're all wrong. The Earth is just an illusion. This is actually the reality. You youngsters are too naive. This is all part of the Elders' plan. This marks the first step of Skynet's domination over mankind. One day, all of our minds will be locked up in the game. Hail Hydra! Previous commenter is in the wrong set. Sigh, I'm a retired soldier of the 1999 Clan Wars. Come to think of it, that was a really dark age. This grandpa above surely has a strong body, playing full-dive VR games at such an old age. These ridiculous speculations became a joke that was trending all over the forum. In a big picture, organizations contacting players with caution was beneficial. It was easier for players to pick a side or organization to join, except for players in Andria who were being continuously captured. Han Xiao was following the situation. He had information from both the Darknet and the forum, which meant that he knew much more than any players or NPCs. The mindset of both parties was very different. The organizations were careful and serious about it, while the players found it fun. Interesting. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The influence from the Inhuman incident was slowly fermenting as the organizations found out more and more about the players' characteristics. The pro players from my previous life should have met their opportunities by now. Planet Aquamarine was China's base camp, so there would definitely be some players who had met an opportunity, unlike other normal players. The storyline was going on the right path. Han Xiao rushed to Maple, as the mutated heart mission had a time limit. Lewis Research Institution was in Kalos City in Maple. It was not near the border this time, so Han Xiao had to travel in a car for 2 days after being smuggled into the country. The country of Maple felt lifeless. Its rigid political system, uneven wealth distribution, and resources were all tightly controlled by politicians, and the low class had very limited opportunities to improve their life. Barely living and just waiting to die was the best phrase to describe civilians in Maple. Walking on the street, long-faced pedestrians passed by him. Han Xiao rubbed his face. He felt that such a confident and handsome face did not fit in with the state of the people on the street. Han Xiao changed his face again and even wore spectacles. He was sure that nobody could recognize him. Lewis Research Institution building was very tall and silver, which fitted the technology theme. The people in the building were all wearing white coats, as if they were worried about others not knowing they were doing technological research. A receptionist walked to him with a well-mannered smile as soon as he walked in. Hi! Do you require an introduction to the business scope of Lewis Group companies? Han Xiao raised the metal suitcase in his hands and said, I have a heart from a death virus-infected being. One of your researchers might be interested. Please wait a moment. I will inform a superior. The lady receptionist guided Han Xiao to the sofa and left. Lewis Research Institution accepted exterior research projects, so there were always customers who came to visit. Han Xiao sat on the sofa and scanned the environment of the hall. It was built in the shape of a sphere, which made it look like a hotel hall. After some time, two people covered in bandages walked in. Han Xiao raised his head as he smelled the odor of blood. It was the superhero duo he had met in the Forbidden Zone. These guys were saving some exploring team. Could it be that the team was from Lewis Research Institution? Looks like they failed and are badly injured. Han Xiao raised his brows but stayed put as they did not recognize him. Chapter 179, The Research Institution. Chapter 179, The Research Institution. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Yang Dian and Ned were frustrated. The exploration team that they were trying to save belonged to Lewis Research Institution, and it was Lewis Research Institution that entrusted them with the rescue mission. After Han Xiao left, they had rested for a while and started searching with caution. Eventually, they found the target at the valley that the exploration team had lost contact in. However, all of them had been infected by death virus and had mutated. Bone spurs grew on their bodies, and they had turned into crazed beasts. There was no way to save them anymore. The leader of the exploration team had been able to retain a small part of his sanity. He gave the duo a metal suitcase and told them it contained an important material that could create the cure for death virus. With his remaining rationality, he requested that they take it back to the research institution. The duo had no choice but to abandon the incurable exploration team and leave the Forbidden Zone with the suitcase. They were attacked by a herd of beasts on their way out, and they protected the suitcase with their bodies. They luckily escaped with the suitcase undamaged, but they were covered in wounds. Yang Dian and Ned dragged their exhausted bodies onto the plane and came to Kalos feeling pitiful. They could not save the exploration team and were ready to be blamed by the research institution, as they felt they did not live up to the trust they had been given. A guy with spectacles and looking like someone of a high position walked out the lift and trotted toward the duo with a face full of hope. "Heroes, you have returned." He sounded very welcoming. "Sorry, Mr. Kate, we failed the mission," Ned said in a very apologetic tone. Kate's expression changed. "Are they all dead?" "Sorry, they were infected. We couldn't do anything." Yang Dian could not look at Kate's grief-stricken face. "It's not your fault." Seeing Kate taking off his spectacles and rubbing his eyes made the duo feel even worse. Ned took out the metal suitcase and said, "The exploration team asked us to make sure this is delivered to you. It's an important material that can solve the death virus." Kate took over the metal suitcase and gave it a gentle touch. "Sigh, I wish they made it back alive. This is their accomplishment, and we'll never forget that. If we are able to make a cure out of this, it will be named after them." The duo could not agree more. Yang Dian sighed and said, "They are heroes. Not being able to save them is a regret that I'll remember for life. Don't feel that way. Their hard work wouldn't have paid off if not for you guys. You have done what you could, and you shouldn't blame yourselves for that. If you don't mind, we would like to take care of your wounds for free," Kate said with appreciation. "No need to. I can't trouble you any further." The more appreciation Kate showed, the sorrier the duo felt. They rejected the invitation and walked out with straight backs. Kate pushed his spectacles and watched the duo leave. He then walked toward Han Xiao with a smile and said, "Greetings. Do you have any business for the research institution?" Han Xiao returned the smile and opened the metal suitcase, showing Kate the mutated heart. freewebnovel.com. This is a death virus-infected heart from a very strong being. Kate's eyes sparkled, and he said with an even brighter smile, "Please, follow me." Kate led the way into the elevator, and they went up to the 13th floor. A long, white corridor came into sight after the doors opened. At the sides of it were many experimental labs with glass windows. Some of them had people that were running experiments, some had machines and materials, and there were also a few free researchers that were chatting in the corridor. The 13th floor was one of the experimental floors of Lewis Research Institution. As he led the way, Kate said, "The death virus has always been a very important project in our research. We kept running into obstacles and meeting limits because we don't have enough supplies of lively materials. This heart is very important to us. We might be able to make a drug out of it straight away. As usual, we will give you a dose of it once it's completed, but of course, we can exchange that for something else if you would like other rewards. No need for that, I want the drug. Han Xiao pointed at the metal suitcase in Kate's hands that came from Yang Dian and Ned and said, I thought you already have the material. This? Well, this is important, too. Kate laughed it off and did not explain further. They stopped outside a big biological experiment lab. Please kindly wait here. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the experimental lab. Han Xiao passed the suitcase to Kate, who then walked in with both suitcases and spoke to someone that seemed to be the supervisor of the experimental lab. The suitcases were opened on the table. Inside the other suitcase was a white-colored egg. Han Xiao was unsure what creature was it from. Kate and the lab supervisor spoke quietly, but with Han Xiao's LV-55 senses, he could hear everything they said. What happened to the exploration team? All dead? The supervisor asked. Yes, Kate replied. The heroes couldn't save them. At least the stuff is delivered. Never mind that they died. With this heart, we can make the drugs very soon. What did the heroes say? They felt they couldn't live up to our trust. Employing these heroes is so much cheaper than mercenaries. As long as we give them a good reason, they might even do things for free. Saved me quite some money. You didn't get found out, did you? Of course not, they're stupid and naive. A few lies, and they were easily touched and even almost cried. These so-called heroes are the easiest to convince. A little compliment and appreciation will make them lose their senses. They thought that they did a very honorable thing when they left. I almost burst into laughter. Don't offend these heroes. Do our best to build a good relationship with them. Don't worry, I gave them a good impression. If there are any dangerous things, we can still find them. They will not reject us as long as we give them a good reason. Han Xiao waited calmly without changing his expression. Kate finished the conversation not long after. He came back outside the room and said with a polite smile, It takes 1 day to make the drug. If you don't mind, we can provide a room for you to rest, and the drug will be handed to you as soon as it's done. Okay. Han Xiao did not object. They took the lift to the residential floor, and Han Xiao was given a guest room. Kate mentioned a few areas that he was not allowed to enter and found an excuse to leave. Han Xiao checked the room for cameras and found 2 of them, so he took out his laptop and hacked into the system, controlled the cameras in his room and set it to a loop. He then hacked into the database of the research institution without hesitation to look at their research projects. Elementary coding was already at the highest level. His hacking skills could get him through most of the firewalls on planet Aquamarine, except for the Six Nations Germinal Organization, the core of the Darknet, and a few other large organizations. A small research institution could not stop him at all. He entered with ease without triggering any alarms, and he could erase his traces afterwards so no one would be able to find out he had ever hacked into the system. He opened the projects file of the research institution, and names appeared on the screen. Green Lizard Potion, Wild Bull Steroid, Thunderclaw Extraction, Stone Plaque Pathogen. Many names were drugs that players received in his previous life. After some time of finding, he finally found the Death Virus Project. Its full name was Death Virus Enhancement Agent. In its detailed description, this was an experiment that could enhance one's physical capabilities, and the research institution was certainly not doing any research on the cure that Yang Dian and Ned talked about. Han Xiao's eyes flashed as he clicked his keyboard, and he had planted a program. Chapter 180 Robbery. Chapter 180 Robbery. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Kate came to Han Xiao's room on the next day, carrying a metal suitcase. He placed the suitcase on the table, patted it and said, The drug has been completed. When Han Xiao opened the suitcase, thick white gas escaped from within, and inside was a dark red, viscous drug. He reached out his hands to touch it, and information showed up in the interface. Death Virus Enhancement Agent, low concentration 3.5%, a drug made from some kind of gene mutation virus. Its essence can be used on human beings with high stability. Consumption effects. STR +1, DEX +1, chance to awaken, extraordinary physique. Remarks. Although its color looks like the product of menstruation, worry not, its taste is also like. Only low concentration, they gave me the one with the lowest quality, Han Xiao thought as he closed the suitcase. I'm satisfied with this, he said with a smile. We look forward to our next partnership, Kate replied politely. No need to look forward. I want to buy more drugs. What do you have in stock? We only provide long-term bulk supplies to large organizations and customers with abilities. If it's a single customer, especially one with an unknown origin, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult. We hope you can understand. However, we can sell it in bulk to you if you can prove your ability to afford them in the long term. Kate expressed his difficulties just the right amount and made it look like he really wanted to agree but could not because of the rules and regulations. However, in the eyes of an experienced person like Han Xiao, it was very obviously done on purpose, most likely to raise the price. Han Xiao smiled mysteriously. He adjusted his collar and said, Allow me to introduce myself officially. I'm an executive officer of Germinal Organization, Heisenberg. Kate was very surprised. Germinal Organization? Didn't they leave the Western continent? Is this so-called Heisenberg guy a secretly active executive officer? Or is he lying? Forgive me for being so straightforward, but your identity is very suspicious. Kate took 2 steps back and placed his right hand in his pocket holding the alarm. If Han Xiao made any suspicious movements, he would trigger the alarm. Don't have to be so nervous. Give me a moment. Han Xiao walked into the toilet with his backpack. Why is he going to the toilet? Just as when Kate was confused, Han Xiao walked out wearing Viper. The mechanical suit that looked highly advanced gave Kate a shock. What are you? Han Xiao swung his arms around and said through the suit speaker, This is the latest single-unit mechanical suit invented by the Germinal Organization. If your eyes still work, you should be able to see the amount of advanced technology used in this. Even the official experimental lab of the 6 nations doesn't have this technology. You don't have to worry about me lying. This is a secret project of our organization, and it should suffice to prove my identity. Kate opened his mouth slightly. He felt something was off. But I am aware of your concerns. If you want to find a stamp of Germinal Organization on the mechanical suit, I suggest you save the effort. Times are very tough for us, and it is very dangerous to have a high profile. I've been given full responsibility for this matter, so if you want to contact a higher-ranked official. Forgive me for being so straightforward, but your position doesn't warrant that, Han Xiao said in a serious tone. He almost believed it himself. Kate hesitated and said, I need to discuss with the other high-ranked officials. He walked to the side and opened his laptop to contact the other high-ranked officials. They were all experiment lab supervisors, and they were surprised by Han Xiao's origins. He can't prove it, not trustworthy. Do you want him to shout, I'm part of the Germinal Organization everywhere he goes? I think there's no need for him to lie. We will know if he's the real deal when we make the trade. Makes sense to me. But cooperating with the Germinal Organization seems somewhat dangerous. Han Xiao cut in their conversation and said, Any trade we make will be kept confidential. As long as you and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. We can even give you some financial support to build new divisions in Andrea. The eyes of all the high-ranked officials in the research lab turned bright. Andrea was filled with radiation, and many genes mutated flora and fauna avoided by others were treasures to them. They had heard about the generosity of Germinal Organization. In Maple, the government was corrupt, and they had just about had enough of it. It seemed like a rather good plan to change the environment. Even if they did not move their headquarters, opening a research division in Andrea was a pretty good idea, too. Shall we try to make a deal? Bring him to the exhibition room. With the discussion coming to an end, Kate smiled and said, We accept the trade, Heisenberg. Please follow me. I will show you our research results. Han Xiao nodded. Without taking off the mechanical suit, he followed Kate into the lift, and they descended 2 floors. The drugs exhibition room looked like cold storage from outside the door. Kate entered the password, and the doors slid open. Inside was a dark, compounded room separated into 2 levels connected by a metal staircase. Showcases were laid out at the side of the walls, and inside them were drug tubes of various colors with tags describing their names and test results. All the drugs had finished products with different levels of concentration. These are the products of our research institution. Which ones does your organization want? Kate said with a smile. Han Xiao acted like he was looking around and said, "Every one of them. Money is not a problem, as long as you have enough in stock." Joy filled the faces for the high-ranked officials who were watching through the camera. This was a big order. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "But I will have to verify their effects first." Kate opened the showcase's password lock, took out a drug, and passed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao read the information on the interface. It was a temporary enhancement drug. Consuming it would grant a +3 endurance buff for 3 minutes. After making sure all the drugs in these showcases were real, Han Xiao calmly said, "I will need a large quantity." Kate received commands through the headphones. He took out a laptop, opened the price page and said with a smile, "We have enough inventory. After you have made the payment, these cute little things will be yours." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "I will only make payment when I see the products with my own eyes. Don't have to worry, we are just a small organization, and we don't have the guts to go against a large organization like yours. We won't go back on our word, and we hope you understand our concerns. Anyway, I believe this is an insignificant amount of money for your organization," Kate said with a smile on his face. "Seems like this is as far as I can get by lying." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had no intention of paying. He placed the gun against Kate's forehead before he could react and said, "This is my payment." Pa! The laptop fell onto the ground with a bang. The threatening feel from the gun muzzle made Kate tremble all over. "You are a fake." Han Xiao did not reply. He fired at the showcase, but the glass was bulletproof. It only cracked but did not shatter. Far away in the surveillance room, the high-ranked officials were shocked. "He wants to rob our finished products. Luckily, we brought him to the exhibition room where there are security systems." The metal door of the exhibition room shut tight, and the showcases moved back into the walls, leaving no traces behind. The room became empty, and the ceiling moved aside, revealing 3 rows of guns whose range covered the entire room. Han Xiao and Kate were both under the guns. The proud voice of a high-ranked official sounded from the speaker. "Didn't expect that, did you? We were suspicious of your origins from the start. Now that your life is under our control, you have no escape. We just have to press a button, and you will be dead. Unless you want to know how many seconds it will take for these guns to turn you into a puddle of blood. Put down the guns, take off the mechanical suit, and get down to your knees. Then tell us your true identity, origin, and who sent you." We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.